Chapter 4251 Justiciar. The Justiciar was a monument of pristine, terrible white. It stood amidst the shattered remnants of the citadel's great frost dome, a silent, armored titan in a garden of broken glass. The air, once filled with the serene, crystalline hum of elemental harmony, was now a dead, cold vacuum, the silence a prelude to a symphony of slaughter. For a moment, there was nothing. No movement, no sound. The Justiciar simply stood, its massive, white-armored form a stark, brutalist scar on the breathtaking beauty of Eternitas Glacis. Then, from the heart of the citadel, the first wave of defenders came. They were the honored and royal living elementals, beings of immense power and ancient lineage. Their forms a glorious, terrible pageant of elemental fury, beings of living, swirling blizzard, their eyes burning with the cold light of a winter storm, unleashed torrents of soul-freezing frost, of living elementals' authority. Others, whose bodies were forged from the very bedrock of the fold, ripped colossal shards of crystalline glacial earth from the ground and hurled them like mountains, from the spires of the city. Living elementals of pure, sentient glacial lightning arced down. Their forms bolts of incandescent rage. It was a beautiful, desperate, and utterly futile assault. But they did not know this. How could they even imagine the enemy actually had 1,000 quadrillion purity? The Justiciar did not evade. It did not raise a shield. It simply moved. It took a single, ponderous step forward, its massive, white greaves crushing the crystalline floor with a sound that was not a crack, but a dull, final thud, a blizzard of soulfrost, a storm that could have flash-frozen a duke's very essence, washed over its armor. The pristine white surface did not even frost over. A mountain of earth, a projectile carrying the weight of half a fold, smashed against its pauldron. The Justiciar did not even flinch. The mountain shattered into dust. Then, it struck. Its first target was a royal living elemental of stone, a magnificent frost golem of living diamond whose complexity was in the low trillions. It roared a challenge, its voice the grinding of tectonic plates, and brought its colossal, diamond fists down upon the intruder. The Justiciar raised its free hand, not the one holding the great white hammer, but its open palm. It met the descending fists, and there was no grand explosion of power. There was only the quiet, sickening crunch of diamond being turned to powder. The Justiciar's fingers closed around the elemental's head, and with a single, almost casual squeeze, the ancient, thinking mountain was reduced to a cloud of glittering, lifeless dust. It moved with a grace that was a horrifying contradiction to its immense size, a dancer in an abattoir. It stepped into a storm of living lightning. Its armor momentarily wreathed in a billion volts of pure, elemental fury, and it simply walked through. It grabbed the shrieking elemental of lightning, its goblet closing around the being of pure energy, and it did not crush it. It held it, forcing the crackling, chaotic energy to ground itself through its own form, until the elemental's light flickered, dimmed, and was extinguished like a snuffed-out candle. For the Glacis, a chorus of 1,000 voices roared, a desperate, defiant cry from a legion of ice elementals who had formed a wall of pure, absolute zero cold before the Justiciar. The Justiciar responded not with a counterspell or a blast of its own, but with its hammer. The great white weapon, which had been held at its side, swung in a low, brutal arc. It moved with an impossible speed, the air itself seeming to scream as it was torn apart. The hammer connected with the wall of ice, and the wall, and the 1,000 beings that composed it, did not shatter. They were not broken. They were negated. They were erased from existence in a silent, blossoming flower of pure, white flame that left not even a memory of their passing. Boom! From their distant, hidden vantage point, Noah, Kor, and the holographic form of Ruin/Eden watched in heavy silence. Analysis of Justiciar combat methodology. Observation: the subject is not employing its full power. The attacks are deliberately slow, physical, and intimate. Hypothesis: the Justiciar is not seeking to simply destroy. It is seeking to cause misery. The overflow of emotions. Fear, rage, despair, defiance, seems to be a desired outcome. Conclusion: the purpose of this assault is not just erasure. It is a harvest. The prompts were a cold, clinical confirmation of the horror they were witnessing. This was not a battle. It was a culling. Stand down. Let the dukes handle this, a voice of pure, molten fury roared. The 5 dukes of Eternitas Glacis appeared, their forms blazing with a power that dwarfed that of the royals. One was a being of pure, living magma, his presence a wave of incinerating heat. Another was a woman carved from a single, flawless sapphire, her authority a thing of crystalline, unyielding cold. They were the pillars of this city, the guardians of sextillions of lives. The Justiciar saw them, and for the first time, its head tilted, a gesture of something that might have been interest. the magma Duke attacked first, unleashing a river of pure, conceptual heat, a fire that could melt the very weavings of existence. The Justiciar simply raised its hand, and the river of fire parted around it, flowing harmlessly into the void. Then, with a speed that was a physical violation of its own mass, it was gone from where it stood and was now before the magma Duke. The Duke had no time to react. The Justiciar's gauntlet, now glowing with a faint, white heat, plunged into his molten chest. It did not burn. It did not melt. It simply entered. The Duke let out a silent, agonized scream as the Justiciar's hand closed around his core, the very heart of his elemental being. The Justiciar pulled its hand back, and in its grasp was a miniature, dying sun well supported by a garden. It crushed it, and the magma Duke's form dissolved into a shower of cooling, black ash. The Sapphire Duchess shrieked, a sound of pure, crystalline rage, and the very space around the Justiciar froze, locking it in a prison of diamond-hard, absolute zero ice. But before the prison could even fully form, the Justiciar's hammer swung, not to break the ice, but to strike the Duchess herself. The hammer passed through the half-formed prison as if it were not there, and it connected with her sapphire form. Boom! The impact was a single, beautiful, terrible chime that echoed through the void. The Duchess, a being of 100 trillion in complexity, shattered into a billion glittering, blue shard. One by one, it took them. A Duke of Air was simply grabbed from the sky and crushed into a vacuum. A Duke of Earth was stomped into the ground, his very essence compacted into a single, dead stone. The last Duke, a being of pure, shimmering light, unleashed a final, desperate blast of photonic energy. The Justiciar simply stood there, its white armor reflecting the blast in all directions, and then it walked through the light and tore the Duke in half with its bare hands. As the last Duke fell, a new, horrifying phenomenon began. The blood, the ash, the dust, the lingering weavings of existence of every single fallen elemental began to rise. They were drawn into the Justiciar's form, not with the chaotic hunger of an inevitability, but with a strange, ordered precision. The authority of emotive has been detected. It is being utilized in a unique, weaponized fashion. The decimated everythings of all collapsed entities in this location are being amplified, harvested, and collected by the Justiciar. After the last of the fallen had been absorbed, the Justiciar rose to its full, terrifying height. It raised its hammer high above its head, and it brought it down upon the heart of the now defenseless, silent citadel. A wave of scorching white flames erupted, not with a roar, but with a profound, absolute silence. It was a fire that did not burn with heat, but with a pure, cleansing light. It consumed everything of the ice, the stone, the memory of the fallen. It burned, it continued to burn, and it would not stop burning until nothing, not even the sorrow of this place, remained. Noah's expression was heavy, his mind reeling from the sheer, brutal efficiency of the slaughter. This was a power on a scale he had only just begun to comprehend, and it had come for him. This was a consequence of his actions. As the white flames continued their silent work, the Justiciar began to rise, its form lifting from the heart of the inferno, and then, horrifically, it turned its head. Its gaze, two cold, glowing lenses in a helmet of pristine white, swept across the void and locked directly onto their hiding spot, light years away. The lenses seemed to focus, to analyze, to dissect Noah and Core with a cold, detached curiosity. It held their gaze for a single, eternal moment, a silent acknowledgement, and then, as if it had seen all it needed to see, as if it had deemed them insignificant and no different than those it had just killed, it continued its ascent, disappearing into the same Terran existence from which it had come. They had been seen, they had been judged, and for now, they had been ignored. Chapter 4252 Justiciar 6. The white flames were a silent, terrible scream. They did not roar or crackle, they burned with a profound, absolute quiet that was more unnerving than any sound. Eternitas Glacis, once a magnificent citadel of crystalline beauty, a monument to the serene, ordered power of the living elementals, was now a funeral pyre the size of a portion of the folds. The flames consumed everything. The shattered ice, the powdered diamond, the very memory of the lives that had been extinguished. And left nothing but a clean, sterile, and unending whiteness. Prompts buzzed in his mind. Master, the post-event analysis of the quantum relocation protocol is complete. The Justiciar's descent was faster and slow. The window for intervention was 1.7 nanoseconds. Results of the emergency evacuation straight phase. Transcendent wheels of existence successfully relocated to a secure location in this fold. 37 out of 37, living elementals, all tiers, forcefully transported to the periphery of the blast zone. 30%. The 5 Dukes of Eternitas Glacis were warned 0.8 nanoseconds prior to impact. Their decision was to stand and fight analysis, a tragic, yet statistically significant, success. We have preserved a seed of their civilization that would have otherwise been completely erased. The silence was heavy. Noah and Kor floated in the void, silent witnesses to the aftermath. The sheer, brutal efficiency of the slaughter, the absolute, unyielding nature of the justiciar's power, had left a heavy, chilling silence between them. My current power cannot take that thing down, Kor finally said, her voice a low, flat statement of fact. It was a rare, almost shocking admission of weakness from a being who had once devoured impossibilities for breakfast. Noah nodded, his gaze fixed on the burning city. Have you seen anything like it before? Kor was silent for a long moment, her abyssal eyes lost in the depths of her fragmented memories. Maybe, she whispered, the word a fragile, uncertain thing, in the earliest folds. I remember the memories of some of the inevitabilities. They showed a certain tribe of early creatures. They were builders, artisans of destruction. They made things like that. But the memories are scattered, broken. Her form trembled, not with fear, but with a rage that was so cold it threatened to freeze the very space around them. I am going to kill every last one of them, outsider, she hissed, her voice a venomous promise. All those who aided in doing this to the inevitabilities. The living paradox. All of them. The silence that followed her vow was heavy, absolute, and filled with the promise of a future reckoning. And then, a new, chilling voice cut through the quiet. Master, Ruin/Eden's calm, analytical tone was a stark, jarring contrast to the raw emotion of the moment. Noah looked up, and his expression, already grim, became even graver. Above the silent, burning city, the white flames began to flicker, to coalesce. Horrifically, illusory scenes, replays of the carnage that had just unfolded, began to play out like a ghostly, silent film. They saw it all again. The magnificent, desperate charge of the royals and the honored. The justiciar's casual, brutal negation of their power, the quiet, sickening crunch of the diamond golem. The dimming of the lightning elemental's light. The silent, blossoming flower of white flame that had erased 1,000 beings from existence. It was a montage of absolute, pitiless slaughter, playing on a loop for all of existence to see. This only further affirms the conclusion, Master, this action was meant to evoke strong emotions. The harvest of emotive authority mixed with everything's was the primary objective, this public display. It is meant to evoke fear for all those who come after, the words were a chilling premonition. And not long after Ruin/Eden spoke them. They began to arrive, portals of ice and fire, of stone and storm, ripped open across the void. Dukes of living elementals, their forms blazing with a furious, disbelieving light, appeared. Behind them, legions of royal and honored elementals materialized, their numbers in the tens of thousands. They saw the burning pyre that had been their home, and a collective, soul-shattering roar of grief and rage echoed through the silent fold. A few of the dukes, their faces ashen masks of fury, shot towards Noah and Kor, the only other beings present in this graveyard. What happened here? One of them, a being of pure, molten obsidian, demanded, his accusatory glare of physical force. Noah looked at them, at their paltry 100 trillion in complexity, and he felt nothing. A glimmer of his haki, a faint, almost thoughtless pulse of his tyrannical will, washed over them. They faltered, a sudden, suffocating pressure crushing their rage, their very authority groaning under a weight they could not comprehend. Can you not see in the flames? Noah asked, his voice a cold, dead calm. The one who did this did not hide. They made it perfectly clear. The elementals paled, their fury momentarily forgotten in the face of this new, oppressive power. They turned their gazes to the burning city, to the silent, ghostly replay of the massacre, and they watched in a new, horrified silence. Soon, others arrived. Living temporals, their forms flickering with the echoes of a tragedy they were too late to prevent, living quantums, who saw not just the destruction, but the million potential futures that had just been extinguished, living origins, who looked upon this scene of absolute erasure with a profound, instinctual revulsion. The space around the burning citadel became a silent, somber congregation of the powerful beings in the folds. A living elemental duke, a woman whose form was carved from a single, flawless glacier, her eyes burning with a cold, blue fire, roared. She rose above the white flames, her hands raised to the void. Dwindle, she bellowed, a torrent of glacial waves. A river of absolute zero ice that could have frozen a star, cascaded down, seeking to snuff out the white flames. But horrifically, the moment the ice touched the fire, boom, tongues of white flame lashed out, not with heat, but with a pure, conceptual hunger. They consumed the ice, the cold, the very authority of the attack. The glacial waves were swallowed like nothing, and the flames, now brighter, more arrogant, smashed into the Duke. She was flung back, her form a screaming comet of shattered ice, a massive, gaping hole torn through her chest. A chilling, absolute dread permeated the assembled crowd. The Duke, her entire front scorched by a fire that did not burn, roared, her voice now a screech of pure, unadulterated terror and fury. Call in an emergency Cleos Concordat. Call it in. Call it in. Her voice was a catalyst. A decision. The living existences had to understand what had happened here. They had to prepare. As Noah watched this new wave of chaos unfold, he received a new set of prompts from Ruin/Eden, a quiet, analytical report in the midst of the storm. I have captured and analyzed the signature and the unique weavings of the Justiciar, Master. I have scanned all known facets of existence for any matching signatures or similarities. The only weavings that match are those from the earliest folds, accessible through the possibilities of your early atlas of the folds. There is a place you can traverse into with accuracy. Answers regarding the Justiciar may be there. Noah's gaze, which had been watching the unfolding drama with a cold, detached curiosity, now sharpened with a new, focused purpose, the earliest folds. The path forward was, once again, a descent into the past. Chapter 4253 The Early Laboratories. Among the many arriving to witness the devastation, Noah saw them, the living emotives. Their faces showed immense sorrow, their auras radiating a grief so profound it seemed to amplify the tragedy of the scene. His eyes flashed with suspicion. He sent a silent command to Ruin/Eden, keep a closer eye on the transcendent emotive folds from now on. Confirmed, Master. Continuous, deep-level surveillance has been initiated. Hypothesis: there are significant gaps in our current knowledge regarding the motivations of the entities within the loom. It is possible that the Justiciar's secondary objective of inducing fear and harvesting emotive authority was a directive added by the living emotive for their own purposes, separate from the primary function of the lodestone failsafe. The mentalities and intricacies of Level 1 scale existences are, by their very nature, complex and often contradictory. More data is required to form a complete picture, yes. Those in the loom gain nothing from this public display of terror. All the Justiciar had seemed to collect were everything saturated with the authority of emotive. The why of it all? The answer had to be in the earliest folds. Collect more data here, Noah murmured, his voice a low command to Ruin/Eden. Note how the living emotives react. For now, let us get some answers. Yes, Master. Back in the early veiled shore, Noah's main body stood on the golden sands, the quiet, purposeful hum of his domain a soothing balm on his turbulent thoughts. He needed to be stronger. He needed to be faster. He needed to be ready for whatever came next. Master, the subject Infiniverse has completed the forging of 40 new seed glyphs of perpetual harvest. The endowments are ready for distribution at your command. He nodded. Proceed. A new storm of verdant gold light, a hurricane of pure, conceptual growth, descended upon the shore. 40 endowments, each one a testament to the impossible, recursive power of his principle, washed over him as all were used for him. When the storm passed, he felt denser, more real. His power, already measured in the dozens of quadrillions, had taken another leap. Kor floated beside him, her expression now a mask of grim resolve. I will go back with you, she said, her voice a quiet, unshakable promise. Even if I am just a voice in your head, I will help. Noah nodded, then turned his gaze to the pulsating crimson-blue cluster of infinity symbols that was his new system. Ruin/Eden, how close are you to grasping the cultivation of everything's? Analysis is ongoing, Master. The methodology is complex. I have not yet reached a point of practical application. He had expected as much. For now, he had to use the tools he possessed. He looked over at Sigrid, at his mother, at Moraine, and everyone else here who was acclimating to their own existence. He looked towards the Infiniverse who nodded her head as she had much to do. He then closed his eyes, his will reaching into the very heart of his being, to the star chart of his early atlas of the folds, the other part of his body that was Ozymandias was already contained in the depths of his existence. And he would unleash it for potentially more opportunities as needed to make sure he could stay in the earliest folds as long as possible. With all preparations ready, he activated it. Temporal traversal initiated. Analysis. The unique signature and weavings of the Justiciar have been cross-referenced with all accessible temporal data points within the atlas. A match has been found. The weavings correspond to 3 potential locations within the earliest folds. due to the complete advancement of all 159 towers of Osmond to the vital lighthouse stage, and the current strength of your heart, a precise destination can now be selected. Destination locked, the early laboratories. A column of pure, temporal light, a river of a billion frozen moments, descended and enveloped his form. The traversal was different this time. Smoother. More stable. The violent, chaotic journey of his earlier trips had been replaced by a serene, controlled descent through the layers of time. His vital lighthouses were not just anchors, they were a navigation system, a perfect, celestial GPS guiding him through the storm. Traversal is stable. Estimated duration in the earliest folds, 7 days, HUUM, not hours, not a day, but 7 days. He could stay in the earliest folds for 7 days. The process. Was unfathomably quicker this time around. The light faded, and he arrived after what seemed like mere seconds. He stood in a grand, open-air location, surrounded by massive, monolithic white stones that were arranged in a complex, concentric pattern. He was at the very center, on a raised platform forged from a seamless fusion of stone, wood, and a strange, dark metal that seemed to absorb the ambient light. The air was clean, sterile, and hummed with a quiet, intellectual energy. Welcome to the early laboratories. Scanning of nearby areas has begun. Preliminary scans show multiple early creatures gazing directly at you. Noah's gaze swept across the Stonehenge-like area. At the edges, standing silently between the great white stones, were 9 figures, 9 early creatures. Their forms perfect and powerful, staring back at him. All of them were adorned in simple, elegant white chiton robes. Ruin/Eden's analysis flashed in his vision, a cascade of names and terrifying numbers. Lyra, 50 quadrillion complexity, 50 quadrillion purity. Orion, 80 quadrillion complexity, 80 quadrillion purity. Cassiopeia, 120 quadrillion complexity, 120 quadrillion purity. Cepheus, 400 quadrillion complexity, 400 quadrillion purity. None of them showed hostility. Their gazes were calm, curious, and unervingly analytical, as if they were scientists observing a fascinating new specimen. In that tense, silent moment, a new voice echoed out from a distant, unseen location, a voice filled with a terrifying, impatient power. What are you all doing? Bring the newcomer that has been sent over. The voice was a thunderclap of authority, a command that made the very stones of the laboratory hum. Noah's eyes opened wide as the frequency of this voice was unique, and it was a voice that, shockingly, did not belong to an early creature. It felt like the voice of a full dweller, and yet, it was commanding early creatures. Chapter 4254 The Early Laboratories. 2. The command was a thunderclap in the serene, intellectual quiet of the laboratories. It was a voice that did not ask, but simply was, a fundamental law of this strange, sterile place. The 9 early creatures, beings of such immense power that they could have unmade folds with a thought, did not flinch. They simply obeyed. Cepheus, the 400 quadrillion complexity giant whose gaze had been the most intense, turned his ancient, starlit eyes to Noah. He beckoned, a simple, almost casual gesture. We were not expecting another assistant to be sent over so soon, he said, his voice the low, rumbling sound of distant wheels colliding. Where did the living concept find you in such short notice? I thought another Elderborn would not be found so quickly. Boom, the living concept Elderborn. Terrifying words echoed out as Noah's mind buzzed, with his entrance this time around actually being into an environment where the weavings of the living concept were taking place. An Elderborn, the term was a key, a clue, a new variable in an equation that was growing more complex by the second. Noah's eyes flashed with a sharp, analytical light, but he tilted his head, his expression a perfect mask of polite, well-meaning ignorance. What do you mean, Elderborn? At his question, the 9 early creatures looked at each other, and a sound that had likely not been heard in this place for eons rippled through the air. Laughter. It was not a sound of mirth, but a dry, academic chuckle, the sound of those who knew more, amused by a student's fundamental, yet understandable, lack of knowledge. Of course, another of the creatures, Lyra, said, her voice a melody of pure mathematical harmony. The living concept has a tendency to omit the introductory materials. It believes in learning through immersion, I suppose. Cepheus gestured for Noah to walk with them, and the group began to move deeper into the Stonehenge-like structure. An Elderborn, he explained, his tone now that of a patient, if somewhat condescending, mentor, is an existence with a high concentration of the everythings of the creature. Our own existences are born from the weavings of the folds and the creature, shaped by the authorities of the living existences. But you and others are different. Your very essence carries a significant, foundational echo of the first cause. You have qualities others do not, and are able to interact with existence in ways others cannot. It is why you are helpful to the research of the living concept, HUUM. The shocking information was delivered with the casual air of a tour guide explaining a local landmark. As they walked, Noah's internal world was a flurry of activity. New data point acquired, elderborn. Definition, an existence possessing a high concentration of the everythings of the creature. Analysis, this is a significant variable. It is the reason why they believe you were sent here. More information required for you to play THR part. Recommend continued feigned ignorance to maximize data acquisition. Noah nodded internally, his outward expression remaining one of polite curiosity. His thoughts were a silent whisper. Have you heard this term before? Her voice, a familiar, ancient echo in his mind, was calm. I knew of some, like the first leader, Gilgamesh, who were known to have high concentrations of everythings. But I did not bother to know all the terms others were called by. And these so-called elderborns may be different from those like the first leader. Be cautious, outsider. As they moved past the rising stones, the landscape opened up. The same white material of the floor continued in a neat, perfect grid, and from it, massive white walls rose all around. They were arranged in a series of disconnected circular clusters, creating a labyrinth of sterile, white canyons, and the deeper they went, the more terrifying the air felt, thick with a power so dense and so ancient it made his own existence feel new. Another of the early creatures, a being of pure, shifting light named Orion, turned to him with a grin that was all predatory intellect. Just because you are an elderborn does not mean you are in for a grand opportunity, he said, his voice a crackle of static and starlight. There have been multiple elderborns who were simply not up to par. We have had to collapse all their memories of this place before sending them away. Who knows? You may just be one of those. Bah ha ha. At his mocking laughter, the sharp, impatient voice that had summoned them echoed out again, this time much closer, its authority cutting through the air like a blade. Do not scare the newcomer before they have even been tested. You all can go back now. You. Come forward. They had entered a clearing, a vast, circular space at the heart of the labyrinth. The white walls here were surrounded by a single, colossal structure made of a strange, crystalline glass that seemed to absorb and refract the ambient light in impossible ways, and standing before it was the source of the voice. She was a full dweller, a being of impossible, breathtaking beauty. Her hair was a cascade of stellar dark silk, and her eyes held the cold, brilliant light of a distant quasar. Her body was adorned in a simple white chiton that hugged a figure of perfect, dangerous grace. Commander Ilara, classification, prime full dweller, complexity, 500 000000000000000, purity, 500 000000000000000. The early creatures harumphed at being bossed around by a being who was not one of them, but they listened. They began to move back, their task complete. But before they could go too far, the full dweller's gaze swept over Noah, a quick, dismissive up and down assessment. Oh, she said, her voice a whip crack of command. Go to Sector 9D and bring out the defective elderborn who wasn't able to react with anything. Treat him with the same procedures. A defective elderborn that WSS not able to react with anything. Noah noted all of this down as he went forward. Chapter 4255 The Early Laboratories. 3. At her words, the early creatures looked at each other, and then 4 of them detached from the group and headed deeper into the labyrinth, their expressions grim. Noah paid them only a passing glance. His gaze was fixed on the glass structure behind the commander. Within its transparent walls, held in place by radiant white attachments, were armors, unfinished, skeletal backbones of the very same design as the justiciar that had annihilated Eternitas Glacies. There were dozens of them, displayed like anatomical models in a museum of death. Living existential armor, Model J7, Justiciar, incomplete. Living existential armor, Model V3, Vindicator, incomplete. Living existential armor, Model P9, Purifier, incomplete. His eyes blazed with a cold, intense light. So, this was where they were made. The full dweller, Ilara, raised her brows, shaking her head as if to scold a curious child. You are moving too fast, Elderborn, she said, her tone sharp and impatient. First, we have to verify your status. So, let us see if you can manipulate the early omnicalcum metal. If you aren't even able to do this, we can be rid of you even quicker. WAA, at her words, Noah finally turned his full attention to her. She walked towards a massive, silver table that stood at the center of the clearing. Upon it rested a cluster of pristine, stellar white metal, its surface so pure it seemed to have no reflection. This, she said, gesturing to the metal with a proprietary air, is early omnicalcum. A primordial metal that contains a high concentration of the enriched, leftover everythings of the creature. To most, it is a useless, inert chunk of matter, completely unresponsive to any authority. But to an elderborn, a faint, challenging smile touched her lips. An elderborn, with their unique connection to the creature's essence, should be able to manipulate it, to cause a reaction with their own authority. So, let us see. Are you a genuine article, or just another defective model? Was he genuine, or was he defective? The question hung in the sterile, silent air of the early laboratories, a clinical assessment that held the weight of a death sentence. Commander Ilara stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mask of impatient, professional scrutiny. On the silver table between them, the pristine, stellar white cluster of early omnicalcum metal seemed to absorb the very light of the room, a silent, waiting judge. Noah walked closer, his movements calm and unhurried. The dozens of incomplete justiciar armors in the glass structure behind her were a silent, screaming testament to the terrible potential of this place, but his face betrayed nothing of the storm of thoughts within him. Can you tell me more about this metal? He asked, his voice a low, even tone. Ilara's brows furrowed with a flicker of annoyance, as if being asked for a basic explanation was an insult to her own vast intelligence. When the creature gave its everythings, she began, her tone sharp and lecturing, it was not just living existences that were bathed in its light or formed from its essence. Inert materials, the very bedrock of the earliest folds, were also affected by the existential radiation. They changed. Early omnicalcum is one of them. A useless, indestructible lump of matter to most, but to the right existence. A key. She stepped forward, her long, graceful fingers reaching out to touch the metal. The moment her skin made contact, a breathtaking phenomenon occurred. The metal, which had seemed radiant but lifeless, bloomed. Intricate, golden lines, like the veins of a celestial leaf, spread out from the point of her touch, their light a warm, living thing against the stark white of the metal. Its hard, solid structure began to fluctuate, to shimmer, as if it were transitioning between a solid and a liquid state. Noah could feel it, an immense, dormant well of complexity and purity awakening within the metal. Ilara breathed out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh, and pulled her hand back. The golden lines faded, the metal returning to its inert state. That, she said, her crimson eyes fixing on him, is what should happen. To activate early omnicalcum, your own existence must possess a type of everything that is grand, boundless, a quality that resonates with the first cause. If you do not exhibit that, you are nothing. Her gaze drifted past him, to the dozens of empty, skeletal armors displayed in the glass walls. The goal of the Elderborns here is to achieve the aim of the living concept, she said, a flicker of something almost like passion in her otherwise cold voice, to forge a suit of armor that any fold dweller, any being without the fortune of a powerful lineage, can wear. A suit that will grant them a power that can even exceed that of an early creature. A living existential armor, to protect the weak and to prove that power does not need to be born. It can be forged. Her words were terrifying in their noble, audacious ambition, and in the silent chambers of his own mind, Noah smiled, a cold, bitter expression, a lofty goal indeed, to create a weapon that could make anyone a god, all for the sake of protecting the weak. How, then, did such a noble ambition end up creating a justiciar that had just wiped out a citadel that used to hold sextillions of living elementals and fold dwellers without a flicker of hesitation? Ilara's gaze returned to him, sharp and impatient. If you are genuine, you will be put to work. You will learn to manipulate this metal, to shape it, to weave your own authority into its structure, to help us complete the work of the living concept. So, come on, she beckoned him forward with a flick of her wrist. Let's see what you are. Noah approached the table, his gaze settling on the radiant white metal. It looked so pure, so unassuming, ruin/Eden. His thoughts were a silent whisper. Analyze it. Find anything that could be of help. Chapter 4256 The Early Laboratories. 4. Analysis of early omnicalcum metal. Initiated. Composition. A unique, primordial alloy saturated with a high concentration of undifferentiated everythings, properties, near absolute indestructibility. It cannot be broken, melted, or altered by any conventional means. An existence would need to possess a power in excess of 1,000 quadrillion in complexity to even begin to arduously reshape its physical form. Activation protocol. The metal's internal structure can only be manipulated by an existence capable of resonating with and commanding the everythings within it. This appears to be a function of an elderborn. Conclusion: there is no additional data that can be of help. Master. The test is binary. Either you can, or you cannot. Noah gazed at the metal somberly. He prepared for all contingencies. He would not allow his memories to be wiped. He would not be discarded as he just arrived here. He activated his heart of tyranny. He felt the 159 vital lighthouses of his atlas blaze as one. He reached out, his hand now wreathed in the vibrant, bloody purple flames of his hockey, and he touched the metal, and nothing happened. The metal remained cold, inert, utterly unresponsive to the unique power that coursed through his hand. The flames of his hockey licked at its pristine surface, but they could find no purchase. No resonance. It was like trying to set fire to a vacuum. Ilara's expression, which had held a sliver of professional curiosity, flattened into one of profound, weary disappointment. She sighed, a sound that was not of anger, but of simple, bureaucratic finality. Another defective model, she murmured, her gaze already turning away from him. I will call the others. They will wipe your memories of this place and send you back to whatever forgotten corner of existence you crawled out of. She was dismissing him. Discarding him. But as she turned, a single word she had spoken earlier echoed in the silent, calculating chambers of Noah's mind. A word that was the key: boundless. To have a reaction with the metal, one needed their everything to be grand. Boundless. What did he have that was boundless? A tyrannical light flashed in his eyes. It was a truth so fundamental to his being, so core to his very existence, that in his focus on his new, more complex powers, he had not brought it forth. The air in the clearing did not just change, it was fundamentally rewritten. The pristine, sterile white of the laboratories was suddenly, violently, beautifully consumed by an eruption of pure, incandescent blue. The blue flames of mana. They did not burn with heat, they burned with the very concept of infinity. His eyes, once burning with purple hockey, were now two blazing, cerulean suns, tendrils of pure, liquid mana leaking from them like tears. He reached out again, his hand, now a conduit for an endless, inexhaustible ocean of power, and he grasped the metal. For a moment, there was silence. The metal remained inert. Ilara, who had paused in her dismissal, began to shake her head with a final, pitying look, and then, the metal began to glow. It started as a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of golden light from deep within its core. Then, the intricate, golden lines that had bloomed for Ilara appeared, but this time, they did not just spread, they blazed. They were not veins, but rivers, a torrent of awakened power that flooded the entire cluster of metal. As if his boundless quality of everything was even grander than hers, the pristine white surface began to hum, to vibrate, to sing with a note that was both ancient and new. Early omnicalcum metal has been activated, resonance detected, infinite mana. Analysis: your everything of mana is being recognized as a boundless quality, a direct, conceptual link to an infinite source. This is a valid key. Receiving data stream. Composition: 93.7% primordial matter, 6.2% condensed everythings, 0.1% unknown trace elements. Ilara stared, her mouth slightly agape, her professional composure utterly shattered. Why? Why were you playing around before? She stammered, her voice a mixture of shock, confusion, and happiness. The metal, under the command of Noah's will, lifted from the table. It floated in the air before him, its form buzzing, shifting, its solid state now as malleable as clay in a sculptor's hands. Early omnicalcum metal, analysis complete. Properties: straight face, existential inertia, possesses a conceptual weight that makes it nearly immovable and indestructible to all but the highest echelons of power. Authority: absorption, capable of absorbing, storing, and repurposing vast amounts of any authority directed at it. It is a perfect battery. Conceptual malleability, when activated, can be shaped by will alone into any form, its structure defined not by physics, but by the intent of its wielder. Potential applications: the creation of tools, weapons, or armors that are not just powerful, but are themselves a fundamental law of existence. An omnicalcum sword is not just sharp, it is the concept of sharpness. An omnicalcum shield is not just durable, it is the concept of protection. Noah looked at the floating, singing metal, at the terrified, awestruck face of the commander, and a slow, tyrannical smile spread across his face. He was not defective. He was the genuine fucking article. He may not be some elderborn, but he did have infinite mana. Ilara's dark eyes, which had been wide with a momentary, unprofessional shock, narrowed once more. She came to his side, her gaze fixed on the metal, not on him. Don't exhaust your everythings for the day playing around with it when you don't know what you are doing, she said, her tone sharp, a commander reprimanding a reckless but talented subordinate. Put it down, exhaust his everything? His infinite mana, a laugh, deep and genuine, echoed in the silent, internal chambers of Noah's mind. Outwardly, he simply allowed the omnicalcum to settle back onto the table, his authority retreating from it with a final, gentle pulse. Chapter 4257 The Early Laboratories. Commander Ilara stepped forward, her long, graceful fingers tracing the surface of the metal, a gesture that was almost tender. Once everything can be used up, she explained, her voice a low, lecturing murmur. It is the very core of your unique nature, the echo of the creature within you. When you expend it, it needs time to regenerate. We have to be conservative when it comes to manipulating these types of metals. Wastefulness is a luxury we cannot afford. She then turned her gaze to the rows of incomplete, skeletal armors displayed in the glass structure behind them. The goal is to use these types of metals to forge living existential armors. Yes, she said, a flicker of something almost like passion in her otherwise cold voice. But the biggest issue we are coming across is a fundamental, catastrophic failure at the point of interface. The existence getting inside the armor gets vaporized. The moment they even try to connect, their being is unmade. Her gaze returned to the omnicalcum. If the metals it is composed of can only be activated by elderborns, how can the armor itself, once forged, be utilized by others? How can a fold dweller wear it? Or a living existence? How can they effortlessly bear the weight of a material that is, by its very nature, a piece of an unfathomable wonder? Noah listened calmly, his mind a silent, whirring engine of analysis. Ilara continued, her voice painting a picture of a grand, noble, and ultimately failing ambition. A solution we came to, she said, beginning to pace, her movements precise and contained, is to augment the subject. Not just the armor, but the pilot. We theorized that if a subject were to be infused with a resonant material, a piece of their very existence rewritten to contain a sympathetic echo of the omnicalcum, they might be able to form a stable bond. She stopped, her expression hardening with the memory of countless failures. We have tried. We select the most promising candidates, beings of immense will and stable authority. We attempt a process of bioconceptual integration, a surgical procedure that is more philosophy than science. We try to weave a sliver of this material into their very code of existence. But it hasn't been entirely successful. The rejection rate is absolute. And even if it were to work, to power the armor, to fuel its impossible capabilities, we theorize that units of everythings would be required. As Ilara spoke of insurmountable problems, of noble failures and theoretical impossibilities, Noah's mind was a silent symphony of solutions. Ruin/Eden, his wonder, was already dissecting her words, analyzing the flaws in their logic, and presenting him with a cleaner, more efficient path. Analysis of the living existential armor project. Problem identified, catastrophic interface failure between armor and non-elderborn pilots. Current proposed solution, Ilara invasive bioconceptual augmentation of the pilot. High failure rate, high resource cost, and an unsustainable fuel requirement. Analysis, their approach is akin to trying to teach a fish to fly by surgically attaching wings. It ignores the fundamental nature of both the fish and the sky. The problem is not just the pilot, it is the interface itself. Proposed alternative solution, Ruin/Eden, the core modulator. Instead of a full, invasive integration, a small, stable, omnicalcum core modulator should be implanted in the pilot. This would not rewrite their existence, but act as a receiver, a keyhole, symbiotic interface. The armor should not be a passive vessel to be piloted, but an active, symbiotic partner. It should be designed with its own nascent, limited consciousness, its primary drive being to connect with the core modulator. The ignition sequence, the pilot does not power the armor. The pilot uses their own will to ignite the core modulator, which in turn resonates with and activates the armor. The armor then draws its primary power from an external, replaceable source, condensed units of everythings, yes, but as a battery, not a direct fuel. Conclusion, this transforms the relationship from a parasitic one, armor consuming the pilot, to a symbiotic one. It is a more elegant, efficient, and survivable solution. Noah read over the possibilities, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. He could see the path. Ilara looked over at him, at his silent, contemplative expression, and seemed to misinterpret it as confusion. 10-12, I will bring you to meet Dr. Flammel in the core laboratory soon, she said, her tone softening slightly. He can explain the technical details. I just need to finish up a few things here. Noah nodded. Ruin/Eden, he commanded silently, scan and analyze all models of the living existential armor here. Begin preparing schematics for the core modulator and a symbiotic interface based on the Justiciar model. His gaze was bright as he was seeing far into the future. Justiciar, a single one that he saw in the future, was ridiculously powerful. If he could get his hands on how to make them. If he could potentially aid in how they were made to potentially install failsafes or even how to dismantle them if he faced one, if he could potentially design and forge his own Justiciar armor that had 1,000 quadrillion complexity or purity? 2,000 quadrillion? The potential of what could be possible here were daunting. Confirmed, Master. Beginning full spectrum analysis and preliminary design phase. It seems we are about to engage in a bit of espionage and unsolicited architectural consultation. As they were speaking, a new motion caught Noah's eye. In the distance, the 4 early creatures who had left earlier were returning. They were escorting a figure between them, a being with a downcast expression and dazed, unfocused eyes, the defective Elderborn. Noah's gaze swept over him, and his mind, for the first time since his reboot, went utterly, completely still. His eyes widened, a flicker of genuine, unadulterated shock breaking through his tyrannical calm. The Elderborn being escorted was someone who looked exactly the same as Schrödinger, the same unassuming, almost forgettable face. The same air of a being who was perpetually lost in a thought that was bigger than existence, and yet it was not him. The figure gave off no weavings of a living paradox. Instead, a steady, calm, and profoundly powerful aura of complexity radiated from him. The aura of a living concept. What was this? A Dewey, Chapter 4258. A glorious engineer. A defective Elderborn, being escorted out of the early laboratories like a failed experiment, but this was Schrödinger, yet it also wasn't. This crestfallen, apathetic figure, who wore the face of the man who had set him on this impossible path, did not radiate the chaotic, flickering authority of a living paradox. Instead, a steady, calm, and profoundly powerful aura of a living concept permeated the space around him. As Noah's gaze, now a thing of quadrillion-level intensity, settled on him, this defective Schrödinger also turned his head. He gazed back, and in his eyes, there was not the playful, knowing light Noah had come to associate with the name. There was only a deep, apathetic sense of loss, a profound, soul-deep weariness. And as he saw Noah standing beside the formidable Commander Ilara, a flicker of something else crossed his face, longing. A desperate, almost painful wish that he could be in Noah's position, and then, surrounded by the silent, towering figures of the early creatures, his form faded away behind the maze-like white walls, a ghost of a man who was and was not. Do not pity them too much, Ilara's sharp voice cut through Noah's silent contemplation. The defective ones are a necessary part of the process. They provide valuable data on the failure points of our augmentations. She turned her crimson eyes, now burning with a renewed, focused purpose, back to him. If you truly want to aid him, and the countless other living existences and fold dwellers who will be caught in the coming storm, you will help us. You will aid in the research of the living concept and get these living existential armors working. Noah's eyes remained sharp, his mind a silent engine of analysis. The Schrödinger anomaly was a puzzle piece that did not fit, a contradiction that demanded to be understood. Analysis of the Schrödinger anomaly. Observation. A being visually and existentially similar to asset Schrödinger has been identified in this temporal period, designated as a defective Elderborn and a living concept. Problem. This contradicts the known data of asset Schrödinger existing in the current era as a living paradox. Hypothesis 1. The quantum observer effect. Due to his unique nature, asset Schrödinger may not be a singular entity, but a being who exists in a superposition of multiple identities and authorities. His state as a paradox or a concept may be dependent on the observer, the time period, or his own strategic intent. Hypothesis 2. The Elderborn exception. His unique status as an Elderborn may grant him the ability to manifest different aspects of his being as separate, distinct existences. This would be an unprecedented level of control over one's own existential makeup. Conclusion. Insufficient data. Asset trading remains a significant and unpredictable variable in all current projections. Noah listened to the possibilities presented by Ruin/Eden. In his mind, course ancient, weary thoughts also echoed. Maybe that is why I recognized the paradox in the Concordat. Because I had seen another of his faces in this age. But those I saw and remember are few. His actual standing is unique. He nodded at this internal chorus of analysis. His attention returned to Alara, who had waved her hands, causing a few of the incomplete living existential armors to float around her like silent, skeletal sentinels. Let's go, she said, her voice sharp. Impatient command, she began to walk, leading him deeper into the labyrinth of the early laboratories. As they moved, she spoke, her voice a running commentary on the grand, sterile architecture around them. The raw early omnicalcum and other primordial materials are stored in the sublevels. The assistants, elderborns like you, have their personal workshops in the outer rings, where you can process your designs and experiment on smaller scale applications. Her pace was brisk, her purpose clear. We are currently heading to the Omega Lab, the central research laboratory. It is where the research commanders, beings like myself, work directly under Dr. Flammel. The name was spoken with a reverence that was a stark contrast to her usual clinical tone. Noah's eyes flashed with a sharp, inquisitive light. Dr. Flammel, an elderborn of unfathomable wonder, Alara said, her crimson eyes shining with a rare, almost zealous, light. An existence to whom all other elderborns should bow. It was Dr. Flammel who first achieved a stable resonance with the omnicalcum, who understood the living concept's ideals, and who forged the very first schematics of the living existential armor. At such words, Noah's mind raced, an elderborn so powerful that even a 500 quadrillion complexity-fold dweller spoke of them with such awe. And all of them worked under the living concept. Does the living concept come and check on your work often? The question was a carefully cast line into a deep, dark ocean. He needed to calculate just how screwed he might be, just how quickly he would need to leave if a being of that scale were to appear. A meeting with a level 1 existence could, and likely would, mean instant annihilation. Ilara laughed, a short, sharp sound of genuine amusement. Why would such an esteemed being come here? We are the hands, the tools. When we have findings worthy of their attention, we go to them to report. Noah's internal tension eased, just slightly. So, the master of the house wasn't home. They arrived at a new, vast clearing. At its center was a structure built of the same crystalline glass and white metal as the one before. But this one was far larger, a great, circular edifice that seemed to hum with a contained, intellectual power. This is the Omega Lab, Ilara said. Much of it is underground, where the most sensitive experiments are conducted. As they approached, more than a dozen early creatures, their forms clad in simple, functional white robes that did little to hide their immense power, could be seen moving around the periphery as guards. One of them, a being of pure, solidified sound that communicated in silent, resonant chimes, moved to intercept them. Dr. Flammel has ordered no entry at this moment for anyone. Its thoughts were a clear, unyielding bell in their minds. They are on the cusp of a breakthrough. Ilara's eyes shone with a mixture of excitement and a deep, profound annoyance. She turned and gave Noah a look that was a perfect, silent accusation. If she hadn't been dealing with him, this new, unverified specimen, she would have been in there, a part of that grand breakthrough. She sighed, the sound a soft hiss of frustration. Well, she said, her tone clipped, let's just go to my personal lab for now. It is not too far from here. We can try to put your power as an elderborn to some preliminary work. She turned and led him across the clearing, to another of the tall, white walls that surrounded them, across THR Omega Lab, to the right, among one of the large white walls. In it was a single, raised doorway of white metal. Ilara placed her hand upon it, and with a silent, willing hum, it opened, revealing a pristine white staircase that spiraled down into the darkness. She and Noah began to descend. As they did, Ilara turned, a flicker of something almost like curiosity in her crimson eyes. Elderborn, she said, as if just realizing a glaring oversight in her own, usually flawless, methodology. I just realized I didn't even ask who you were. Noah looked up at her, a slow, calm smile spreading across his face. Osmont, he said, his voice a quiet, resonant note that seemed to fill the stairwell with a new, unspoken weight. Noah Osmont, Chapter 4259. A Glorious Engineer. 2. Names. Those arbitrary collections of sounds we use to point at things, including ourselves. Philosophically, a name is both nothing and everything. It's just vibration in air, marks on paper, synaptic patterns in brains, yet whisper a single horrid name in a crowded room and watch comfort evaporate, murmur mother to someone who lost theirs and witness either warmth or wound. Depending on the history attached, a name can make strangers into enemies or allies before a single action is taken. It's prejudice and preference wrapped in pronunciation. In the earliest folds, when names still had the power to reshape reality rather than just describe it, the living concept and the living emotive were having one of their rare civil conversations. The air between them wasn't crackling with tension for once, which should have been everyone's first warning that something significant was about to happen. If you could have any other name, emotive asked with the casualness of someone definitely not planning anything, what would you take on? The living concept was actually in a happy mood. A state so unusual that nearby reality took notes for posterity. It decided to play along with emotive's line of questioning. If I could have any name, concept mused, its form cycling through geometries of contemplation, it would be engineer. Because as of today, I stand on the cusp of a glorious achievement. Oh? Emotive's interest sharpened like emotions suddenly finding a point. Whatever achievement the living concept had accomplished would certainly be worth investigating, but for now, the conversation was about names. The living emotive's form began to shift, emotions deepening and layering in preparation for something profound. Names are everything to an existence, emotive began, its voice taking on the weight of fundamental truth. Uttering one's name and distinction shows not just what an existence is, but what confidence they have in themselves. Whether they believe in their own reality, the words grew heavier with each sentence, as if the concept of naming was being excavated from the bedrock of existence itself. When you speak your name, you're not just identifying yourself. You're claiming your right to exist as that thing. You're saying, this is what I am, and I believe in that being enough. Belief, knowing who you are and knowing what you can do, that is everything. Emotive's form had begun to pulse with increasing intensity, emotions cascading through spectrums that didn't have names yet. The day you cannot say your own name is the day you cease to truly exist. You become just another thing, another force, another forgotten possibility. I hope there never comes a day when I cannot say my name. When doubt or destruction or simple forgetting makes me unable to claim what I am. Then the living emotive rose, its body exploding with unfathomable emotions that made nearby concepts reconsider their stability. Colors that described feelings that wouldn't be invented for eons rippled through its form. When it spoke, the voice echoed across the folds. I am the living emotive. Boom, each word landed with the weight of universal constant being established. Not introducing itself but establishing itself, confirming its existence through pronunciation. The name wasn't just identification, it was invocation, manifestation, and proof of being simultaneously. Names, sometimes they meant nothing, just convenient labels to distinguish this from that. Bob instead of Robert rarely changed anyone's destiny. Other times, they meant everything. They were prophecy and prison, blessing and curse. They were the difference between the early creature, Osmont, and just another being trying to survive, between the creature and something that could be ignored, akin to an ant. The power wasn't in the name itself but in the weight of existence attached to it. The living emotive understood this. That speaking your name with absolute conviction wasn't just introduction but creation. Every time you declared yourself, you rebuilt yourself from sound and certainty, but there was danger in this too. Because once you've declared yourself so forcefully, so absolutely, changing becomes almost impossible. The living emotive would always be the living emotive, locked into that identity by the very force of its own declaration. Perhaps that's why the creature rarely used names at all, preferring to be whatever the moment required. When you don't trap yourself in a name, you remain infinite in potential, or perhaps that's why some beings hid their true names entirely, understanding that to be truly known was to be truly vulnerable. After all, if names carry such power, then knowing someone's true name, not what they're called but what they call themselves in the absolute privacy of their own existence, that's power indeed. The living concept, who wanted to be called engineer, would soon learn just how much power the wrong name at the wrong time could carry, but that's a different story, for a different time. When the achievement concept mentioned turned out to matter, because in the end of the conversation, emotive came back as he asked, "What have you achievement?" And the living concept smiled and said, "Oh, just a little achievement is a laboratory of mine." One of the elderborns finally bore fruit. The descent into Alara's personal lab was a quiet, spiraling journey into the heart of a brilliant, frustrated mind. She hummed to herself, a soft, almost inaudible tune, her eyes sparkling with a distant, analytical light as she seemed to be running through the possible permutations of Dr. Flamel's imminent breakthrough. The lab itself was a testament to her nature, a place of stark, ordered beauty and immense, contained potential. It was a vast, circular chamber, its walls the same pristine white as the rest of the laboratories, but here, they were lined with shimmering, crystalline glass panels that displayed cascading streams of complex information. In one section, a veritable mountain of early omnicalcum metal was stacked, a pile dozens of times larger than the single cluster in the outer area. Its collective, dormant power a heavy, silent weight on the air. Another area was a workshop, dozens more of the skeletal, unfinished living existential armors hanging in various states of assembly, and at the very center was her personal workstation, a simple white throne and a vast silver table, both currently littered with scattered papers and shimmering blueprints. Chapter 4260 A Glorious Engineer. 3. She gestured towards the pile of omnicalcum, her tone returning to that of a commander assigning a task. Go. Familiarize yourself with the metal. I will give you tasks on how to manipulate it. We will exhaust your everything today and see what its limits are. Noah shook his head internally. Exhaust his everything? He had no intention of being stuck here doing menial tasks, not when the very air of this place hummed with a power that could erase him from existence if he made a single wrong move. He needed to prove his worth, not as a battery, but as an architect. He walked to the massive pile of omnicalcum, the cool, inert metal radiating a strange, primordial stillness. He ran a hand over its pristine surface and began to speak, his voice a calm, even current that cut through the sterile silence of the lab. The problem isn't the pilot, he said, not as a question, but as a simple statement of fact. Ilara, who had been moving towards her workstation, paused. She turned, an eyebrow raised, her expression a mixture of annoyance and curiosity. What did you say? You were trying to rewrite the pilot to fit the armor, Noah continued, his gaze fixed on the mountain of metal, but his words directed at her. You are performing invasive, bioconceptual surgery on beings. Trying to turn a fish into a bird so it can fly. But you are ignoring the nature of both the fish and the sky. You will only ever end up with a dead fish with useless wings. He said what ruination had told him simply in the prompts she displayed before. He finally turned to face her, and in his eyes, there was not the look of a student, but of a master, well, a cheater, really, who was just stealing the work his system had done. What if the armor was not a suit to be worn, but a partner to be bonded with? What if the pilot didn't need to be rewritten, but simply given a key? Ilara stopped what she was doing. She listened, her initial annoyance giving way to a focused, analytical intensity. Her eyes shone brighter and brighter as Noah calmly, methodically, laid out the elegant, impossible solution that Ruin/Eden had presented to him. He spoke of a core modulator, a small, stable keyhole of omnicalcum implanted within the pilot. He spoke of a symbiotic interface, of giving the armor itself a nascent, limited consciousness whose sole purpose was to connect with that key. He spoke of an ignition sequence, of the pilot not powering the armor, but simply turning the key, allowing the armor to draw its true power from an external, replaceable battery of condensed everythings. Of course, for what he planned to do. The only battery he would need was his infinite mana. When he finished, the silence in the lab was profound. Ilara stared at him, her mind, a brilliant engine of logic and science, racing through the trillions of implications of his words. The parasitic relationship transformed into a symbiotic one. The pilot's existence preserved. The power source made sustainable. It was perfect. It was elegant. It was a solution that had been staring them in the face for eons, and they had been too blinded by their own complex, invasive methods to see it. Could this actually work? She whispered, the words a fragile, hopeful thing in the quiet of the lab. Noah's lips curved into a domineering, confident smile. I'll put it to the test right now, he declared. His voice a resonant, tyrannical command. By building an omnicalcum core modulator and implanting it on myself. Ilara was shocked. What? No. That's absurd. We have test subjects for this, fold dwellers who have willingly volunteered for procedures 1,000 times less invasive. You are a valuable asset, an elderborn. You do not need to risk your own existence on a mere theory, but Noah was no longer listening. His body became wreathed in the brilliant, blue flames of his infinite mana. He reached out, his hand tapping one of the massive, inert blocks of early omnicalcum. The metal instantly blazed with golden lines, its dormant power awakening as it began to float. He tapped another. And another. There is a story, he began, his voice a low hum as he continued to awaken the metal, block by block, of a swordsman who was so dedicated to his craft that he was said to be one with his blade. One day, his enemies ambushed him, stole his sword, and surrounded him. They mocked him. Without your precious sword, they said, what will you do now? He remembered a story Kazuhiko had told him as he smiled. Dozens of the massive, activated metal blocks now floated around him, a silent, orbiting constellation of pure potential. The swordsman, Noah continued, his eyes glowing with a profound, almost ancient light, simply gazed at his enemies and said, I have long since become the sword, you bums. And he used his own fingers to cut them down. He turned to Alara, his gaze a thing of pure, unyielding tyranny. Different beings look at tools and weapons in different ways. Some see them as separate, as things to be wielded. I do not. I will not design a tool or a weapon that I will outshine in a matter of weeks or months. What I will design is something that will be a part of me. Something that will grow with me, HUUM, he gestured to the floating metal. I will start with this omnicalcum core modulator. And I will make the living existential armor one that grows with its wielder. Don't early creatures utilize glyphs and haki that scale with their power? Why can these armors not be something that boosts and scales the power of full dwellers and living existences? A new path to power for those who were not born with it. Boom, his words were a thunderclap of ambition in the quiet lab. Ilara stared, her mind reeling not just from his words, but from his actions. He was using his everything as an elderborn so blatantly, so wastefully. If you continue like this, she cried, a note of genuine panic in her voice, you will be depleted soon, even if your idea is sound. But Noah paid no attention, his mind was on the swirling omnicalcum around him. Metal that contained the very essence of the creature, if he could forge something grand from it, if he could integrate it into his own existence. It would be a new system of power, a third path alongside glyphs and haki. With that final, glorious idea, he bellowed a command to the silent observer in his soul, Ruin/Eden. Proceed with the design of the omnicalcum core modulator you theorized. Infuse as much early omnicalcum metal as my existence can handle. After its construction, we will fuse this modulator into my being and prepare for us to design and forge a living existential armor to attach to it. This will be the boon I leave the earliest folds with. Understood, Master, HUUM, his own justiciar armament, but grander, he would attain the very power that those who hid in the loom possessed, and he would use that power to achieve his own, impossible solutions. He would build his own path to survival. One forged from the very materials of painted with the everythings of the creature. Chapter 4261 A Glorious Engineer. 4. The command was given, the path was chosen. Ruin/Eden, the system architect of his new existence, unleashed herself. Noah's existential command interface, the crimson-blue globe in his perception, lit up gloriously, its swirling authorities spinning into a maelstrom of focused, creative energy. Project initiated, omnicalcum core modulator, Osmond specification, objective. Forge a growth-type early tool to serve as the primary interface for a symbiotic living existential armor. Primary resource, early omnicalcum metal. Primary tool, your everything of infinite mana, will be utilized as the conceptual limbs to command and mold the metal. Analysis, an excellent choice, Master. Using an infinite resource to shape an indestructible material is the very definition of working smarter, not harder. Let's begin. The blue flames of mana that had wreathed Noah's form now surged outward. They were no longer a chaotic, brilliant fire, but had coalesced into 1,000 delicate, precise tendrils of pure, liquid energy. They moved with a surgeon's grace and an artist's flair, each one a perfect extension of Ruin/Eden's will, a limb to shape the stuff of glory. As the tendrils of mana began to caress the floating blocks of omnicalcum, a projection of an intricate, holographic structure materialized in the air before Noah. It was a thing of impossible, beautiful complexity, a design that seemed to defy the very laws of geometry. He smiled, a silent question forming in his mind. What are you doing, Eden? Her reply was instantaneous, a cascade of cool, confident logic. For the modulator's primary design, I am utilizing the macrostructure of your infiniverse and the microstructure of your early atlas of the folds, Master. The overall form will be a miniature, stabilized version of your own domain. I am also incorporating the energy transference and collection principles of the primordial lodestone that nearly unmade you. A bit of poetic justice, I think. We are turning the weapon of your enemy into the heart of your new armor. All of this is being filtered through the authority of the Engineer Tower of Osmont. It is providing the core engineering and architectural inspiration for this grand task. It is quite pleased to finally be put to some real work. HUUM, Noah nodded, his eyes shining. As he processed her design philosophy, the omnicalcum metals, under the gentle, yet irresistible, command of his mana, began to change. They lost their solid form, not melting, but becoming a single, cohesive mass of stellar white, liquid light. This liquid metal then began to flow, to overlap onto the holographic structure in the air, a perfect, one-to-one translation of design into reality. It was a glorious scene. The early omnicalcum, a material that had resisted the will of beings for eons, was being twisted, shaped, and manipulated with an effortless grace that was a profound violation of its very nature. Ilara watched, her crimson eyes wide with a disbelief so profound it had silenced her. "What the hell?" she finally whispered, her voice a fragile, broken thing. "Just how grand is your concentration of everything to do this? Even I could maybe keep this up for a little while, but you are not even straining." Blue waves of brilliance radiated from Noah as he continued to pour his infinite, boundless mana into the project. The liquid metal, now shining with a network of blazing golden lines, continued its work, flowing with a perfect, architectural precision. The prompts from Ruin/Eden continued to flash, a running commentary on the birth of a new marvel. Structural integrity at 99.8%. Conceptual resonance is stable, integrating the final layer of the lodestone's transference matrix. Complete, forging complete. The holographic design vanished, leaving in its place a single, magnificent, and utterly terrifying object, the omnicalcum core modulator. It was a circular, wheel-like structure, about the size of a large shield, its surface a swirling, milky white that seemed to contain folds of captured starlight, intricate golden lines, forming a pattern that was both a circuit board and a constellation. Pulsed with a soft, steady light, and from its center, a single, massive, needle-like white structure, a full meter in length, poked out, its tip impossibly sharp, humming with a contained, hungry power. The moment it was completed, a wave of white-gold brilliance gushed out from it, a pulse of such profound, conceptual weight that it caused the very air of the laboratory to feel heavy, suffocating. The omnicalcum core modulator, Phase 1, has been successfully forged. Classification: Growth type symbiotic early tool, quality straight face. The creature's echo contains a minute, yet potent, weaving of the creature's everything. At its current stage, it grants a passive permanent increase of 75 quadrillion to your complexity and purity. Symbiotic growth: this modulator is a living tool that will grow alongside you. It is currently in Phase 1, the keystone. Its later stages, Phase 2, the symbiote, and Phase 3, the zenith, will be unlocked as your own existence continues to evolve. Exclusive interface: this modulator is fused to the unique signature of your infinite mana. If any other existence were to attempt integration, their being would be instantly and catastrophically collapsed. Primary purpose: to fuse with your existence and serve as the primary amplifier and support structure for a personalized living existential armor. Noah gazed over all these glorious prompts as behind him, Ilara, her voice a choked whisper, finally spoke. "Is that really?" Noah nodded, his gaze fixed on the magnificent, floating tool. "Yes. A modulator to accept a living existential armor smoothly. This one is specific to me." So, he turned, a fearsome, tyrannical light blazing in his eyes. He looked at the modulator, at this new, beautiful, and terrible part of himself, and he bellowed, his voice a grand, irrevocable command: "Integrate." In front of a shocked, horrified Ilara, the omnicalcum core modulator shot towards him. The spiky, needle-like end aimed directly at his back. "You reckless fucker!" Ilara bellowed, her professional composure finally, completely shattering. "Don't integrate with raw omnicalcum without any tests or experiments. You'll tear your own existence apart." But her words were just wind. He forged ahead. The needle plunged into his back with a sickening, wet crunch of bone and authority, and then, the pain began. It was an excruciating, all-consuming agony, a fire that was not of heat, but of fundamental, conceptual rewriting. Integration protocol initiated. "This may be uncomfortable, Master. The omnicalcum core modulator is fusing with your spinal column and your central network of authority. Your existence is resisting the intrusion of a foreign primordial object." Analysis: the pain you are experiencing is your own body trying to reject a part of a unique cluster of everythings. I recommend embracing it. Noah gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with the strain. He could feel it, the cold, alien metal weaving its way into his very being, its golden lines connecting to his nerves, his atlas, his heart. It was a violation of the highest order, but it was a violation he had chosen. He would not just wield this power, he would become it. The process felt like an eternity. The blue flames of his mana raged around him, not as a tool now, but as a desperate, protective cocoon, trying to soothe the agony of his transformation. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain stopped. A profound, humming warmth spread from his back, a feeling of completeness, of a missing piece finally clicking into place. At his back, where the needle had entered, the circular, wheel-like structure of the modulator now rested, its surface humming with a steady, powerful rhythm. It looked like a strange, beautiful, metallic engine, and from its core, radiant blue lights pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. Integration successful. The omnicalcum core modulator is now a permanent part of your existence. Analysis. Your existential framework has been successfully and irrevocably altered. You are now ready to forge your own specialized suit of armor. Master, WAA, Chapter 4262A Glorious Engineer. The warmth was a profound, humming thing, a new and permanent sun that had risen in the internal weavings of his being. Noah felt the omnicalcum core modulator, now a seamless, integrated part of his back, and he thought of it, HUUM. The modulator responded instantly. Its intricate golden lines swirled on its pristine white surface, the entire structure flexing and pulsing as if it were an extra set of muscles, a new organ that had always been a part of him. His eyes flashed with a brilliant, analytical light as he focused on his existential command interface. His status, once a simple list of numbers, was now a dynamic, ever-shifting representation of a being who was constantly, terrifyingly, evolving. Noah Osmont, the tyrant of the radiant shore, age 1.8, primary distinction, the early creature, Osmont, the architect of cheats, elderborn, fake, complexity, 72 quadrillion, 75 quadrillion, purity, 74 quadrillion, 75 quadrillion, integrated tool, the omnicalcum core modulator, phase I, keystone, 75 quadrillion passive bonus, system of power, existential artifice, ruin/Eden interface, heart, the heart of tyranny, fourth part, the Ascenran. Nodule, 61% complete. Atlas, the early atlas of the folds, 159/159 towers at stage 3, vital lighthouse, principal straightface, perpetual harvest, 50% matured seed, 50 seed glyphs, the cheating architect, 10% matured seed. One forged glyph. He observed the details, the staggering, almost laughable numbers, and he breathed out. He felt as light as a feather. He had just fused a material into his spine that should have weighed more than entire folds, a metal whose very essence was conceptual weight, yet, his body felt unfathomably light, brimming with a power that was so perfectly integrated, so utterly a part of him, that it felt like he was rediscovering the very act of existence. And the more time that passed, the more his being resonated with the modulator, the more the waves of change washed over him. Master, the integration process has yielded several unaccounted for boons. The modulator is resonating with your unique existential makeup in ways my initial projections did not anticipate. An innate omnicalcum aura field is forming. This is a passive defensive layer woven from the very authority of the metal. It can currently withstand up to 100 quadrillion in complexity and purity worth of damage. Unless a single blow exceeds this threshold, the aura field will remain. Around his body, a magisterial stellar white gold field of brilliance began to surround him and make him look even more otherworldly. When attacked and not shattered, the aura field will absorb all incoming weavings and store them in form of early kinetic energy, which can be released in a single burst or concussive bursts at will. If the aura field is ever shattered, it will reform in 1 minute, provided you are not under continuous assault. It's a very nice shield, Master. Try not to scratch it. Furthermore, your connection to all living existential authorities has been streamlined. You should now find that they feel inherently a part of you, less like external forces to be commanded and more like limbs to be moved. Oh, Noah gazed at the prompts, a slow, appreciative smile on his face. He felt the new aura around him, a faint, almost invisible shimmer in the air, a silent promise of absolute defense. He turned around and looked at a shocked Ilara. Her eyes were shining brightly, her scientific mind struggling to reconcile what she was seeing with what she knew to be possible. Your existence doesn't feel like spontaneously combusting, she asked, the question a genuine, bewildered inquiry. He raised his eyebrows, a silent, amused response, and began to walk towards her. She shook her head with a look of pure, unadulterated amazement. He came to a stop before the glass wall, before the two skeletal models of the living existential armors. I'm better than I was moments ago, he said, his voice a calm, simple statement of a profound truth. Now, for the armors, as he spoke, Ruin/Eden's voice echoed in his mind, a cascade of cool, confident analysis. The models before you are Flawed, master. Brute force solutions to an elegant problem. The justiciar we observed was a being of pure purity. A singular focus. These current designs, however, are attempting to mix both purity and complexity into the armor's core matrix. Given the already volatile and conceptually dense nature of omnicalcum, forcing it to be two things at once is creating a fundamental instability. It is like trying to make a sword that is also a shield. You will only end up with a heavy, dull blade. A more efficient path would be to specialize. Create an armor that is a pure expression of either complexity or purity. This would be a more stable, more powerful, and more easily integrated system. Once a universal omnicalcum core modulator is designed for non-elderborn pilots, they will be able to more easily adapt to an armor that has a singular focused nature. The prompts continued, a torrent of solutions to problems Ilara had spent eons struggling with. After trillions of possible computations and system-stick analysis, I have already begun drafting schematics for a fully functioning living existential armor, viable for you, Master. One that will grow with you. Due to this feature of growth, its initial boons would be approximately 200 to 300 quadrillion in either purity or complexity. As you continue to scale up in power, the armor will grow with you, eventually reaching 1,000 quadrillion and even exceeding it. It will not be limited by the common, mass-produced models of the justiciars. This will be your personal bespoke suit of existential dominance. Noah's eyes blazed brilliantly at the possibilities. He looked at the skeletal framework of a justiciar, at its elegant, brutal lines, and he saw not just what it was, but what it could be. He turned to Ilara. Do you mind if I work on one of your half-finished models? He asked, his voice a low, dangerous murmur. I believe I can build my own living existential armor. Ilara's crimson eyes, once so sharp and impatient, were now wide with a curiosity that was stronger than any other emotion. She looked at him, at this impossible being who had defied her every expectation, who had rewritten the rules of WHST she knew in a matter of minutes. And a slow, almost predatory, smile spread across her face. Give it a try, she said, her voice a purr of pure, scientific hunger. You anomaly of an elderborn, Chapter 4263 Struggles and Advancements. Struggle. That unwelcome teacher that shows up uninvited, overstays its welcome, and leaves only after fundamentally changing who you are. We hate it while we're in it, romanticize it when it's over, and secretly know we need it even as we try to avoid it. Think of the butterfly in its chrysalis. If you cut it free, trying to spare it the struggle of emergence, you doom it. The fight to break free isn't cruelty. It's engineering at its height of glory. The struggle pumps fluid into wings that would otherwise remain crumpled and useless. Kindness, in this case, if one were to cut the butterfly out of its shell, is crippling. Mercy becomes murder. We see this truth and nod sagely, then spend our lives trying to avoid every struggle we encounter, as if we're somehow exempt from the very principle we claim to understand. In the earliest folds, the creature traversed the impossible landscapes between folds. It came upon something remarkable. The peak of a glorious mountain emerging from an unfathomable fold, struggling to break through dimensional boundaries. The creature paused, its perception analyzing what it witnessed. This mountain held a heavy concentration of everythings. Those fundamental particles of possibility that had been scattered when the creature had given its everything to paradox. Causing that explosive dispersal across all existence, moved by what it interpreted as kinship. Or perhaps ownership, or perhaps simple pity. The creature decided to help. With power that treated dimensional barriers as suggestions, it cut open the folds, creating a clear path for the mountain to emerge without struggle. The mountain erupted through with terrifying power, its form solidifying into something magnificent, but instead of gratitude, a voice filled with grief and regret rumbled from its peaks. Why would you do that? Why would you halt my struggle and forever cripple me from what I could become? The creature, for perhaps the first time in its existence, found itself utterly dumbfounded. No response formed. No wisdom emerged. Just silence in the face of accusation. The mountain's voice continued, each word an avalanche of disappointment. Did you take pity on me because you sensed my accumulation of everythings? Don't you know, creature, that the day you gave your everything to paradox and it was spread across existence, it stopped being yours? You share no connection with me or any of the countless things that were painted with the emergence of everythings. Boom, the truth landed with the weight of continents. You do not know our struggles. You do not know my struggle. And today, you stunted my everything of struggle. Instead of becoming the mountain that could encompass all folds, I will now just be The mountain, the distinction between then that had never carried such tremendous weight as this. The difference between fundamental force and mere geography, what a loss! What a loss! With those words, the mountain warped away, disappearing from the creature's perception. It marked the first time the creature had received a lesson from something that had emerged from its own actions. Struggle, oftentimes, struggle was necessary for unfathomable wonders to bloom. Not because suffering was inherently valuable, but because the process of overcoming resistance created capabilities that ease could never develop. The creature's kindness had been real but misguided. In removing the mountain's struggle, it had removed its chance to develop the strength needed to be more than it was. The easy path had led not to the same destination faster, but to a different, lesser destination entirely. This is the paradox of compassion. Sometimes the kindest thing is to let others struggle, not from cruelty or indifference, but from understanding that some transformations require pressure, some strength only emerges from resistance, some destinations can only be reached by difficult paths. The mountain could have become something that encompassed all folds. A geographical absolute, a landmark across all existence. Instead, helped too much, it became just another mountain. Impressive, certainly. Powerful, undoubtedly. But not what it could have been. The creature learned something that day about the danger of intervention, about how power to help could become power to harm, about how removing someone's struggle might be removing their wings. The butterfly needs to fight free of its chrysalis, the mountain needed to break through the folds, and perhaps even the creature itself needed to struggle with the consequences of its choices, because without struggle, there is no becoming, there is only being. What you already were, forever, until even that loses meaning. Struggle, it turns out, isn't existence being cruel, it's existence offering you the chance to become more than existence thought you could be. In the early laboratories, Ilara's personal lab, Noah had the key. Now, it was time to build the lock. The glorious, azure tendrils of his infinite mana, now under the precise, artistic command of Ruin/Eden, surged outward. They were no longer a chaotic fire, but 1,000 delicate, surgical limbs, each one moving with a grace and precision that defied their boundless power. They reached for the mountain of early omnicalcum, and block by massive block, the primordial metal lifted into the air, a silent, orbiting constellation of pure potential. Noah stood before the half-finished, skeletal framework of a justiciar armor, its inert, white form a blank canvas awaiting the master's touch. He turned to Ilara, who was watching the impossible display with a look of pure, unadulterated scientific hunger. I am separating all materials that infuse complexity into the armor's matrix, he said, his voice a calm, even statement of intent. My plan is to make it an instrument of pure purity. Ilara nodded, her crimson eyes narrowed in thought. We considered this, she admitted, her tone now that of a respected peer, not a condescending commander, but it puts even more stress on the pilot. They don't only have complexity or purity, they have both. To interface with a suit of pure, singular authority would be like trying to breathe water. Their very nature would reject it. Noah's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. With the modulator, he said, gesturing to the humming engine on his back, that problem should be overcome for the most part. It acts as a universal translator, a bridge between the being's mixed existence and the armor's singular purpose. He looked at the half-finished armor, at the intricate, masterfully crafted framework she and her team had already built. You and the others here have already done the truly difficult work. The only thing I am adding is the interface. Even this living existential armor is almost complete. If it works with me, it will give you a baseline for others. Ilara's smile was a rare, beautiful thing. A flash of genuine, collaborative excitement. She nodded. Chapter 4264 Struggles and Advancements. 2. The work began with a burst of cerulean glory, mana buzzing with majesty. Project update, living existential armor, Osmond specification. Phase 1, deconstruction and purification, analysis. The existing framework contains trace elements designed to stabilize a complexity/purity matrix. These are now redundant. And frankly, a little messy. Removing them now, tendrils of blue mana, now sharp and precise as a scalpel, dove into the skeletal armor. They moved with a speed and delicacy that was hypnotic, extracting and discarding microscopic components, severing conceptual links, and purifying the existing omnicalcum frame until it was a pristine, unblemished vessel of pure potential. It was ridiculously quick when one expanded mana as if it were nothing. When one did not have to worry about their everything of mana. Phase 2, infusion and forging. Objective, to infuse the purified framework with a dense, controlled concentration of activated early omnicalcum, following the schematics for a growth type, symbiotic armor. This is where the art happens. The floating blocks of liquid, stellar white metal began to flow. They were not poured or molded, they were woven. Guided by Ruin/Eden's perfect schematics, the tendrils of mana took the liquid omnicalcum and began to thread it into the armor's frame. Not as a shell, but as a muscular system, they built up layers of overlapping, articulated plates, each one designed to move and shift with a fluid, organic grace. The stark, brutalist angles of the justiciar model were softened, refined, given a terrifying, elegant beauty. The chest plate was forged, a magnificent, layered structure that seemed to echo the design of an early creature's breast. The pauldrons were shaped, not as bulky, defensive blocks, but as elegant, wing-like structures that swept back from the shoulders. The helmet materialized, a sleek, almost featureless design with a single, golden visor that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 suns. It was not just armor. It was a piece of art, a sculpture of pure, white gold power. Ilara watched, her breath caught in her throat. His actions, his control, his sheer, boundless endurance. It was a spectacle that defied her every understanding of what an Elderborn was, of what any being was capable of. The moment the final piece, a single, golden accent on the gauntlet, was woven into place, a new phenomenon occurred. The very existence of the laboratory trembled. It was not a physical shaking, but a deep, conceptual shudder, as if reality itself had just flinched. An existential trembling. It passed after a few seconds, but it left a heavy, suffocating weight in the air, the silent, awestruck recognition of a new, unique, and terrifyingly powerful artifact having been born. Noah and Ilara watched as the completed armor floated before them. It was a masterpiece of white and gold, its surface so pure it seemed to glow with its own inner light. Intricate golden lines, echoing the design of the modulator, pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. Its sheer, condensed immensity was a physical presence, a weight that made the air around it seem to bend. Ilara's eyes shone. She floated forward, her hand reaching out to touch its pristine surface. She frowned. It's packed with more omnicalcum than most other models of justiciars, she murmured, her scientific curiosity overriding her awe. The density is absurd. But its purity is so low. Is it defective? She could sense its power, yes, but it was nowhere near the 1,000 quadrillion purity the standard justiciar model was designed to possess. Noah smiled. I am unable to build something like that would work with my modulator, he said. What was just forged was what is perfect for me. Because it will grow alongside me. Justiciar, the aegis of the architect, has been successfully forged. Classification, growth type symbiotic living existential armor. Specifications, Phase 1, primary boon, grants a base increase of 300 quadrillion to purity. Augmentation straight face, architect's eye integration. Your perception is now directly linked to the armor's sensory suite, allowing for 360-degree real-time analysis equivalent to half a fold. Weaver's gauntlets. The armor's hands are now attuned to the existential artifice system, reducing the cost of all weaves by 25% and increasing their precision. The tyrant's gate. The armor is intrinsically linked to your hockey. Any movement you make will carry a passive, oppressive weight, a constant, low-grade exertion of your will upon your surroundings. Analysis. The boons shown are only a fraction of the armor's capabilities. Master. Once adorned and fully integrated with the Keystone Modulator, all effects will be fully ascertained and quantified. Conclusion: your bespoke suit of existential dominance is ready for fitting. It is recommended you do not wear it to formal events, as it may be considered ostentatious. Justiciar, the aegis of the architect, the aegis. The shield, his shield, Noah looked at the floating, silent armor. At this new, beautiful, and terrible extension of his own will, he felt the hum of the modulator on his back, an expectant, eager energy. He had the key. He had the lock. It was time to see what happened when they were brought together. He was ready to adorn the living existential armor for the first time. The Keystone Modulator, now a seamless, integrated part of his back, hummed with a quiet, powerful rhythm, a second heart beating in time with his own. He stood before the floating, skeletal framework of the justiciar, the aegis of the architect, its inert, white form a blank canvas awaiting his will. The front of the armor, the magnificent, layered chestplate, split open with a sound that was both mechanical and organic, a series of interlocking plates retracting like the jaws of some great, celestial beast. It revealed a dark, humanoid outline within, a space that was not empty, but was filled with a shimmering, expectant energy. Noah breathed out, a slow, deliberate exhalation, and the blue flames of his mana buzzed around him, a low, powerful hum, in an utter show of magisterial glory. Come, he commanded, Chapter 4265 Struggles and Advancements. 3. The armor did not merely move. It responded to him with majesty. It recognized his will, his authority, his very essence. It floated behind him, its open chassis aligning perfectly with his back. With a soft, almost inaudible click, it descended, its first point of contact the humming, circular engine of the keystone modulator. Integration protocol initiated. Stand by for neural and existential synchronization. Master, the Omnicalcum core modulator is establishing its primary connection with the aegis of the architect. Think of this as plugging the power cord into the wall. WAA. The moment the two pieces of Omnicalcum touched, a brilliant, blue-gold light erupted from the point of connection. A wave of pure, harmonious energy washed over Noah's being. Then, the suit-up began. It was not a slow, clanking process, it was a symphony of controlled, violent precision. The backplate clamped onto the modulator, and then, with a series of rapid, percussive clicks that echoed like a blacksmith's hammer, the rest of the armor flew to him. The greaves snapped around his legs, the sabotants encasing his feet, the cuirass wrapped around his torso, the pauldrons locking onto his shoulders with a satisfying, final thud, the gauntlet slid over his hands, and finally, the sleek, white gold helmet descended, the golden visor flaring to life for an instant before the entire suit sealed with a soft, pressurized hiss. Symbiotic link established. Neural interface is online. Existential framework is compatible, all systems are green. Welcome to the driver's seat, Master. HUUM, he was encased. And for a moment, there was only a profound, absolute silence. Then, a blinding, white-blue brilliance blazed all around him, a light so pure and so potent that it seemed to erase all other colors from existence. He opened his eyes, and he saw, glory. He blinked as he did not so much feel like he was encased in a suit as much as he was being cradled. By existence itself, as if his body was floating in a sea of stellar cosmic space, with his vision blazing with stellar brilliance. A second, more powerful existential trembling bloomed from him, a shockwave of pure, unadulterated power that made the very walls of the laboratory groan. Ilara watched, her crimson eyes shining, her own 500 quadrillion in complexity allowing her to stand firm in this storm of becoming. For Noah, the feeling was indescribable. The armor clasped onto his existence, and it felt like he had just grown a new pair of wings, a new set of limbs he had always been missing. The moment the connection was absolute, boom, he felt his very existence explode, not in destruction, but in potential. It was as if he had just discovered a second skeleton within himself, a grander, more magnificent framework that his current form was a mere shadow of. And in that instant, his being was rapidly, violently catalyzed to expand, to elevate, to fill that new, impossible skeleton. His heart of tyranny began to beat faster and faster, a furious, glorious drum against the anvil of his ribs. From his skeletal structure, from his bone marrow, from every system and organ of his being, a new, torrential flood of life was being born. DUM. Dumb. DUM, drops of blood of an early creature, they were being produced en masse, a river of crimson gold potential that surged from his heart, through the humming engine of the modulator, and then into the armor. His blood, his very life force, flowed through the intricate, golden lines of the aegis. Filling it, claiming it, making it truly his own. The armor was no longer a suit he was wearing, it was another limb, another organ, a part of him. His entire existence was lit up on fire. Cataclysmic evolution event detected. Analysis. The symbiotic link between the keystone modulator and the aegis of the architect is acting as a conceptual enzyme, a catalyst for all existential processes. Your internal systems are undergoing a hyper-accelerated state of evolution. Your existential hematopoiesis, the production of the blood of an early creature, has been amplified by a factor of 1,000. Your body is now a forge, and you are creating the very fuel of your own advancement at an unprecedented rate. This is not a temporary boost, Master. This is a permanent upgrade to your operating system. You are now in a state of glorious, ongoing, and constant evolution. Boom, he felt it. Oh, he felt it. He was changing, moment by moment, his very being becoming more than it was. The armor was not just a shell, it was a catalyst, a partner in his endless, desperate climb. The aegis of the architect has been deemed a critical component of your existence, on par with your heart and your atlas. It will grow alongside you. System update. The unfathomably vast construction of the Asenran nodule, is proceeding faster than ever before. The early Atlas of the Folds is also being spurred to new activity and amplification. He was encased in a protective coating of pure, conceptual certainty, a being of terrifying power who could now decimate existence with a thought. At this time, he spoke. 2 simple words, but they were not the words of a man, or even a king. They were the words of tyrannical emperor. I am HUUM. His voice was deeper, denser, each syllable an undeniable law, new features discernible post-integration, absolute purity control. Your voice, amplified through the aegis, now carries the full weight of your purity. Those who possess a lesser purity will find themselves unable to easily deny your words. Your commands will be followed. Existential trembling, active. You can now consciously perform an existential trembling. This will cause a state of temporary, absolute immobility on any being with a lesser purity than yourself. Innate omnicalcum aura field, upgraded, can now withstand damage in excess of 350 quadrillion. All absorbed force is converted into existential kinetic authority, which can be released in a single, terrifying burst. Inactive mode, the full cowling of the armor can remain so and cover you at all times. Alternatively, you can place it in inactive mode. It will transform into a justiciar necklace, operating at 50% capacity. Chapter 4266 Struggles and Advancements. For Noah breathed in a slow, deep intake of the recycled, perfectly filtered air within his new skin. The white and gold armor was a masterpiece of lethal elegance, its lines both beautiful and brutal. On his back, the modulator hummed, a glorious blue light pulsing from its core. His entire existence now gave off the terrifying feel of a primal, ancient predator that had just been given a new, sharper set of claws. He looked at himself. Others took millions or billions of years to advance where he was and at the rate he was advancing. But when he had perpetual harvest amplifying his existence, cheating architect amplifying his existence, ruin/Eden amplifying his existence, and now gaining another 1,000-fold amplification from this glorious living, growing armament. How could he not catch up and exceed all these monsters that needed millions of years? HUUM, the further one traversed in complexity and purity, harder it was to gain more. In the past day, Noah should have been feeling a pinch the moment he crossed 1 quadrillion. Lesser beings would have said, man, reaching 2 quadrillion is going to be even harder, and yet, less than a day later, he was not approaching 2 quadrillion, but surging towards the 100 quadrillion marker in complexity and purity. And when he added other parts of him, his modulator alone allowed that marker to be exceeded, and now his other part of him, his own living existential armor, granted him 300 quadrillion purity. Who said traversing existence was hard? Who said attaining complexity and purity only became harder? Merely complexity, merely purity. HUUM, his voice, a heavy and deep thing, boomed out again as existence trembled. Ilara looked at him, and for the first time since he had met her, she clapped her hands, a sound of pure, unadulterated, scientific glee. Her eyes shone with a brilliant, almost manic, light. We have to do some field tests, she exclaimed, her voice filled with a joyous, almost dangerous, excitement. We will exit the early laboratories and enter the first folds to test out just how effective it is. Ilara was already talking about field tests, her voice a buzz of scientific excitement that was a stark, jarring contrast to the profound, internal symphony of becoming that Noah was experiencing. He was still acclimating, still charting the new, expanded coastlines of his own existence. The aegis of the architect was not just a suit of armor, it was a new organ, a second skeleton, a partner in his very being. And with every passing second, its integration deepened, its boons becoming more and more apparent, so much so that after just a few moments passed, Master, the ongoing evolution catalyzed by the symbiotic link with your armor is producing unexpected results. Your early Atlas of the Folds is experiencing the most significant amplification. The fusion with a material containing unique clusters of everything has granted it a new, profound capability, new ability unlocked. Atlas Doorway. Function. While you are physically present in the earliest folds, your 159 vital lighthouses can now synchronize and form a stable, one-way doorway. Through this Atlas Doorway, you can transfer items, resources, or materials directly from your location in the past to your radiant shore in the present. Limitation. The doorway is not stable enough to allow for the passage of any lifeform. It is a cargo lift, not a time machine. At least, not yet. A glorious, ongoing process of evolution. The armor was actively upgrading the very foundations of his power. The moment Noah read the description of the Atlas Doorway, of the ability to pass resources from this primordial age to his own. His gaze, which had been turned inward, snapped open. The brilliant, blue-gold light of his visor swept across the lab and settled on the mountain of vibrant, lustrous early omnicalcum metal off to the side. His mind, a silent engine of tyrannical ambition, raced. He had to have this material to reproduce a version of the justiciar armor for his people. It was no longer a distant dream, but an actionable plan. The numbers would be limited, yes, but if he could give an aegis to Kor, to Melphas, to Sigrid, to his son. The possibilities were glorious. A silent command was given. Deep within the internal weavings of his atlas, the 159 vital lighthouses blazed as one. Their combined light began to weave together, not into a lemniscate this time, but into the framework of a new, impossible structure. A doorway. As the doorway began to form in the conceptual space of his being, Noah turned his helmeted gaze towards Ilara. His voice, amplified and deepened by the aegis, was a calm, resonant note in the quiet lab. "Can I take some of the early omnicalcum metal for research purposes?" Ilara blinked, her scientific fervor momentarily checked by the mundane request. And his deep commanding voice seemed extremely agreeable for some reason. She looked at the massive pile of metal, then back at him. "Sure," she said, a hint of her old, condescending tone returning, "but this metal is unique. You can't really place it in a separate storage dimension or anything similar. It resists such simple manipulations. You would have to hoist it around the whole time. It is a logistical nightmare. I can apply for you to get your own designated supply for your own lab. After all, if we can verify the capabilities of your living existential armor." Her words trailed off into a stream of procedures. Noah listened, his expression unreadable behind the golden visor, and then, he acted. An ocean of blue mana surged from him. It was not a violent eruption, but a calm, inexorable tide that washed over the entire laboratory. It wrapped around the mountain of omnicalcum, every single block, every last piece. And then, the entire mountain began to rise. It floated in the air, a testament to a power so boundless, so absolute, that it made the very concept of weight seem like a polite suggestion. The mountain of primordial metal drifted towards his massive, white gold form. And on his chest, the intricate, layered plates of the aegis retracted, opening a small, circular doorway, a portal into the very heart of his being. Atlas doorway, formation is complete. Ready for transference, Noah began to funnel the metal. Not in pieces, but the entire, liquid mass of it, which flowed like a river of stellar white light through the opening in his chest. It disappeared into the conceptual space within him, passing directly through the Atlas doorway, traversing the impossible Gulf of Aeons to arrive in his early veiled shore, countless years in the future. Oh, stop for a second, and just think of what a terrifying capability this was, to steal a mountain of such metal from the dawn of time and have it delivered to his own, private sanctuary in the present. It was a theft on a scale that transcended mere criminality and entered the realm of existential temporal grand larceny, and it all stemmed from his grand foundation. His Atlas, now empowered even more by his justiciar, in mere moments, the entire mountain of early omnicalcum metal was gone. The laboratory, once dominated by its immense, silent presence, now felt empty. Ilara stared, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a dawning, terrible awe. She pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice a choked, exasperated squeak. I said take a little, WAA, transference complete, units of early omnicalcum metal, transported to the radiant shore, 7342, analysis. Based on the schematics for the aegis of the architect, this quantity is sufficient to forge approximately 10 to 12 additional growth-type living existential armors. Or a significantly larger number of less bespoke, non-growth models. Noah looked at the empty space, then at Ilara's apoplectic face. He felt the slight, almost imperceptible hum of his new armor, the steady, reassuring beat of his own, impossible heart, as if he had done nothing wrong. You mentioned field tests? In the first folds, Ilara, Chapter 4267 Discoveries, Inventions, and Glory. The air outside Commander Ilara's personal lab was still, sterile, and humming with a quiet, intellectual energy. It was a stark contrast to the storm of emotions that was currently brewing within the commander herself. She floated beside Noah, her arms crossed, her eyes a mixture of profound annoyance and a grudging awe. It just disappeared, she grumbled, the words a low, frustrated hiss. An entire mountain of one of the rarest, most conceptually dense materials in all of existence, and you're telling me it just disappeared? Noah, now clad in a sleek, white gold, tight-fitting body wrapping that did little to hide his glorious, muscular figure, simply shrugged. His aegis of the architect was in its inactive form, a beautiful, intricate necklace of white and gold that rested against his clavicle. That's what it looked like to me, he said, his voice a mask of infuriating, deadpan innocence. Elara let out a sound that was somewhere between a sigh and a growl. She didn't insist, he had performed so many impossible feats in her lab in the last hour. From rewriting the very principles of their most important project to casually integrating a piece of wonder into his own spine, that the spontaneous disappearance of a mountain of metal was, frankly, one of the less reality-breaking things she had witnessed, but she was curious. And she would get her answers. They arrived in a region where three of the massive, white walls of the labyrinth converged. At the center of this triangular clearing, a vibrant silver portal pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light, its surface a shimmering, liquid mirror. It was guarded by two early creatures, their forms still and silent as the statues that lined the juridical sanctum, their immense power a quiet, suffocating pressure on the air. Even with his aegis in its inactive form, Noah felt a glorious, silent aura of power swirling around him. The innate omnicalcum aura field was a constant, invisible companion, a promise of absolute defense. His gaze, now enhanced by 100 different systems, was a thing of impossible clarity. He could see across half of the early laboratories, his perception cutting through the maze-like walls to observe the countless early creatures, fold dwellers, and massive glass and stone structures that made up this impossible place. The silver portal before him was just one of many, each one guarded, each one a potential exit from this grand, sterile prison of a laboratory. His gaze settled on the two early creature guards, and his new existential command interface instantly provided their details. Protector Theron, classification, early creature, complexity, 320,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, purity, 320,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Protector Liana, classification, early creature, complexity, for 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, purity, for 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. For the first time since he had begun his impossible journey, he looked at the staggering, world-breaking power of an early creature, and he thought, with a cold, thrilling certainty, yeah, I could take them. It was a glorious, intoxicating sensation, the feeling of a predator that had finally grown into its claws. Elara floated forward, her authority flaring for a moment. A commander and an assistant are passing through, she announced, her voice a sharp, clear command. Official business. The early creatures looked at each other, their ancient, starlit eyes holding a silent conversation. Theron, the one with the lower complexity, stepped aside, a low, rumbling warning in his thoughts. Be careful, Commander. Weavings of the followers of Gilgamesh have been observed nearby. They may be looking for a way to gain anything they can from us again. Gilgamesh, the name was a thunderclap in the quiet of Noah's thoughts. A pulse of pure, unadulterated glory, a thrill of ancient, burning thoughts shot through him. He wanted to kill that fucker, in this era, in his own, in any era he could find him. It was a promise he had made to himself, a debt that would one day be paid in blood and collapse. Of course, that was if he was powerful enough. The followers of Gilgamesh were beings of immense, terrible power. But now he might be able to match the weaker ones. Elara waved her hand dismissively at the warning, as if the machinations of a primordial entity were a minor, bureaucratic annoyance. She looked at Noah, who had been lost in his own, violent thoughts. Osmont, she said, her voice a sharp, impatient prod. Let's go. Noah's eyes refocused, the burning thoughts receding back into a cold, calculated desire for future vengeance. He nodded, and the two of them stepped into the shimmering, silver portal. Brilliance flashed all around them, a momentary, disorienting bath of pure, transitional light. An instant later, they appeared in the middle of a vast, primordial forest, another silver portal surrounded by three similar white walls and two more early creature guards standing behind them. They only gave Noah and Elara a passing glance as Elara hummed, a sound of eager, scientific anticipation, and began to fly away from the portal. The two of them had stepped into the first folds. It was a realm of breathtaking, terrifying scale, a world that had not yet been tamed by the neat, ordered laws of later ages. The trees were not trees, they were titans, their unfathomably massive trunks, thousands of miles in diameter, rising up into a sky that was a swirling, chaotic canvas of nascent folds. The vegetation was incandescent, every leaf, every blade of grass, every flower glowing with its own internal, primordial light. The air was thick, heavy, and sweet with the scent of creation, a perfume of pure, untamed life. And in the skies above, floating islands the size of worlds, their undersides draped with waterfalls of glowing, life-giving sap, drifted like lazy, gentle wonders. They had arrived in a place of pure, unadulterated, and extremely dangerous life. Ilara laughed, a sound of pure, unrestrained, scientific glee. "We will stay within the defensive parameters of the early laboratories," she said, her crimson eyes blazing with an excited, predatory light, "but that still gives us a few light years to play with. Now, let's find something to hunt." Chapter 4268 Discoveries, Inventions, and Glory. 2. While two entities were about to begin their hunt, it was good to understand one of the sources of power that made them. Principles. Were principles discovered or invented? It is a question that shook the very foundations of power, a conundrum that separates the artisans of reality from the mere observers. Did the fundamental weavings that govern existence lie dormant, waiting for a sufficiently powerful intellect to stumble upon them, dust them off, and give them a name, or were they acts of pure, audacious creation, the imposition of a grand, new idea upon a formless, chaotic reality? To answer this best, consider for a moment mathematics. Is it discovered, or is it invented? Across the folds, a brilliant fold dweller in a world filled with brilliant minds was asked such a question. He stood on a stage under a single spotlight, the cosmos projected behind him. He began, his voice a mixture of childlike wonder and profound, academic certainty. "Is math real?" he asks the darkness. "Did we invent the number 2, or was the concept of two-ness always there, waiting in the wings for a clever primate to come along and give it a symbol? Or pi, that strange, irrational, never-ending number? If you take any perfect circle in the universe, from a single atom to a galactic disk, and you divide its circumference by its diameter, you get pi. Every time. Without fail. Did we invent that relationship? Or did we simply stumble upon a fundamental, pre-existing truth of a universe that happens to like circles?" This astounding fold dweller then pointed to the stars behind him. "Prime numbers. Numbers divisible only by themselves in one. They seem random, chaotic. Yet, their distribution, their very nature, is a fundamental building block of number theory. We didn't create the primes. We found them, hiding in the numerical landscape like strange, solitary animals. We are dot explorers in a jungle of logic that was here long before we were. We didn't invent the speed of light, we just figured out how to write it down. Our mathematics is an invented framework to describe a discovered reality. Discovery or invention, it is a question that, in a time before time was a straight line, was posed in a different, far grander context. In the earliest folds, when the shackles that had bound the living paradox for eons finally, inexplicably, dissolved, the first entity it went to see was not an enemy, not an ally, but a memory. It went to see the creature. The living paradox appeared before the silent, contemplative being, its form a shimmering, chaotic mirage of all possibilities at once. It wore a wry, cold smile, an expression that held the weight of a billion stolen years. "Did you miss me?" it asked, its voice a chorus of 1,000 different selves speaking in perfect, terrible harmony. The creature, a being of pure, foundational essence, frowned. A gesture that was not of anger, but of a deep, ancient weariness. "I am not the same as I was all the way back then," it replied, its voice the sound of a fold being born. "I will not be so easily swayed now." The living paradox laughed, a sound that was both a symphony and a cacophony. "Then and now. What is the difference? I could paradoxically move to that moment all the way back then, and the me from then could come here now. Everything is relative." It drifted closer, its chaotic form a stark, violent contrast to the creature's serene stability. "But as the creature, I wanted to ask you what you thought about principles, now that you are playing with so many of them. Did they always exist, and you simply discovered them, nurturing them to alter an existence that was already there? Or did you invent them, acts of pure, audacious will to bend a formless existence under your rule?" The question was a blade, a test, a game. The creature looked at the living paradox. At this being of infinite, tormenting questions, and it gave an answer that was not an answer, but a philosophy. "Existence," it began, its voice a low, resonant hum, "will do what existence wants to do, whether anyone understands why or not. Principles always existed behind the veil of existence." The creature's voice was a quiet, profound echo. "We You, me, the others. We simply try to create different formulas, to nurture different principles, so that we can better understand the existence that is already here. The principles made by others, the ones you see blossoming across the folds, were all made following a set of rules, a template, that existence already had in place. It is all. To better understand existence, it turned its gaze, which contained the light of the first folds, upon the living paradox. Is that not what makes for the first scale of civilization? Not the power to command, but the capacity to understand. It was a heavy answer, and one that the living paradox smiled devilishly at. Oh, how I missed you, oh creature. We doubt we'll have so much fun together, in the very same earliest folds, at a different time. In the vast corner of the endless first folds, Noah and Ilara flew across tall trees rapidly. Noah flew beside Ilara, a silent, white gold comet against the swirling, nascent wheels and folds that served as a sky. The location of the laboratories was chosen with a specific purpose in mind, Ilara said, her voice a sharp, clinical note in the symphony of the primordial world. They were moving at a speed that would have torn lesser beings apart, yet she spoke as if they were taking a casual stroll. It is situated at the nexus of several volatile regions. The abyssal chasm of the collapsed, the whispering mire of forgotten concepts, and the ant-ran nest of inevitabilities. It allows us to dispatch our forces to collect samples and do field tests with varying degrees of enemies. She gave him a sideways, almost challenging, glance. Otherwise, if we were just anywhere in the first folds, we might only find weak things. Beings who only have the power of young early creatures. Chapter 4269 Discoveries, Inventions, and Glory. 3. Weak things. The term was a casual, dismissive brushstroke that painted beings from 1 to 100 quadrillion in complexity as little more than bothersome insects. Noah shook his head internally at the sheer, arrogant scale of power that was considered baseline in this ancient, terrible place. Today, Ilara continued, a cruel, almost joyous, light entering her crimson eyes. I was thinking we would pay a visit to the nest of inevitabilities. It has been a while since I had the chance to rip apart those mindless, hungry things. The words were a stone dropped into the quiet, still waters of Noah's existence. He felt a sudden, violent lurch in his own existence, a tremor that did not come from him. Inside his consciousness, Kor, who had been a silent, observing presence, stirred. Her voice was not a whisper, it was a blade of pure, frozen rage. Outsider, she hissed, her thoughts a venomous current in the river of his mind. Do you have the power to kill a bitch like her yet? She might have outlived her uses. She spoke of killing inevitabilities, her children, her kin, as if they were vermin. In front of a listening first hunger, Noah's flight came to an abrupt, absolute halt. The air around him shimmered as he stopped his momentum instantly. Ilara, a few hundred feet ahead, paused and turned, an eyebrow raised in question. No inevitabilities, Noah said, his voice a calm, flat, and utterly non-negotiable command. We will go to one of the other dangerous areas. Ilara blinked, a flicker of confusion in her crimson eyes. She opened her mouth to argue, to question, but there was something in his gaze, a quiet, tyrannical weight that sought no dissent. She sighed, a sound of mild, professional annoyance. Fine, she said. If you have an aversion to cleaning up pests, we can go elsewhere. We'll go to the Frostfang Peaks. It is home to the primordial verdant trolls. They are an interesting species. Beasts that have grown complex enough through unknown means. Likely by devouring a large cluster of everythings at their genesis. They are territorial, aggressive, and their king. He is a worthy specimen for testing. Noah nodded, the cold fury of Kor in his mind slowly receding. They changed course, their forms streaking across the impossible, primordial landscape. They passed over forests of trees so tall their canopies were lost in the swirling nebulae of the sky, over rivers of what looked like liquid starlight, and through swarms of strange, bioluminescent creatures that sang with a silent, psionic energy. They arrived in a region of stark, breathtaking beauty. A massive green and white snowy mountain, its peaks so high they seemed to scrape the very firmament of the fold. Shone with a radiant, internal light, its perimeter alone was a cacophony of bestial roars, a symphony of territorial fury. Around the mountain, radiant, floating islands of green, verdant earth, each with its own waterfall of pure, life-giving water, drifted like silent, loyal sentinels. The mountain itself was teeming with life. As they drew closer, they could feel thousands upon thousands of eyes turning towards them, gazes filled with a raw, primal intelligence and an uncomplicated, murderous intent. All across the verdant, snow-dusted slopes of the mountain, massive, verdant black trolls, their bodies a fusion of living rock and primordial moss, watched them, and at the very peak, Sitting upon a throne of pure, unblemished ice like a king surveying his domain, was a verdant yeti. It was a titan, a being the size of a small world, its fur the color of a winter forest, its eyes two burning, ferocious crimson stars, location identified, the Frostfang Peaks, analysis of local biome is complete. Scanning for all biological and existential threats identified straightface, primordial verdant trolls, 13,472 individuals detected, power range, 1 quadrillion, juvenile, to 350 quadrillion, elder. Yeti King, Borborygmos, 1 individual detected, power range, 495 quadrillion, complexity and purity, master. This is a target-rich environment. I would advise a strategic, tactical approach. Or, you could just walk in there. Your call. Noah locked his eyes with the world-sized Yeti King. He saw the numbers, the staggering, almost insurmountable power of the beast. Ilara, beside him, clapped her hands with a sound of pure, unadulterated, scientific glee. She looked at the monstrous creature, then at him, her eyes blazing with an excited, predatory light. Osmond, she declared, her voice a theatrical, almost playful, challenge. I choose you. Go. So, the field test was to be against a creature whose power was, on paper, just a bit more than his own base complexity, even after the endowments was still catching up to the boons from the modulator and the Aegis. This would not be an easy fight. It would be a struggle, a slow, dangerous smile spread across Noah's face. This was good, he understood something fundamental about struggle. Struggle was the whetstone upon which his own, tyrannical will had been sharpened. Whenever he had struggled, whenever he had been pushed to the very brink of his limits, he had always emerged with the most glorious, most impossible loot. So, he began to float forward, a lone, magisterial figure against the backdrop of a mountain teeming with monsters. He moved towards the swarm of trolls, towards their king. All by himself. His body was still clad in the simple, sleek white gold wrappings, his Aegis a silent, beautiful promise resting against his clavicle. He looked small, insignificant, a single, defiant spark against a raging, bestial inferno, and he had never felt more powerful. The first to meet him were the juveniles, primordial verdant trolls, each the size of a small mountain, their bodies a fusion of living rock and primordial moss, their eyes burning with a simple, brutish rage. They roared, a sound that shook the floating islands around them, and surged forward. Noah did not even bother to activate his Aegis. He met their charge, a single, white gold meteor against an avalanche of green and black. He relied on his own, newly reforged strength, on the quiet, humming promise of the innate omnicalcum aura field that swirled invisibly around him. Chapter 4270 Discoveries, Inventions, and Glory. 4. A colossal, stone-like fist, wreathed in an aura of 10 quadrillion in complexity, smashed towards him. He did not evade. He met it with his own. The impact was a silent, terrible thing. The troll's fist did not just stop, it shattered. Boom. The force of Noah's blow, amplified by a body that was now part everything metal, traveled up the creature's arm, turning rock and flesh to powder. The troll's roar of fury turned into a silent, bewildered scream as its entire upper body was simply unmade. Blood, thick and viscous and the color of old gold, flew across the primordial sky. Another juvenile, its maw filled with teeth like jagged mountains, tried to swallow him whole. Noah simply flew straight through its head, his body a missile of pure, unadulterated power, leaving a perfectly circular, cauterized hole in the creature's skull. He moved through them like a force of nature, his every blow a final, absolute verdict. Their immense bodies, which could have crushed cities, were as fragile as glass before him. He split them, he broke them, he unmade them. And as the first few fell, their colossal, broken forms tumbling down the mountainside, a new chilling voice echoed in his mind. The Aegis of the architect is detecting a high concentration of ambient, unclaimed everythings from your defeated enemies. Master, new feature unlocked. The Tyrant's Feast. Function, the Aegis, as a symbiotic partner, now seeks to aid in your growth. It will actively drink the everythings of defeated enemies, devouring what is left of their existence to refine it into pure, usable purity for it and you. Analysis. It seems your new armor has an appetite. I recommend you feed it. Noah's lips curved into a cold, predatory smile. He tapped the intricate, white gold necklace that rested against his clavicle. In the next instant, he was no longer a man. He was a creature of war. The Aegis of the architect materialized around him, a silent, perfect symphony of interlocking white and gold plates. The golden visor flared to life, a sun in the growing twilight of the mountain. And then, the feast began. Tendrils of pure, white gold light, sharp as spears, erupted from the armor. They shot out, piercing the corpses of the fallen trolls. The massive, mountain-sized bodies were instantly pulled towards him, not as whole forms, but as streams of unraveling data, of shredded existence. They were broken down, consumed, and absorbed into the very fabric of his armor, and as they were, the pristine white of the Aegis began to take on a faint, almost imperceptible, red hue. The more he killed, the more he devoured, the redder his armor would become. The tyrant's feast is active. Devouring the essence of primordial verdant troll, purity refined, 500 trillion. This has been added directly to your own existence in the Aegis. The other trolls, seeing their brethren not just killed but utterly consumed, roared with a new, deeper fury. From the peak of the mountain, the great Yeti King, Borborygmos, rose to his full, world-sized height. He waved a colossal, furred hand, a gesture of absolute command, and in response, the mountain itself came alive. Thousands of juvenile and elder trolls, their eyes now blazing with a bloodthirsty crimson light, surged from every cave, every crevice, every shadow. They surrounded Noah, a living, breathing, and very angry sphere of teeth and claws and pure, primal power. Noah looked at the swarming, screaming horde, and he laughed, a deep, resonant, and utterly joyous sound amplified by his new armor. He was a wolf in a field of very large, very angry sheep. He moved. His speed was a violation of physics, a blur of white and gold that left streaks of light in the air. He was a tempest of controlled, brutal violence. He used the capabilities of the Aegis, testing its wonders, its limits. He activated the Tyrant's Gate, and with every step he took in the air, a wave of pure, oppressive hockey washed over the trolls, slowing them, weakening them, making them easy prey. He used the Weaver's gauntlets, his hands now extensions of the artifice system, and he wove, a simple weave of imposition, turned the charging elder troll's stone-like hide to brittle glass. A weave of distillation, stripped another of its chaotic, regenerative aura, leaving it vulnerable. He was a whirlwind of death. He ripped through their titanic bodies, each hundreds of miles in size, as if they were nothing more than blood bags. A punch would shatter a jaw the size of a mountain range. A kick would cave in a chest that could have housed a city, and with every kill, the white gold tendrils of his armor would lash out. Drinking, devouring, refining, the red hue of his armor deepened, from a faint blush to a rich, arterial crimson. Purity refined, 705 trillion, purity refined, 520 trillion, kinetic energy stored, 38.7 quadrillion. But the trolls were relentless. They were a tide of pure, primal fury, and for everyone he killed, two more seemed to take its place. The elder trolls, beings of over 300 quadrillion in complexity, were a somewhat genuine threat. One of them, a gnarled, ancient creature whose very presence seemed to warp the space around it, managed to land a blow, its colossal club smashing into Noah's side with the force of a colliding planet. Noah was sent hurtling through the air. A white and gold comet that smashed through 3 of the floating islands, shattering them into dust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Kinetic energy stored, 188.9 quadrillion. He emerged from the debris, his armor unscratched, his internal systems humming with a glorious, exhilarating energy. But the time for playing with the children was over. The Yeti King moved. Its speed was a paradox. A being the size of a world should not have been able to move that fast. It was simply there. One moment, it was on its throne of ice at the peak of the mountain. The next, its colossal fist, now wreathed in the light of a collapsing, 10-layered fold, was smashing down upon him. The very sky seemed to crash, to fall, to end. Chapter 4271 Discoveries, Inventions, and Glory. The blow connected. Noah was driven down like a nail, smashing into the side of the mountain with a force that sent a shockwave across the entire area. A massive, continent-sized crater bloomed on the face of the Frostfang peak that spread out for thousands of miles. But even as the Yeti King looked down, its crimson eyes burning with a triumphant fury, a figure rose from the heart of the crater, Noah. His armor was still pristine, his posture still one of arrogant, unyielding defiance. He was not injured, much less daunted, as everything about his armor's majesty pulsed with activity and immensity. He looked up at the world-sized titan, and he bellowed, his voice a glorious, amplified roar that shook the heavens. Come, WUU. The word was almost like a command, and his voice held a glorious, enticing allure. The two of them flew towards each other. Their speed was a thing of pure, conceptual terror, a velocity that had left light behind as a quaint, provincial notion. Light. What the fuck was that? Boom. Their impacts were not sounds, they were events, detonations of pure power that decimated the mountain and shattered the nearby floating islands into clouds of primordial dust. His figure, tiny and small, smashed onto this beast of 495 quadrillion complexity and purity as he was pushed back slightly, but he remained unfettered. His resistances were working. His justiciar was working. Perpetual harvest burned. Cheating architect burn.to hurt him or injure hit existence. Took a great deal of effort as the damage that was actually passed through was less than 300 quadrillion, and this was him relying on his justiciar alone as he did not unleash his goad or his heart to burn with bloody purple flames. But the justiciar was the part of him that was the most powerful at this moment, during their impossible, high-speed ballet of destruction. Noah would occasionally break off, a flash of white and gold that would carve through a nearby elder troll before re-engaging the king. The infuriated roars of Borborygmos echoed through the fold as he watched his children being used as mere snacks in the middle of their duel. And so, the Yeti King, its patience finally, utterly exhausted, pulled out its trump card, a brilliant, verdant light, tinged with a strange, almost mathematical coldness, began to shine from its heart, the light of a principle. Oh, warning, a defective principle has been detected, not a seed of a principle, a defective principle, the principle of absolute territory, within a defined area. The wielder's authority is supreme. All other authorities are suppressed. All actions are amplified. Analysis, it is a flawed, incomplete principle, but it is a principle nonetheless, master. I would advise caution. Noah felt it. A crushing, oppressive weight that was not physical, but conceptual. His hockey was dampened. His weaves became sluggish, difficult. The very air had become his enemy, the space around him now the personal property of the Yeti King. He was no longer just fighting a being of immense power, he was fighting a fundamental weavings of this small corner of existence. He was struggling. And it was glorious as boom, the Yeti King, shining within verdant brilliance, brought its fists down like a hammer of endings as it burned with early existential authority and the authority of a principle. For minutes that felt like eons, they fought. Noah was pushed back, his armor battered by blows that now carried the absolute weight of a principle. But with every blow, with every desperate, clawing exchange, he was growing. He continued to carve through the elder trolls, his armor drinking their purity, its crimson hue now a deep, bloody scarlet, purity refined, 950 trillion, purity refined, 980 trillion, kinetic energy stored, 447 quadrillion. The glorious, desperate battle continued. He was learning, adapting, his own power, his own will, pushing against the oppressive law of the Yeti's principle, and then, he crossed a threshold. Thump, the combined purity of his own being and the Aegis surged past the 500 quadrillion mark. Oh, the tide turned, his movements became sharper, faster. His blows, once just powerful, now carried a new, undeniable weight. He activated the absolute purity control of his armor, and his voice was no longer just a sound, but a weapon. Kneel, he commanded, and the Yeti King, for a single, infinitesimal moment, faltered, its own authority struggling against his. He unleashed the stored energy, releasing all stored, existential kinetic authority. Projected yield, 621 quadrillion purity. A beam of pure, incandescent white gold light erupted from his chest. A torrent of repurposed violence that was not just an attack, but a statement. It slammed into the Yeti King, and for the first time, the great beast was sent reeling back, a roar of pure, unadulterated pain tearing from its throat. The battle became a slaughter. Noah was now the predator, his every move a masterpiece of brutal, overwhelming force. He was faster, stronger, his every blow shattering the Yeti's defenses. He tore through its furred hide, ripped apart its stone-like muscles, and painted the snowy peaks of the mountain with its crimson gold blood. He continued to do so as seconds passed, their surrounding landscape razed and decimated to oblivion, until, finally, the great beast fell. It crashed to the ground, its world-sized body shaking the entire area, holes torn through it, its form shredded and bleeding from 1,000 different wounds. Its principle flickered. Noah stood over it, his own armor now a deep, glorious crimson, the color of a victorious, blood-soaked emperor. He felt the exhilarating, soul-deep satisfaction of a hard-won, desperate victory, and then, he finished it. His body shot down like a star, a final, absolute verdict. He crashed through the Yeti King's skull, a gory, triumphant explosion of bone and brain matter and pure, conceptual power, and as he stood amidst the carnage, his armor, no longer just a defense, but an instrument of his hunger, radiated 1,000 white gold tendrils. They sank into the massive, world-sized titan, and the final, glorious feast began. The tyrant's feast is active, devouring the essence of Yeti King, Borborygmos. Total purity gained, 25 quadrillion 200 trillion, 25.2 quadrillion, a preserved defective seed of a principle has been analyzed and stored. The principle of absolute territory is now available for further study. Congratulations, Master. You have won. Chapter 4272, Prisoners and Wars. As Noah decimated a Yeti king in one area of the first folds, a victory that resonated with the raw, brutal music of his own becoming, another, quieter tragedy was unfolding. Nearby, an unknown number of fold light years away, a certain living concept sat in a daze, his very existence a weaving with a gaping, inexplicably blank patch. He knew, with a certainty that was its own form of torment, that something was missing, but he did not know what. It was a phantom limb of the soul, an ache for a memory that had been so perfectly, so clinically, excised that all that remained was the shape of its absence. It is a phenomenon not unknown to lesser beings. You walk into a room and forget why you entered. You know there was a purpose, a reason, a thought that propelled you across the threshold, but it is gone, leaving only the frustrating, maddening echo of its importance. You stand there, a fool in a doorway, knowing you have lost something you cannot even name. Schrödinger felt such a way right now. He sat amidst a field of verdant gold grasslands, under the shade of trees so massive their canopies were lost in the swirling, nascent wheels and folds of the sky, but he felt no peace, no sense of belonging. He felt only a profound, hollow desolation. He raised his hands to the endless, chaotic heavens, his fingers grasping at something, anything, a tangible piece of the puzzle that was his own fractured mind, and as his hands reached their apex, he saw them. Descending from the sky he was reaching out to, like three silent, falling stars, were the outlines of three hooded figures. He blinked, a slow, stuporous movement. As he watched them descend, they landed on the same verdant gold grassland, their feet making no sound, their forms barely disturbing the air. They were adorned in simple, archaic bronze robes. Their hoods pulled low to cover their faces. Where their faces should have been, there were only shifting, ethereal streams of auroral light, a constant, mesmerizing flow that made them impossible to truly see. Schrödinger slowly came out of his stupor, a cautious, analytical light returning to his ancient eyes. He could feel it, an oppressive sense of power radiating from them, a weight that was not of complexity or purity, but of something far older, far more fundamental. Who are you? He asked, his voice a low, guarded rasp. Their reply was a thing of impossible, terrible beauty. They spoke in perfect unison, three distinct voices, one high and melodic, one low and resonant. One a dry, academic whisper, all saying the exact same words at the exact same time. We are the weavers. Such a distinction was a crown of unimaginable weight, a title worn only by the very architects of reality. Schrödinger, a being whose knowledge was a vast and labyrinthine library, felt a flicker of profound doubt. He laughed, a short, sharp, and utterly unconvinced sound. He shook his head. The weavers? He scoffed, a hint of his old self returning. The titles of them are not trinkets to be worn by any passing specter. In all that is known, only the creature and the living existences can lay claim to such a grand distinction. The weavers remained still. Their hooded, faceless forms a silent triumvirate of mystery. When they spoke again, their unison voice was a gentle counter-question. Because you have not heard of others, does that mean no others exist? Is your knowledge, vast as it is, the final measure of all that is? Or is it merely the boundary of your own, small garden in an existence that is an endless, untamed wilderness? Schrödinger fell silent. The logic was irrefutable, a perfect, elegant checkmate. He was still not convinced, but he was no longer certain. He offered a cold, sarcastic smile. What is it that you want from me, O great and powerful the weavers? I am a man who has lost something I cannot even remember. A being who seems to know not where he is going. All I have is a single, echoing word. Defective. 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 At his bitter, self-deprecating words, the unison voice of the weavers softened, taking on a tone that was both eerie and grand. You are not defective, elderborn. You have simply not found where you fit in this grand puzzle. And we are here. As a warning, and as a saving grace. Because a great many things are coming, and the vastness of existence should at least have the chance to prepare. You are among those who can help. Schrödinger almost cursed. What bullshit is this? He spat, his voice laced with a raw, frustrated anger. A great many things are coming? Existence should be given a chance? If there were something so terrible on the horizon, then you, as existences with the distinction of the, should move to stop it. You have more power than anyone ever could, do you not? So why the hell would you come to a being like me? WAA, the weavers did not react to his outburst. Their reply was as calm and as inexorable as the turning of the wheel. A king may have the power to command an army, but if he has sworn an oath to never leave his castle, his commands are but wind. As powerful as we are, we attained our distinction by binding our everythings to a single, immutable purpose. We cannot act, but we can inform. So we are here to inform. To inform. To inform about what, before Schrödinger could even form the question. Their eerie, glorious unison voices began to speak again, not in conversation now, but in recitation. When the last fold gutters and the final ember sighs into ash, know that the age of strength has passed. The pillars of reality, whose foundations are power, shall be the first to crack, and the thrones of the mighty will be but dust upon the wind. In the silence of the creature, when the echoes of creation fade, it is not the roar of the lion, but the whisper of the mouse that will be heard. From the forgotten dust, a herald will rise, a being forged not in glory, but in the furnace of infinite misery. Their voices wove a weaving of grand, terrible images in Schrödinger's mind. Chapter 4273 Prisoners and Wars. 2. The weavers continued, their voices in unison, he shall wear no crown, yet command emperors, he shall be neither king nor beggar, he will gather the scattered, lost children of a dying existence, and from the freight threads of their despair, weave a single, impossible banner, for only in the desperate, relentless climb toward a dawn they cannot see, can the coming, absolute night be weathered, and a new light will shine, not from a single, sovereign sun, but from the countless small fires of a people who chose to stand together against the final dark, the light of civilization. The prophecy ended, leaving a profound, echoing silence in its wake. Schrödinger was shocked, dazed, his mind reeling from the sheer, overwhelming weight of the words. What is this? He stammered. What do you mean? Are you telling me this because I am such a being? He asked the grand, desperate question, but as he did, the forms of the weavers began to flicker, their bronze robes dissolving into motes of auroral light. All three tapped out at this moment, their fingers touching Schrödinger's forehead simultaneously as a blinding white line bloomed on his head, his eyes becoming dazed. Be a concept, be a spirit, be paradox. Be anything you wish. Be a beggar, king, or the herald. Be anything you wish. Their final, unison words were a fading cryptic echo. We are only here to inform. We can only inform, and then. They were gone, leaving Schrödinger alone in the verdant gold grasslands, under a sky of swirling, nascent folds, with a new, terrible, and perhaps, glorious purpose. Far from the earliest folds, in the quiet, desolate twilight of the current era, a different kind of conversation was taking place. On a certain desiccated sleeping shore, two figures stood gazing out at the impossible continent they had made their sanctuary, Schrödinger and Leonore Rouros. They looked upon the thousands of powerful living existences and fold dwellers, a congregation of the lost and the hopeful, all gathered in this forgotten corner of reality. At the many wheels littered at the edges of the shore that held sextillions of beings, Leonore, her form still frail but her crimson eyes now burning with a cold, clear light, broke the silence. Her voice was a low, melodic thing, yet it carried the sharp edge of a razor. You truly gathered them, she said, her gaze sweeping over a distant Duke of Origin who was attempting to coax a flicker of life from the dead soil. Living existences and fold dwellers, all huddled together under your wing. Do you truly believe it, that story the bronze-robed ghosts whispered to you? That you are some herald, a chosen one meant to save everyone? Your methods have not entirely been saving some. The question was not just a question, it was a challenge, a test of the very foundation of this grand, desperate gamble. Schrödinger did not turn to her. He kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, on the tired, gray sky that promised no dawn. A man is what he does, Leonore, he replied, his voice a calm, philosophical murmur. If I build a house, I am a builder. If I write a law, I am a lawgiver. If I do everything the herald is supposed to do, does the title truly matter? Or is it the actions that define the role? Existence, in its infinite, cruel wisdom, often cares little for what we call ourselves. It is what we do that leaves a mark. Leonore's lips curved into a faint, almost bitter, smile. A convenient philosophy. But you forget the words of the creature. Existence will do what existence does, but in the end, we decide everything. We are free to make our own choices. Schrödinger. The prophecy is a map, not a destination. It shows one possible path out of many. Are you choosing to walk it because it is your will, or because you believe you have no other choice? He finally turned to her, and in his ancient, weary eyes, she saw a flicker of the man he was, beneath the many masks he wore. He nodded, and this is what I have chosen, he said, his voice firm, unwavering. Just as I chose to accelerate the opening of the veil, he saw the flicker of surprise in her eyes and continued. It occurred on a scale far vaster than I anticipated. A necessary, if brutal, step to awaken existence that was sleeping on the edge of a cliff. But it has had consequences. I have received word of something terrible that happened in the transcendent elemental folds. Look at this, Schrödinger waved his hand, and the air before them shimmered, a window opening into another place, another time. It showed the silent, burning pyre of Eternitas Glacis. It showed the ghostly replay of the Justicier's terrible, efficient slaughter. Leonore looked at the scene, and her breath caught in her throat. The calm, calculating demeanor she had maintained since her release shattered, replaced by a storm of pure, unadulterated rage. She whispered, her voice a low, venomous hiss. They almost killed me with one of those things, last time. And before that, they had only been present in the earliest folds. For them to make their appearance now, her gaze snapped to him, her crimson eyes blazing with a new, terrible urgency. Is everything truly moving that fast? Will you? She took a step closer, her frail form now radiating a power that made the very air tremble. Will you be awakening your other bodies now? She asked, her voice a low, dangerous demand. You told me when the Justiciars and the Arbiters began to appear, you would unleash yourself again. Paradox was always your weakest form. The words were a terrifying revelation, a hint of a power so vast that his current, reality-bending form was but a pale shadow of it. Schrödinger smiled, but it was a smile filled with the weight of billions of years and a pain that was just as old. He nodded. Yes, he said, his voice a quiet, solemn promise. It is time. Time to hunt Justiciars. Time to wait for the Arbiters. Wherever they are coming from. That is our answer. That is our solution, and hey, paradox is not my weakest form, but after all, I'm trying to nurture the living chaos with it. At his words, Leonore breathed out, a slow, shuddering exhalation. Her body, once so frail, began to burn with a power that now easily reached into the hundreds of quadrillions. Her crimson robe swirling around her like a storm of resurrected might, her voice, no longer a whisper, but a clear, resonant note that seemed to carry across the entire desiccated shore, echoed out, as if she were remembering something grand and terrible. For only in the desperate, relentless climb toward a dawn they cannot see, can the coming, absolute night be weathered, and a new light will shine, not from a single, sovereign sun, but from the countless, small fires of a people who chose to stand together against the final dark. She paused, the final, unwritten line of the prophecy hanging in the air between them, the light of civilization. She repeated the words. Her voice now a firm, unshakable vow. The light of civilization. She turned to him, her eyes burning with a new, terrible purpose. She bowed, a gesture of profound, ancient respect from one primordial power to another. Okay, she said. Let us save civilization. Oh, Harold. How can this lost child help? Chapter 42, 74 Prisoners in Wars. 3. A tremendous amount of effort was exerted to achieve tremendous results. The battle between the Trolls and Yeti King of the First Folds has concluded. 5 quadrillion complexity and purity gained. Above a landscape where a mountain used to be, there was now only a scar. The Frostfang peaks had been unmade, their colossal, world-sized form reduced to a continent-sized crater of shattered ice and scorched earth. Noah floated in the silent, blood-soaked void, his aegis of the architect now a deep, glorious crimson, a testament to the feast it had just consumed. Down below, the last of the verdant trolls had been cleared, their essences drunk by his armor, their bodies now just another layer of nutrient-rich soil in this primordial graveyard. Yet, in this grand moment of victory, he floated silently. And he sighed. He looked down at the utter, absolute decimation. The Trolls, the Yeti King. They had just been living their lives, following their own primal, territorial laws in this forgotten corner of existence. They had minded their own business. And he had come, a meteor of ambition and desperation from another age. And he had annihilated them. He had rendered their entire civilization, their entire world, into nothing more than fuel for his own ascent. He thought about this, about the sheer, brutal calculus of his own survival. And then, he shook his head and smiled. When a hunter, his family starving, ventured into the woods and brought down a deer, did he weep for the life he had taken, or did he give thanks for the sustenance it provided? When a farmer walked to his chicken coop or the ranch of his sheep, his blade sharp and his purpose clear, did he mourn for the lives he was about to end, or did he think of the warm meal, the full bellies? The continuation of his own story, he raised his armored hand. The crimson-stained white and gold, a thing of terrible, beautiful power, and he spoke, his voice a low murmur that was for him and him alone. Existence is survival of the fittest. It is a hunt. I hunted today for my sake, and for the sake of those who depend on me. And as many have done before, and as many will do in the future. I am also hunted. I was prey for the justiciar. I was prey for the lodestone. I am prey for whatever comes next. His voice hardened, the calm giving way to a cold, tyrannical certainty. I was a hunter today, and I could be prey tomorrow. So, I must continue to move, to grow, to hunt, to ensure that I am never again the weak prey cowering in the shadows. At his words, a new presence appeared beside him. Ilara floated there, a brilliant, almost manic, light in her crimson eyes. She laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated scientific glee. "What are you saying now after such a massacre, Elderborn?" she exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the carnage with the appreciative eye of a researcher who had just witnessed a successful, if messy, experiment. This was just a field test, and everything went astonishingly. That justiciar armor, she drifted closer, her eyes fixed on the aegis, on the way its crimson hue seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Hovu, Dr. Flammel will be very interested in this. A living existential armor that grows alongside its user. If we can change our models to be similar to it, would we not be able to have full dwellers and living existences reach the height of early creatures? She floated over, her gaze now one of raw, covetous expectation. She looked at the crimson-tinged white and gold armor Noah was wrapped in, and she whispered, her voice a breathy, almost intimate thing. I wonder how it would feel to adorn such a wonder. At that moment, the omnicalcum core modulator behind Noah hummed, his own, slightly larger, armored figure, without his conscious command, seemed to lean in, wrapping his massive, gauntlet hands around Ilara's surprisingly slender figure, pulling her close. But before the gesture could be misinterpreted. Boom, a pillar of pure, golden light, a spear of absolute, annihilating authority, smashed down from above. It struck Noah's hands, and the innate omnicalcum aura field flared to life, absorbing the blow with a silent, shimmering ripple. An attack. Noah's eyes, behind the golden visor, flashed with a dangerous, predatory light. From Ilara, a terrifying aura of her own 500 quadrillion in complexity erupted. She pushed Noah's arms away and bellowed, her voice a whip crack of pure, unrestrained fury. Who dares, HUUM, in the next instant, at speeds that exceeded even the Yeti King, auras of terrifying complexity and purity surrounded them, from multiple directions, glorious. Imposing figures materialized, their forms wreathed in a golden light that was not of origin, but of something far older, far more arrogant. They encircled Noah and Ilara, a silent, golden cage of absolute power. At their forefront was a man with long, fiery crimson hair that seemed to burn with its own internal light. He floated with the easy, languid grace of a king surveying his domain, and his voice was a deep, resonant baritone that was both polite and utterly menacing. I dare, O Fold Dweller, he said. The followers of Gilgamesh dare, 10 of them. 10 early creatures, their forms clad in magnificent golden chitons that seemed to be woven from solidified starlight, now surrounded Noah and Ilara. Their expressions calm, their power suffocating. Warning, multiple high-threat entities detected. Analysis, you are surrounded by a force that significantly outmatches your current capabilities, Master. The term for this tactical situation is suboptimal. Noah's gaze swept over them, his existential command interface providing a cascade of terrifying, beautiful numbers. Commander Kale, 780 quadrillion complexity purity. Subcommander Lavana, 620 quadrillion complexity purity. Warrior Orion, 580 quadrillion complexity purity. HUUM. The weakest among them was a solid 400 quadrillion. They were a legion of early creatures. Kale, the fiery-haired leader, floated imposingly, his gaze not one of aggression, but of simple, absolute ownership. We come in peace, little ones, he said, his voice a smooth, cultured purr that was more terrifying than any roar. His calm, languid eyes settled not on Ilara, but on Noah. He pointed a single, elegant finger at the brilliant, crimson-tinged armor. We just wanted that piece of armor. WA, Chapter 4275 Prisoners and Wars. 4. That piece of armor. They had come for his aegis. The 10 golden-clad early creatures, followers of a primordial king, had formed a silent, suffocating cage of pure, overwhelming power. Ilara, her form radiating the cold fury of a cornered commander, stepped forward. Her voice a sharp, cutting blade of authority. "You dare," she hissed, her crimson eyes blazing. "You interrupt the work of the living concept? This assistant, this Elderborn, is a critical asset to a project of the highest priority. Your interference will be noted, and it will be answered." She threw the name of her master like a spear, a threat that should have made even these ancient beings pause, but Kale, the fiery-haired commander of this Golden Legion, simply smiled. It was a calm, almost gentle expression, yet it held a weight that made Ilara's threat seem like the petulant cry of a child. "And we work under the musings of the living spirit and the living dimensional," he replied, his voice a smooth, reasonable counter-argument that was more devastating than any shout. "Would you not then be interrupting the work of those great beings? A conflict of interests, you see. A classic jurisdictional dispute." Noah and Ilara fell silent. Kale's smile softened, taking on an almost philosophical, almost weary, quality. "Hey, I understand," he said, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. "Each of us are mere pieces being moved across the large board that is the first folds. I have more power here. I could choose to unleash, to fight, to unmake this little patch of reality and take what I want." He paused, letting the unspoken threat hang in the air like a guillotine. "But I have no qualms with you. I would rather not. So, let us be reasonable. Just give us the armor, and you can both return to the early laboratories." "Oh," he added, a flicker of something almost like genuine concern in his eyes, "I would wait a little bit for the assault on it to finish before going back, though. It seems to have attracted some unwanted attention." The words were a calm, logical, and utterly terrifying proposition, analysis of current situation, threat assessment, critical. "You are outnumbered and outmatched. Commander Kale and his forces radiate not just immense complexity and purity, but the distinct, stable light of matured principles. Your own power, while vast, is still new, still raw. Strategic options straight face, 1. Confrontation, battling is not ideal at this time. A direct conflict would likely force an early, uncontrolled end to your temporal traversal. The risk of existential damage is high, 2. Compliance, going with the flow is the most logical course of action until absolutely forced to utilize your temporal escape route. Recommendation, stall for time. Gather more data. Do not show your hand until you have seen all of theirs." After the calm analysis from Ruin/Eden, Noah's own voice, amplified by the Aegis, was a cold, steady note in the tense silence. "Giving you the armor is going to be a little hard," he said, his tone one of reasonable, almost regretful, difficulty, "since my very existence has become one with it. It is akin to you all choosing to cut a heart in half. Both pieces would shrivel and die." At his words, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Kale's face. He smiled, a new, more appreciative light in his eyes. "I did not know the advancements of the living concept's little project were that grand. A truly symbiotic armor. That changes a few things." He shook his head, a gesture of admiration. "This is not a problem at all, friend. You will just have to come on a trip with us. Who wants to fight, anyway? I am more of a pacifist. I like it when things are easy and peaceful." Kale said this with a calm power and a brutal, unspoken promise of what would happen if things were not easy and peaceful. Noah looked over to him, then turned his helmeted gaze to the rageful, cornered Ilara. "Commander Ilara," he said, his voice a low, commanding murmur. "You should head back. It is the armor they want." He had taken much from this fold dweller, from this laboratory. There was no need for her existence to be collapsed because of him, but at his words, Kale smiled and shook his head, a gesture of almost paternalistic correction. "Ah, no, my friend. Remember, things have now changed. The researchers who made such a magnificent armor are just as important as the armor itself. This Commander Ilara. She will also have to make the trip with us." The words were heavy, a final, unshakable verdict. Noah and Ilara looked at these terrifying, golden-clad beings, and they knew. They were not being asked. They were being taken. Kale smiled, a brilliant, almost friendly expression that was the most terrifying thing of all. Come on, friends, he said, his voice a warm, inviting invitation that was an absolute, unbreakable command. Let us make our way to the lands of the first leader. He loves new talents, and countless weavings of possibilities await you there. After all, existence is hard enough as it is. Must we fight each other and make it even harder? Moments later, across the first folds, a procession of beings now moved with a silent, terrible purpose, 10 beings of pure, primordial power, their forms wreathed in the golden light of their station, escorted 2 captives through a landscape that was a beautiful, chaotic dream. The followers of Gilgamesh did not speak, their presence a suffocating weight on the very fabric of existence. Ilara, her crimson eyes a storm of contained fury, gritted her teeth. She would not be a silent prisoner. Her voice, sharp and clear, cut through the oppressive quiet, a declaration for all to hear. Before I left, she stated, her tone a cold pronouncement, I outlined the advancements we had made. I sent a full report to Dr. Flammel. The moment they realize what has occurred, a terrifying force will be deployed to take us back. This interruption will not be without consequence. It was a threat, a promise of retribution from a power she believed to be absolute. Kale and the other followers merely smiled. It was the smile of a lion regarding a particularly spirited lamb. They continued their silent, inexorable flight. Chapter 4276 Prisoners and Wars. They had been flying across uncountable distances at a terrifying pace for the last few minutes, and in that period of time, Noah was not sitting still. He was a silent, captive emperor, but within the internal weavings of his own being, a universe of change was unfolding. Master, diagnostics are complete. The ongoing, symbiotic evolution between your existence and the aegis of the architect is proceeding at a rate that is, frankly, absurd. Post-battle analysis, the harvest from the trolls and the Yeti King was significant. Your own purity has now reached a baseline of 150 quadrillion. Your complexity stands at 90 quadrillion. System optimization, your entire existential framework has been further optimized. I have made significant advancements in nurturing your principles. Perpetual harvest has advanced to 55% maturity. The seed glyphs have been forged, and 5 additional endowments have been utilized. The cheating architect has advanced to 15% maturity. A total of 15 seed glyphs have now been forged. Physiological update. The process of existential hematopoiesis is accelerating. The number of drops of blood of an early creature across your being in the aegis has now exceeded 500 million. The Asenran nodule has reached 71% completion. The cheating tower of Osmond is, for lack of a better term, speed running its way towards the 4th stage, general assessment, if you were to simply sit still for a few years. Allowing the passive evolution between you and the aegis to continue, you could likely step into the quintillions and enjoy a restful, prosperous life as a conceptual farmer. But things are never that easy. Struggle is present. Struggle is real. The aegis of the architect, status update, classification, growth type symbiotic living existential armor, phase 1, purity, 520,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, augmentation straight face, the tyrant's feast, actively refines the everythings of defeated enemies into purity, adding a percentage to the armor's reserves in your own innate omnicalcum aura field, now capable of withstanding 520 quadrillion in damage. Stored kinetic energy, 77 quadrillion. Absolute purity control, your voice is a law to those of lesser purity. Existential trembling, active, your will can now induce absolute immobility. Oh, Noah absorbed the data with glory. He was a prisoner, yes, but he was a prisoner who was becoming more powerful with every passing second. He continued to map the first folds as they crossed, ruin/Eden's architect's eye drinking in the impossible landscapes, adding them to his own, ever-expanding atlas. After another few minutes, after traversing a distance that would have taken lesser beings eons, they arrived. Before them, nestled in a valley carved by a river of liquid starlight, was a grand, archaic citadel. It was a city of impossible, breathtaking beauty, a place that seemed to have been sung into existence, not built. Gilded golden walls, thousands of miles high, rose to meet the swirling nebulae of the sky, their surfaces etched with the entire history of a proud and ancient people. Within those walls, impossibly tall towers of white stone and gold filigree reached for the heavens, their spires so fine they seemed to blend into the starlight. Hundreds of thousands of early creatures, there. Forms clad in robes of white and gold, moved about the city's vast courtyards and terraces, their collective presence a low, powerful hum of ordered, ancient power. Location identified, Ethelgard, the gilded bastion of the first leader. Analysis: this appears to be the primary seat of power for the entity known as Gilgamesh in this era. A detailed scan has begun, but a terrifying power, far exceeding the quadrillions, and the swirling, conflicting weavings of many active principles, prevent an accurate analysis of all the entities of power and majesty here. Threat assessment: you have arrived in a region of unprecedented danger and possible opportunities. The highest possible gain from this situation is not escape, but information. A glimpse into how a true civilization was progressing in the earliest folds. Noah and Ilara were escorted through the great, golden gates of the city, their every move watched by the calm, ancient eyes of the early creatures who lined the streets. Elsewhere, deeper into this domain, towards the very center, there was a massive, central structure, a palace of such scale and beauty that it seemed to be the heart of the city itself, and there, hidden in the cool, silent shadows of a vast, pillared hall, 3 hooded figures were seated, gazing at each other with a calmness and serenity that was a stark, unnerving contrast to the immense power that radiated from the city around them. They were 3 women, their faces obscured by the deep shadows of their hoods, and their stillness was a thing of profound, terrible power. The hall was a place of quiet, profound power. It was not a throne room, not a court, but a simple, circular chamber at the heart of Ethelgard's central palace. There were no grand decorations, no displays of wealth. The walls were a smooth, seamless expanse of white stone that seemed to absorb all sound, creating a pocket of absolute, contemplative silence. At the center of this room, seated on simple, unadorned stone benches, were the 3 hooded figures, the weavers. Their bronze robes were the only touch of color in the monochrome stillness, their faceless hoods a void that seemed to drink the very light of the hall. The silence was broken by the arrival of a new presence. He did not enter through a door, he simply arrived, a being of such magnificent, terrible power that his very presence was a declaration of dominion. This was Gilgamesh, the first leader. He was an emperor cast in the mold of a titan. His visage was a masterpiece of primordial creation, his features sharp and noble, his eyes the color of molten gold, holding a wisdom and a cruelty that were eons old. His long, golden hair was braided with threads of starlight, and he was adorned in a simple, elegant white chiton that did little to hide the raw, overwhelming power that radiated from his form. He did not wear a crown, for he was the crown. He looked at the 3 silent, hooded figures, his expression not one of reverence, but of a king granting an audience to a trio of intriguing, if potentially dangerous, supplicants. "You called for me?" he asked, his voice a deep, resonant baritone, the sound of a mountain giving a command. The weavers, in their perfect, eerie unison, spoke, their 3 voices, one high and melodic, one low and resonant, one a dry, academic whisper. Were a single, harmonious chord. "The board is set, O King of Ethelgard. The pieces are moving." Gilgamesh's golden eyes narrowed. He did not appreciate riddles, especially from beings who cloaked themselves in such deliberate mystery. "The board is always set. The pieces are always moving. Existence is a game without end. Speak plainly, or do not speak at all." The weavers remained still, their faceless hoods a void of unreadable intent. "A storm gathers on the horizon of this fold," their unison voice continued, its tone as calm and as inexorable as the turning of a galaxy. "A storm of paradox and order, of law and chaos. A bloody war, born from the follies of you and your peers, will be descending upon the golden walls of Ethelgard." Gilgamesh's expression did not change, but a new, dangerous light entered his golden eyes. "A war? With whom?" "The living existences are a squabbling, divided people. Early creatures and their tribes has all but submitted. They would not dare to march on my lands, they will not march." The weavers replied, their voices a chilling, prophetic whisper. "They will be led. This time, it shall be a war between the living existences and their hopes and dreams." Boom! The king of Ethelgard was silent for a long, heavy moment. He processed the cryptic words, his mind, a brilliant engine of strategy and ambition. When he finally asked, his voice a low, dangerous growl, the weaver's reply was a simple, terrible, and absolute verdict. "Within the next day, WA, chapter 4277, the Astral Codex and everything's. Noah and Ilara were escorted through the great, golden gates of the city, their every move watched by the calm, ancient eyes of the early creatures who lined the streets. There was no hostility, only a profound, almost academic, curiosity. Kale, their guide and captor, gestured to the sprawling city around them. "This is Ethelgard," he said, his voice a smooth, cultured tour guide's narration. "Not a city, in the way you might understand it, but a living organism of power. To the east, you have the spires of contemplation, where our philosophers and historians reside. To the west, the fields of proving, where strength is tested and wills are forged. We are currently passing through the Great Concourse, the very heart of our civilization. Ilara remained silent, her expression a mask of cold animosity. She knew she was in enemy territory, a lamb in a den of very old, very powerful lions. Noah listened calmly, his gaze sweeping over everything, ruin/Eden's architects documenting, analyzing, and storing every detail. We are heading to the forges of creation, Kale detailed, his tone intricate, a location where the most important research and workings of Ethelgard take place. It is a place of art, of science, and of a certain pragmatic acquisition of knowledge. They entered a new sector of the city, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with a contained, creative energy. Here, the beautiful, ornate architecture gave way to more functional, yet no less grand, structures. Massive workshops, their walls of black, star-absorbent stone, were connected by a network of glowing, golden conduits. Noah could see powerful early creatures moving within, their forms silhouetted against the brilliant light of what looked like captured stars being used as forges. Some were 500 quadrillion in complexity and purity. Others 600, 700, 400 quadrillion. It was waves and waves of terrifying monsters. Master, my capabilities are being greatly diminished here. A terrifying, citywide authority, likely a principle of dominion or a similar concept, is consciously keeping all other authorities contained at their source. I can still observe and record, but my analytical and projective functions are being suppressed. Analysis, we are in the belly of a very large, very powerful beast. It would be wise to not make any sudden movements. They arrived at their destination, a vast, circular structure at the very heart of the forges, and as they stepped inside, Ilara's breath hitched. Noah's own gaze, behind the calm mask of his face, sharpened with a cold, dawning comprehension. The place was a graveyard of their ambition. Broken and semi-completed designs of justiciars and other living existential armors were scattered throughout the vast workshop, mounted on display stands like the trophies of a successful raid. The technology, their secret, their grand project, had been stolen. Kale led them in calmly, his expression unreadable. I have already sent word ahead, he said, his voice a low, almost conversational murmur. News of a seemingly successful existence, the first to bind with a living existential armor, and one who displayed such great power at that. You have made many of us very interested. He said this while bringing Noah even further into the workshop, past the stolen skeletons of their dreams, to a place where one of the true power of this city resided. Here, in the inner sanctum of the forge, powerful early creatures were abundant, their auras a silent, suffocating sea of quadrillions. They were the master craftsmen, the architects of this stolen future, and they all turned their ancient, starlit eyes towards the newcomer. Their gaze is a mixture of professional curiosity and a predator's cold assessment. One of them, a being whose form was a perfect, crystalline lattice of pure thought, floated over to Kale. His voice was a series of harmonious, resonant chimes that echoed directly in their minds. New acquisitions, Commander Kale? Your hunt was fruitful, it seems. The others apparently faced heavy firepower. Kale smiled, his fiery hair a stark, vibrant splash of color in the otherwise monochromatic workshop. New potential is more like it, Master Theorem, he replied, his voice a smooth, cultured buzz. One of the commander of the laboratories, Ilara, and an elderborn who has successfully bonded with a living existential armor. The crystalline creature turned its multifaceted gaze upon Noah, a new, more intense level of interest in its silent appraisal. It was a look that stripped away all pretense, a gaze that saw not the armor, but the being within. Ilara's jaw tightened. She was a commander, a being of 500 quadrillion in complexity, and she was being discussed as an acquisition, a footnote to the true prize. She remained silent, her rage a cold, hard knot in the pit of her being. This was not her laboratory. Here, she was not a commander, but a curiosity. To speak would be to reveal a weakness they would undoubtedly exploit. Noah, for his part, met the gazes of these ancient, terrible beings with a calm, unreadable silence. He had transformed, his aegis was in its inactive form, a simple, elegant necklace, but the innate omnicalcum aura field was a constant, invisible shield, and Ruin/Eden was a silent, ever-vigilant observer in the fortress of his mind. Kale led them further in, his voice a low, engaging narration. As you can see, he said, gesturing to the rows of mounted, skeletal armors, we have been studying the designs of the living concept for some time. A noble ambition, to be sure. An armor to make the weak strong. But their methodology is flawed. Too much caution. Too much sentiment. He stopped before a new, more advanced section of the forge. Here, the power was even more palpable. The air so thick with contained authority it was like breathing liquid starlight. Powerful early creatures, their auras in the high hundreds of quadrillions, were at work, their hands weaving threads of light and matter with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. He brought them to the very heart of the forge, a vast, circular chamber where a single, colossal figure was at work. It was an early creature of such immense scale and power that his very presence seemed to bend the space. Around him, he was a giant of a being, his skin the color of burnished bronze, his muscles like the roots of an ancient, world-sized tree. He was bare-chested, a simple, golden kilt around his waist. And his hands, each the size of a small moon, were currently working on a living existential armor. It was a masterpiece, a suit of obsidian and gold that seemed to pulse with a dark, hungry light. It was almost complete, and its power was a thing of terrible, beautiful malice. Kale approached the giant with a reverence that was a stark contrast to his earlier, arrogant demeanor. "Forge Master Vulcan," he said, his voice a respectful, almost hushed, tone. Chapter 4278 The Astral Codex and Everything's. 2. The Forge Master did not turn. His focus was absolute, his ancient, starlit eyes fixed on the armor before him. The report was intriguing. "Kale," he rumbled, his voice the sound of a mountain clearing its throat. He finally turned, his gaze, which held the heat of a billion dying wheels, settling on Noah. "Forge Master Vulcan, classification, elder early creature, complexity, 2500 quadrillion, purity, 2500 quadrillion, HUUM." The numbers were a quiet, terrible scream in Noah's mind. Vulcan looked at him, at his simple, white gold wrappings, at the intricate necklace that was the dormant aegis, and a slow, almost bored, smile spread across his ancient face. "So," he said, his voice a low, rumbling challenge. "Show me. Tell me of the intricacies of the living existential armor you made." Before Noah could even respond, Ilara, her loyalty overriding her fear, stepped forward. "We would rather die than reveal the methods and wonders of the living concept to thieves and usurpers," she spat, her voice a blade of pure, defiant fury. Forge Master Vulcan's smile did not waver. "Is that right?" he rumbled, his tone one of amused, almost paternalistic, condescension, a noble sentiment. "But we have no plans of killing anyone here today. For now. Kale, would you be so kind as to take our esteemed guest, Miss Ilara, to another part of the forges? Show her our improvements on her designs. I am sure she will find it illuminating." Kale's hand, with a speed that was a casual violation of existence, gently grasped Ilara's arm. He smiled. "Please, Commander." Ilara struggled, but his grip was a band of absolute, unyielding authority. "Osmont," she cried, her eyes wide with a desperate, warning light. "Do not reveal anything. The living concept will send forces to save us soon." She was escorted away, her voice fading into the hum of the forges, leaving Noah alone with the giant. "Master, be immensely careful. This being's power is not just in its numbers. It is stable, ancient, woven into the very fabric of this place. He is not a king in this castle, he is the castle." Vulcan gestured to a simple, stone bench near his forge. "Sit," he said, not as a command, but as an invitation from one professional to another. He turned back to his own work, his massive hands making impossibly precise adjustments to the obsidian armor. "How knowledgeable are you regarding the weavings of power? The systems? Glyphs, hockey, armaments, and early tools?" Noah sat, his mind a silent engine of calculation. "I am a student," he replied, his voice calm and measured. "I have a foundational understanding of glyphs and hockey. My experience with armaments is, as you have noted, recent." Vulcan nodded, a slow, thoughtful gesture. "A student. Good. Honesty is a rare and valuable material." He turned from his work and looked at Noah, his starlit eyes holding a new, analytical light. "I sent the commander away because some entities are simply easier to work with than others. Not weaker, but easier. She is a zealot, a being whose loyalty has become a cage for her intellect. But you observe. You absorb. You calculate. An entity like that is a seeker of knowledge. A learner. A scholar. Are you a scholar, Osmont?" Noah smiled calmly. "As I said. A student." Vulcan returned the smile, a genuine, appreciative expression. "Then as scholars, let us have an exchange. You will share with me the complete methodology of how that living existential armor of yours was made, from the theory to integration. And in exchange, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial rumble as he smiled, I will share with you another system of power. A power handed directly to us from the living existences themselves. The Living Astral Codex, HUUM, alert, an unprecedented opportunity for data acquisition has presented itself, Master. Vulcan saw the flicker of interest in Noah's otherwise impassive demeanor. He raised a massive, bronze hand, and in his palm, a shimmering, conceptual glyph inscribed on a silver card materialized. It was a card, yet not a card, a thing of pure, ordered light that depicted a colossal, marble golem holding a golden gavel. This, Vulcan began, his voice taking on the tone of a master lecturer, is what we call an astral arcana. It is not a power one cultivates from within, like a glyph. It is a boon, a favor, a wonder designed by one of the living existences. When faced with the opportunity, beings are granted a blank astral codex, a conceptual grimoire, a new external organ upon which these arcana can be written. He gestured to the card. Each arcana is a single, potent, and highly specific application of a living existential authority. They are categorized into origin, law, paradox, and so on. This one, the verdict of the gavel, is of the school of law. A simple, but effective, tool. Noah's heart beat faster and faster. What was this? What was this unique new wonder? Forgemaster Vulcan continued to talk and explain regarding the living astral codex and the astral arcana glyphs, and then Ruin/Eden broke everything down in prompts. System analysis, the living astral codex, strategic value, a system of immense burst potential. Unlike glyphs, which are a constant, passive enhancement, arcana are single-use tactical nukes. Their power lies in their ability to produce an overwhelming, often battle-ending, effect at a critical moment. Continuing analysis, to use it, Vulcan continued, his lecture becoming more intricate, is a costly affair. You must expend units of everything's, crystallized concepts, as fuel. This fuel manifests a conceptual creature. In this case, a golem of judgment, which unleashes a single, devastating ability and then dissipates. The single activation though unleashes an ability that will decimate even a full-fledged juvenile early creature. The arcana then becomes exhausted, inactive, until it is reinfused with new everythings over a period of time, a single-use ability that could decimate juvenile early creatures. Young early creature ranged from 1 quadrillion to 100 quadrillion complexity and purity. Juvenile early creatures ranged from 101 quadrillion to 1000 quadrillion complexity and purity. Elder early creatures exceeded 1001 quadrillion complexity and purity. Noah was a juvenile. Kale was a juvenile. Even full dwellers like Ilara or living existences were grouped under the system of early creatures as they would be deemed to have the power of a juvenile early creature, that single card that the elder early creature. Vulcan showed could decimate something up to 1000 complexity and purity. Vulcan displayed the astral arcana glyph fully as its details bloomed before Noah's eyes. Astral arcana glyph, name, verdict of the gavel, school, law, rarity, resonant, uncommon, description. When the court is in session, all will be judged. This arcana summons a golem of judgment, a towering figure of white marble and golden chains. The golem strikes a single target with a colossal gavel, an attack that is not just physical, but conceptual. It passes judgment on the target's right to exist, cost, 6,000 units of, law, everything's 10,000 units of, basic, everything. Requirements to cast, 100 quadrillion purity. Effect, deals 1000 quadrillion in purity-based damage that bypasses 25% of all physical and conceptual defenses to a single target. Cooldown, 1 minute. Chapter 4279 The Astral Codex in Everythings. 3. He made the card of light disappear and then reappear. They come in different tiers of rarity, of course. From the common echo, to the uncommon resonant, to the rare harmonic, to the legendary transcendent, to the mythic, one-of-a-kind primordial arcana that represent the absolute pinnacle of an authority. Some astral arcana glyphs, when activated, can collapse young early creatures, or if the astral arcana glyph in your grimoire is rare and powerful enough. You could even collapse an elder early creature if you can activate the card. It is a system for kings and gamblers, not for soldiers. A single, well-timed play can change the course of a battle. He let the information settle, allowing Noah to process the sheer, elegant brutality of such a system. I will grant you a blank living astral codex, a grimoire. Vulcan said, his voice a low, final offer, and I will grant you a single astral arcana from our own vaults. A powerful, versatile tool to begin your collection. All of this in exchange for the methodology of your living existential armor. Noah sat in the silence of the forge, the weight of the offer a physical thing in the air. He thought of the early laboratories, of the living concept, of the noble, flawed ambition of Ilara and her kind. He had no obligation to them. They were his captors, his jailers. No matter how politely they had treated him, the justiciars would be made with or without his help. His refusal would only delay the inevitable, and cost him this unprecedented opportunity. He was a tyrant. He was a cheat. And a deal this good was a cheat in its own right. The choice was clear. At the offer of Forge Master Vulcan, a trait of knowledge that could reshape the very foundations of power in this ancient age, Noah was about to give the command to ruin/Eden, but this wonder of ruin was already a dozen steps ahead. Her own silent, lightning-fast calculations concluding before he had even finished processing the proposition, analysis of proposed trade, schematics, for, living astral codex, that, conclusion, the value of the offered knowledge is incalculable. The astral codex represents an entirely new modality of power, one that operates outside the known systems of glyphs and hockey. Acquiring it is a strategic imperative. Risk assessment, sharing the full, unadulterated schematics for, the aegis of the architect, would grant a potential adversary access to your unique, growth-type technology. This is suboptimal solution. I have already designed a secondary set of schematics, master. A public release version. If you will, Justiciar Core Modulator, public model, capable of producing a stable interface, but at only 50% effectiveness. Living existential armor, public model, requires 100% more everythings to power and has no factor of growth with the user. Failsafes. I have also integrated several conceptual backdoors into the design, which will appear as normal structural components. In the future, should any armors built from these schematics be used against you, I can activate these failsafes to shutter 50% of their power instantly. Recommendation: proceed with the trade. You will be giving them a functional, powerful blueprint, but not the true secret. You will be giving them a candle, while keeping the sun for yourself. Noah smiled, a slow, cold, and utterly tyrannical expression that was hidden behind the calm mask of his face. Perfect, he nodded to Forge Master Vulcan, a gesture of a king accepting a treaty. We will trade. The great forge fell into a profound silence. Far from the personalized forge of Vulcan, in the periphery the other early creatures, who had been observing with a detached, academic curiosity, now leaned forward, their ancient eyes fixed on this unprecedented exchange. From Noah's hand, a bundle of pure, informational light, containing the brilliant, flawed, and booby-trapped schematics of Ruin/Eden's design, floated across the space. Vulcan, in turn, waved a massive, bronze hand. From the very air before him, a book materialized. It was a radiant, obsidian grimoire, its cover a smooth, starless night bound in what looked like polished gold. It radiated an ancient, scholarly air, and its cover was not blank, but was inscribed with a single, intricate, golden etching, a circle of countless, tiny pages, all opening at once. It was a book that promised infinite knowledge. The grimoire floated over to Noah, its presence a quiet, heavy weight on the air. This, Vulcan rumbled, his voice a low, resonant lecture, is a blank living astral codex. A vessel. To bind it, you must impress upon it your own unique signature. Any type of your existential authority will do. It will become a part of you, as much a sword or shield, or limb. Noah reached out, not with his hand, but with his will. A wave of clear, pure, boundless mana flowed from him, a gentle, cerulean river that wrapped around the obsidian book. The grimoire responded instantly. The countless golden pages on its cover blazed with a brilliant, blue light, and with a soft, melodic chime, the book floated towards him. It did not land in his hands. It came to rest on the right side of his waist, its form dissolving from a physical book into a shimmering, conceptual codex that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of his white gold wrappings. Vulcan smiled, a genuine, appreciative expression of a master craftsman seeing a fine tool find a worthy wielder. I have already given a single, common astral arcana glyph into the codex. A small gift, to get you started. You may take a moment to understand it, and this new system. I will go through the schematics of your living armor, HUUM. Both beings now had their own new methodologies to view. Vulcan became engrossed in the bundle of light, his ancient eyes blazing with a new, fervent, intellectual fire. Noah, in turn, sent his authority out, the living astral codex, now a part of him, detached from his side and floated before him, its conceptual pages opening in his mind. Chapter 4280, The Astral Codex and Everythings. 4. I am thoroughly analyzing this new tool and the system it represents, Master. The potential applications are extensive. On the first page of the Codex, a single, magnificent astral arcana glyph was displayed. It was a shimmering, conceptual card of light, and on its surface was a picture of a massive, crimson-gold flaming serpent, its body a river of fire, its 9 pairs of wings spread in a glorious, terrifying display. Astral arcana glyph, name, 9-headed soul serpent, school, elemental, rarity, common, description, the sun is not a gentle warmth, it is a relentless, all-consuming fire. This arcana summons a manifestation of a primordial sun serpent. A creature of pure, incandescent rage. The serpent unleashes a torrent of 9 distinct, guided solar flares, cost 2,500 units of elemental everythings, 1,000 units of basic everythings, requirements to cast, none, effect, deals 550 quadrillion in complexity-based living existential elemental damage, striking up to 9 separate targets. Applies, immolation, to any target not collapsed, dealing a residual 10 quadrillion damage per second for 1 minute, cooldown, 10 seconds. Noah and Ruin/Eden process the information in a silent, lightning-fast exchange, 550 quadrillion damage. From a common arcana? Noah thought, the damage output is indeed disproportionate to its rarity classification. Master. However, the cost is also significant. 2,500 units of a specific everything is not a trivial expenditure. But the most significant anomaly is the cooldown. A 10-second cooldown on an ability of this magnitude is not just unusual, it is a conceptual impossibility. It violates the standard principles of existential energy transference and recovery. A 10-second cooldown for an attack that could decimate many powerful beings. Noah turned his gaze back to Vulcan. This terrifying fucker had not just given him a powerful tool, he had given him a mystery. How can one acquire more of these astral arcana glyphs? He asked, his voice a calm, even tone. Of even rarer ones? Vulcan looked up from the schematics, a devilish, knowing smile on his ancient face. There are 2 paths. The first is the path of a merchant. You can seek out other bearers of a codex in trade. Arcana for arcana, a simple, elegant transaction. Or if you have something that other early creatures want, some may part with their astral arcana glyphs. The other path is the path of an artist. You can obtain the methodology to design your own. A knowledge handed down to our Lord Gilgamesh himself, a gift from the living spirit and the living dimensional. You can only obtain such knowledge from him. He leaned back, his massive form radiating an almost insurmountable authority, but such a methodology is a state secret of the highest order. One would need to give immense contributions to our cause to even be considered for such a gift by Lord Gilgamesh. And even then, one must have the power of an elder early creature to even begin to comprehend the weavings, and an amount of everythings to fuel the creation process that would make the cost of casting seem like a pittance. Everythings. The other factor. The fuel for this entire, impossible system. Noah's eyes shone with a new, bright light. How do you cultivate them? Everythings, Master. My own progress on designing a cultivation methodology for everythings is almost complete. The integration with your armor, which contains its own unique cluster of everythings, has provided the final, critical data points. However, before I present my findings, understanding how these early creatures cultivate them would be ideal for cross-referencing and optimization. Vulcan looked at Noah, and he smiled. Now you are asking for state secrets, he rumbled, his voice a low, amused growl, but I did give you an astral codex, and it is a rather useless trinket if you have no fuel for it. So, I may as well tell you how to cultivate them. He paused, a flicker of something almost like generosity in his ancient, starlit eyes. Of course, if cultivation is too slow for your tastes, you can also barter and trade for different units of everythings. We have a rather extensive collection. If you work for us, well, that is also another way. He raised a hand, and a new bundle of light, this one a soft, verdant gold, floated from his palm. This is the early everything cultivation modus operandi, a gift to our Lord from the living spirit. It outlines the 2 primary methods of cultivation. It is a philosophy as much as a science. The light floated to Noah and merged with his being. As Vulcan spoke, the knowledge bloomed in his mind, painting a picture of a new, impossible kind of farming. The first method, Vulcan began, his voice taking on the tone of a master lecturer, is what we call the way of the garden. It is a slow, patient, but ultimately fruitful path. You begin with the seed of everything. These are rare, but can sometimes be formed when a living existential authority is pushed to its absolute limit and then collapses in on itself. A seed of paradox from a failed spell, a seed of law from a broken oath. You take this seed and you plant it in a plot of existentially fertile ground. He gestured to the forges around them. From this seed, a tree of everything will grow. Its growth is slow, and its harvest is meager at first, yielding only what we call basic units of everything. The raw, undifferentiated stuff of concepts. But, his eyes gleamed, if you nurture the tree, if you feed it, if you bathe it in the very living existential authority from which its seed was born, then it will bear a different kind of fruit. Specialized units. The everything of law, of origin, of paradox. The very currency of power, analysis of farming-based cultivation. Conclusion, a sustainable, long-term method for generating both basic and specialized everythings. The primary bottleneck is the acquisition of seeds and the constant, high-level infusion of authority required for specialized units. Your radiant shore is an ideal environment for such a garden, master. The second method, Vulcan continued, his tone shifting, becoming more personal, is the way of the self. It is a faster, more direct, but ultimately more limited path. One can give a part of their own everythings, the very essence of their being, to a seed. You can sacrifice a piece of your own innate courage, your own sorrow, your own strength, your own energy. The seed will consume it and instantly transform it into basic units of everythings. He shook his head at third method, the way of the self, the way of the garden, two methodologies. To forge everythings. Chapter 4281 The Astral Codex and Everythings. The Forge Master Vulcan shook his head when it came to the way of the self. It is a fool's bargain, a trade of the unique for the common. A king selling his crown for a loaf of bread. It is a path for the desperate, but it is a path nonetheless. The knowledge was a new, vast continent in the atlas of Noah's mind. As he was processing it, Ruin/Eden's voice echoed, a final, triumphant note in this symphony of discovery. Analysis complete, Master. I have cross-referenced the modus operandi with my own theoretical models and the unique nature of your existence. I have finalized your personal cultivation methodology, the tyrant's infinite garden, modus operandi. Primary boon, your everything of infinite mana, is a unique, boundless resource. I did everything possible to base your cultivation of everything surround it. You can infuse seeds of everythings with your mana, and because it is infinite, the harvest will be continuous, endless, infinite. You can produce a theoretically unlimited number of basic units of everything's limitation. Your mana is a pure, undifferentiated authority. It cannot be used to nurture the growth of specialized units. Those must still be cultivated through the slow, patient application of other authorities. Synergy, your principle of perpetual harvest, will amplify the yield of all your trees of everythings by a factor of 1,000. The radiant shore, now infused with the essence of many dead early creature and the authority of order among many other factors, is the most existentially fertile ground I have ever analyzed. Your garden will not just grow, it will flourish. Noah stood in the silence of the forge, the weight of all this new knowledge settling upon him. He had the armor. He had the codex. And now, he had the fuel. Oh, he had everything. Well, let's slow down. Maybe not everything, Forge Master Vulcan observed him, his ancient, starlit eyes holding a deep, analytical light. He had been studying the schematics Noah had provided, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of professional appreciation on his bronze face. A clever design, he rumbled, his voice the sound of a mountain giving a compliment, flawed in its core assumptions about the pilot's resilience, of course, and laughably inefficient in its power consumption, but the symbiotic interface. The modulator. That is a stroke of genius. He turned his gaze from the schematics to Noah. A theory is one thing. A blueprint is a pretty picture. But craftsmanship. That is the true measure of a creator. I propose another exchange, scholar to scholar. You could build for me, right now, a living existential armor and its core modulator from the schematics you have just provided. A demonstration of your art. And for this labor, for this proof of concept, I will provide you with a small collection of units of everythings. A starting fund, if you will, for you to begin your own collection. The offer was a test disguised as a transaction. Vulcan waved a massive, bronze hand, and behind him, a section of the radiant, black stone wall of the forge dissolved, revealing a new, hidden alcove. It was a treasury of primordial materials. Massive clusters of the pristine, stellar white early omnicalcum were stacked like firewood, and beside them, a second type of metal, this one shining with a deep, golden obsidian light, its surface swirling with a contained, chaotic energy. New material detected, early Tartarite metal. Analysis: it possesses similar properties of conceptual density and indestructibility to early omnicalcum. However, its internal structure is far more explosive and unstable. Conclusion: any products forged from this material will possess a significantly higher damage output, but at the expense of defensive integrity. It is a glass cannon, master. A beautiful, terrible, and highly volatile one. Noah stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the two mountains of metal. In addition to the payment, he said, his voice calm and even, I will require a portion of these materials for my own uses. 4. Further research. Vulcan's smile was a jovial, booming thing. But of course, young Elderborn, all things have a price. Let us see if your work is worth the cost. Noah nodded once. He gave the command. And Ruin/Eden did the rest. Glorious, azure tendrils of his infinite mana, 1,000 delicate, surgical limbs of pure, liquid energy, erupted from his being. They did not surge with chaotic power, but moved with a quiet, terrifying precision. They wrapped around the blocks of early omnicalcum first, their touch gentle, yet absolute. He stood before an empty space in the forge, and his will, guided by Ruin/Eden's perfect, if flawed, schematics, began to work. The omnicalcum, under the caress of his mana, lost its solid form, becoming a river of stellar white light. The other early creatures in the periphery, beings who had seen folds born and wills die, stopped their own work to watch. They saw a being of a mere 100 or so quadrillion in power manipulating a primordial metal with an ease and an endurance that should have been impossible. For minutes, Noah stood, a silent, unmoving conductor of a symphony of forging. The tendrils of mana wove the liquid metal, not with the brute force of a hammer, but with the delicate precision of a master weaver. They followed the schematics he had given Vulcan, creating a functional, powerful, yet ultimately limited, version of his own Aegis. The process was a silent, beautiful ballet of light and power, a testament to a control over an everything that was absolute. When it was done, two new objects floated in the air before him, a pristine white justiciar armor, its lines clean and brutal, and a smaller, less intricate core modulator. Justiciar armor public model has been forged. Core modulator public model has been forged. Analysis: the work is adequate, master. Functional. But it lacks the soul of your own Aegis. It is a very well-made copy, but a copy nonetheless. Noah let out a slow breath, his form as calm and as untroubled as if he had just been taking a leisurely stroll. He turned to the stunned, silent forge master. A freshly made justiciar armor, and its modulator, he said, his voice a simple, factual statement. The vibrant, analytical gaze of Vulcan was now one of pure astonishment. He stared at Noah, then at the armor, then back at Noah. He shook his head, and a deep, rumbling laugh, a sound like an earthquake in a mine of diamonds, erupted from his massive chest. He strode forward and clapped Noah on the back, a gesture of camaraderie that was also a test of strength. The strike was a physical impact that would have destabilized the existence of a lesser being, but Noah's innate omnicalcum aura field absorbed it with a silent, invisible ripple. An impressive Elderborn. Vulcan boomed, his starlit eyes shining with a new, profound respect. Truly impressive. Ethelgard would gain much if you and others like you were to join our cause. He then waved his hands, a gesture of a king bestowing a great treasure. From the very air, clusters of pure, crystallized concepts materialized, floating towards Noah. They were the units of everythings. The basic units were simple, beautiful things, small, perfect spheres of milky white light, each one a single, undifferentiated drop of pure potential. But the specialized units, they were magnificent. The unit of law was a perfect, crystalline cube of silver light, humming with a note of absolute order. The unit of origin was a warm, pulsating sphere of white gold, radiating a gentle, life-giving heat. The unit of elemental was a chaotic, swirling storm of red, blue, and green, a miniature galaxy of untamed power. Noah received them, his eyes shining as the prompts from Ruin/Eden bloomed. A detailed inventory of his new wealth. Payment received. Basic units of everything, 10,000, specialized units of everything, straightface, law, 1000 units, origin, 1000 units, elemental, 1000 units, analysis, a significant starting cache, master, chapter 4282 civilization. What is the best method to exert one's will upon an uncooperative reality? It is a question that has echoed through the halls of power since the first thinking being decided it was tired of being wet when it rained. Some swear by the fist, by the body forged into a living weapon through endless, disciplined practice, a master of a forgotten martial art, they say, can shatter a mountain with a single, perfectly executed blow, a beautiful, elegant, and profoundly personal expression of power. Others say steel is the answer. A blade, sharp and true, an extension of the wielder's arm, a cold, hard line drawn between the living and the dead. The swordsman cares not for the mountain, his domain is the flesh and bone of his enemies. Then came the gun, a crude, loud, and utterly democratic invention. It cared not for your discipline, for the grace of your form. It only cared if you could point and squeeze. The mountain-shattering martial artist and the master swordsman both fall to a simple peasant with a good eye and a steady hand from 100 paces. A vulgar, but undeniably effective, method, and then, the nuclear warhead. An expression of power so profound it renders the skill of the peasant, the discipline of the martial artist, and the artistry of the swordsman all equally, laughably, irrelevant. It is the power to unmake the mountain, the swordsman, the peasant, and the very ground they stood on, all with the simple press of a button. So, what matters most? Is it the elegance of the method, the artistry of the application? Or is it simply the end result? The mountain is gone. The enemy is dead. The war is won. Does the how truly matter, or is it just a story we tell ourselves to feel better about the brutal, simple calculus of power? In the end, does the ants' mastery of twig lifting matter when the boot is descending? In the earliest folds, in a region of space imperceptible to most, a quiet conversation was taking place. The living concept, its form a shimmering, ever-shifting cloud of pure, geometric thought, was holding court. Before it, the living emotive, a being of pure, chaotic, and vibrant feeling, its form a kaleidoscope of every color that had ever been and ever would be, listened with an interested, almost childlike, light, why do you bother? The living emotive asked, its voice a symphony of a billion different emotions all singing in perfect, terrible harmony, illusory diagrams of impossible. Beautiful armors and complex, interlocking systems flickered in the air around them, a testament to the conversation they were having, you and the others. You spend eons designing these intricate systems, these little games of manipulation. Glyphs, hockey, armaments. Why? Are principles not all one truly needs? To understand existence is to understand the principles that govern it. The rest is just decoration, is it not? The living concept, its form pulsing with a cool, intellectual light, responded. Its voice was not a sound, but a direct, conceptual transmission, a pure, unadulterated stream of logic. Systems of power, my dear emotive, are akin to finding hidden codes in the programming of existence. Principles are the source code, yes. They are the fundamental, unchangeable laws. But a well-designed system, a clever exploit. It can achieve grand results, results that can be equivalent to, or at times, even exceed, the application of a single principle. Depending on the methodology, of course, the illusory diagrams shifted, showing the spiraling, internal power of hockey, the structured, permanent authority of glyphs. There are many paths. But now, the living spirit and I have been competing, a friendly wager between old rivals, to design the latest, most intricate methodology of existence. A new diagram bloomed, a detailed, beautiful schematic of a symbiotic, growth-type armor. The breakthrough I told you about, the one with my elderborns. This is the system I have been focused on. Living existential armors. A way to grant the power of juvenile or elder early creatures to those who were not born with it. The image then shifted, showing the golden-clad armies of Gilgamesh, their forms blazing with a strange, new power. Meanwhile, my counterpart has been leading Gilgamesh and their little forces. They have designed and widely spread a methodology that you, I, and the others messed around with eons ago, when we were all still seeking to advance our own scale of civilization. We ultimately discarded that method, deemed it too costly, too reliant on external factors. But the living spirit, it seems, has perfected it. The methodology of the astral codex, the living concept paused, the air between them crackling with the unspoken weight of this ancient, intellectual rivalry. But recently, it seems the forces, the sheep that the living spirit is ushering, have gotten a little bold. They have also stolen a bit of the methodology of the living existential armors that I am designing. A flicker of something that was almost annoyance pulsed from its form. Before this ruins the purity of the experiment, I have made a bet with the living spirit. A test to see which methodology will truly come out on top. My forces against its forces. A practical application of our competing philosophies. It turned its full, conceptual attention to the living emotive. But at this moment, the living dimensional is also beside the living spirit. It would be akin to me going against both of them all alone. A two-front war is inefficient. So, I must ask. Do you want to join in on a little war, emotive, a little war? The words were a casual, almost playful invitation to a conflict that would likely reshape the very balance of power in the earliest folds. The living emotive smiled, a brilliant, beautiful, and utterly terrifying expression that sent waves of pure, ecstatic joy rippling through the void. It loved being involved in things the most. Had you told me earlier that you were all having such fun? Manipulating the different methodologies of existence, it sang, its voice a chorus of pure, unadulterated excitement. I would have joined in much, much earlier. Living existential armors, the codex, glyphs, hockey. Ah, let us see. Let us see which story is the most beautiful, which song is the most tragic, which feeling is the most absolute, different systems of existence. Different methods of how to manipulate a reality that was, at its core, a cold, unfeeling set of rules, the question of which was best was a complex, almost unanswerable one. Or perhaps, the answer was a simple, terrifying question of its own. Does the elegance of the sword, the precision of the gun, or the complexity of the bomb even matter? If a being of absolute, unimaginable power can simply raise their leg and step down, does the intricate, beautiful, and ultimately insignificant dance of the ants matter at all, when the descending foot of the creature or one of the living existences will snuff them all out in a single, thoughtless instant? Chapter 4283 Civilization 2. Away from Ethelgard, in the early laboratories, the Omega Lab was a cathedral of glorious silent creation. In its heart, amidst a forest of crystalline glass and white metal, a being of impossible, terrible power stood in quiet contemplation. This was Dr. Flammel. He was an elder-born, an early creature of such profound antiquity that his very presence was a law of nature. His power, a calm, contained ocean of 3,000 quadrillion in complexity, was cloaked in the simple, unassuming guise of a white laboratory coat. He was a scientist, an architect, a creature in the clothes of a scholar. Surrounding him, arranged in perfect, silent rows, were his creations. Hundreds of them, living existential armors, justiciars, their pristine white forms gleaming under the soft, ambient light of the laboratory. They were a legion of silent, sleeping weapons, each one a testament to his genius, each one a weapon of unimaginable destructive potential. His ancient, starlit eyes, which had witnessed the birth of concepts, were fixed on his work. The initial production run is complete. He murmured, his voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to make the very air vibrate, but they are untested. We have had no time for proper field tests, no data on their performance under duress. As he spoke, a new voice, a melody of seductive power and ancient amusement, echoed through the lab. Why worry about field tests, my dear doctor, when you are about to have a whole war? A figure floated down from the upper levels of the laboratory, a being of such breathtaking, impossible beauty that she seemed to be a living work of art. She was an early creature, her form clad in a flowing, crimson chiton robe that did little to hide the dangerous grace of her every movement. She laughed. A sound like shattering crystal and honeyed wine, the living concept, she purred, her eyes, the color of a dying star, fixed on Flammel. Thought you were lacking in numbers. A beautiful, but ultimately insufficient, collection of soldiers for the coming contest. So, I was given a small gift to bring over. The concept to multiply. As she spoke, she raised her hands. In her palms, a small, shimmering object, a thing that looked like a single, perfectly cut diamond of pure, conceptual light, pulsed with a power so immense it made the very fabric of the laboratory groan. It was a fragment, a sliver of the authority of a level 1 scale existence, the beautiful early creature, with a smile that was both a promise and a threat. Released the object, it floated towards the silent, waiting legion of justiciars, and as it did, it released a pressure, a wave of pure, unadulterated creation so profound that even Dr. Flammel, even the other mighty early creatures in the lab, felt their very existences shudder. A primal, instinctual urge to fall to their knees before a power that was absolute. The diamond of light touched the first justiciar. And then, the multiplication began. It was not a simple act of copying. It was a bloom of creation, a violent, beautiful genesis that was both horrifying and magnificent to behold. The few hundred armors did not become 1,000. They became a forest. Tens of thousands of them. A sea of pristine white and gleaming gold now filled the vast expanse of the Omega Lab, their numbers a silent, terrible promise of the war to come. A few hundred were multiplied to tens of thousands. The vibrant early creature laughed again, her voice filled with a light of pure, unadulterated veneration for the power she had just wielded. "Okay," she exclaimed, her tone now that of a general reviewing her new army. "You have part of your legion here. Let us heed the commands of the living concept and go test them out." She paused, a flicker of something new, something almost predatory, in her starlit eyes. "Oh, and the newest Elderborn, the one who was taken from us, the one who forged another. Interesting little model. I have been instructed to bring him before the limbs of the living concept. So, let's be on the lookout for our lost little anomaly, okay?" Ha! Her laughter echoed through the now crowded lab, a beautiful, terrible sound that was the overture to a new, bloody act in the grand play. The early laboratories, a place of quiet, intellectual pursuit, was ready to set off. It was a testament to a simple, terrible truth: the most profound knowledge, the greatest art, the most beautiful creations, are often just the prelude to the most efficient, most devastating forms of destruction. A new weapon had been forged, not for the sake of power, but for the sake of an idea. And there is nothing in all of existence more dangerous than a being who believes their violence is a form of philosophy. The forges of creation were not a place of chaotic, fiery industry, but one of quiet, profound, and terrifyingly efficient artistry. The air hummed with a contained power, the light of captured stars casting long, dancing shadows across the black stone floors. Here, in the inner sanctum of Ethelgard's power, Noah was not a prisoner. He was a highly valued, highly productive, and utterly captive artist. His work had become a steady, methodical rhythm, a silent symphony of creation he conducted from the throne of his own mind. He had been doing this for the last hour. A bargain struck with the master of this forge: for every living existential armor he made, Forge Master Vulcan would provide him with loot and the very currency of concepts. Glorious and magisterial units of everythings, a resource he and all other beings needed, for a task that, thanks to the boundless ocean of his mana, cost him absolutely nothing. It was the most profitable, effortless labor he had ever undertaken. His 13th was complete. A pristine, white justiciar armor and its corresponding core modulator floated before him, their lines clean, brutal, and utterly without flaw. And how could they have any possible flaws? A part of him, the part that was ruin/Eden. Observed and catalogued, her voice a cool, analytical whisper in the back of his thoughts as they echoed out. Chapter 4284 Civilization 3. Justiciar Armor Public Model Number 13 is complete. Analysis: this unit has achieved a peak performance rating, capable of granting its wielder a base purity of 750 quadrillion. Observation: as you have continued this complex, repetitive act of creation, a unique evolution has been catalyzed and observed. Your everything of infinite mana is being enriched and refined with every weave. He felt it. He was not just using his mana as a fuel source, a river to turn a mill wheel. He was using its very essence, its everything, constantly and continuously. As 1,000 delicate, surgical limbs, and with each armor he forged, he could feel his own boundless ocean becoming denser, more potent. The very act of creation was teaching his infinity a new, more profound, and more dangerous language. I will continue to analyze this process, Master. The constant, high-level application of your everything of mana appears to be triggering a new, unforeseen evolutionary path. The potential boons are, as of yet, unquantifiable, but I am optimistic. The armor and its modulator floated towards Forgemaster Vulcan. The giant accepted it with a grunt of professional approval, placing it alongside the 12 others, a growing legion of silent white armors of death. He then waved a massive, bronze hand, and the payment was delivered. Payment received: basic units of everything, 10,000, specialized units of everything, straight face, quantum, 1,000 units, emotive, 1,000 units, paradox, 1,000 units, analysis, a consistent and highly profitable business arrangement, Master. At this rate, we will have a sufficient stockpile to begin large-scale cultivation and experimentation. He smiled at her words as he absorbed the new wealth of everything and calmly began his work on the 14th. At his request, the forge had been closed off. Too many eyes, he had argued, could always cause potential issues. In truth, he simply preferred to work without a gallery of early creatures scrutinizing his every move, their gazes like scalpels on his very existence. As his tendrils of glorious blue mana began to once again transform the inert omnicalcum, Forge Master Vulcan began to speak. The giant was working nearby, his own hands a blur of controlled, cataclysmic power. He was shaping the volatile, golden obsidian tartarite metal, weaving it into armors of his own design. They were based on the schematics, yes, but they were different. More aggressive. More brutal. He was not making justiciars. His were named arbiters, and where Noah's creations blazed with purity, Vulcan's pulsed with a dark, terrible complexity. He was faster, more efficient, his own finite everything he was using being richer, purer, and more complex than Noah's mana. He was a forge master under Gilgamesh for a reason. The first thing I ever forged, Vulcan rumbled, his voice a low, melodic counterpoint to the quiet hum of creation, was under the command of the first leader. A simple blade, a test of my nascent skill. I presented it to him, expecting critique, perhaps a lesson. He did not praise the craftsmanship. He did not critique the design. He simply took it, and he gave me a place. A purpose. He paused, his gaze lost in the memory of a time before time, a look of profound, ancient loyalty in his starlit eyes. He gave me a sense of belonging. A thing I had been moving alone across the earliest folds in search of, without even knowing I was searching. He turned those ancient, powerful eyes to Noah. For any existence, whether it be early creature, full dweller, living existence, or even the mindless, hungry things you call inevitabilities. They all seek a sense of belonging. A way of existence. A banner to stand under, a wall to stand behind, a fire to gather around. That is what makes up the core of a civilization. He turned back to his work, the obsidian gold armor, an arbiter, now taking a sharp, predatory shape, Osmont. What do you know of civilization? Noah did not pause in his own work. His tendrils of mana continued their silent, beautiful dance. Civilization? A garden, he thought, a garden that required a strong fence and an even stronger gardener. I know that a civilization is a garden, he replied, his voice a calm, even current. It requires fertile ground. A safe place to grow, a domain to call its own. It requires a strong fence to keep out the wolves and the weeds. And it requires a gardener, a will strong enough to tend to the plants, to prune the weak, and to decide which fruits are to be harvested for the present and which are to be replanted for the future. It is a system of controlled, directed growth, all for the sake of a greater, collective harvest. He smiled as he spoke as he thought of his early veiled shore. Vulcan listened, and he nodded, a slow, appreciative gesture from one architect to another, a good ideology. A garden. And across existence, those who have found a place to belong, a garden to tend, soon after discover their way of existence. They become more in tune with it. And traversing one's way of existence, making that their everything. That is the way for us to get where we are. To where those on the higher scales of existence are. At his words, Noah's own eyes pulsed with curiosity. The 14th justiciar was now taking shape, a silent testament to his own, quiet harvest. The question was a natural one. The next step on a ladder that seemed to stretch into infinity. How far does an early creature have to go before they can touch the next scale of existence? The level of the YWAA. At his question, Vulcan paused. He turned, and he asked a question of his own, a question that was its own, terrifying answer. How many existences with the distinction of the have you heard about? Boom, the question landed like a physical blow, a quiet, devastating checkmate. He thought of the list. The creature. The living existences. A handful of names in a history that span eons, a number so small it was almost a statistical anomaly. Chapter 4285 Civilization. 4. Vulcan's expression became somber. The jovial craftsman replaced by the ancient, weary philosopher, he finished the arbiter he was working on and started another, his movements now more methodical, less inspired. The chasm between us and them is not a distance to be crossed, he said, his voice a low, heavy rumble that seemed to carry the weight of all the failed ascensions in history. It is a difference in kind. Imagine a goldfish, born in a small, comfortable pond. It can grow, become the king of that pond. It might even, through some miracle of will and power, learn to splash a bit of water onto the shore. But can it, no matter how hard it tries, no matter how much it grows, splash water on the sun? Can it even truly comprehend what the sun is? The analogy was a crushing weight, a beautiful, poetic dismissal of his entire life's struggle. He shook his head, a gesture of profound, absolute futility. No. That level is far too vast. But a new, different light entered his eyes, a flicker of something that was not just power, but a deep, abiding faith. Together, as a civilization, we can build a tower. A tower of shared knowledge, of collective purpose. A tower tall enough to reach the sun. We can reach it that much faster. If there were no conflicts, no wars, no petty squabbles over territory and resources that waste eons and squander potential. If everyone was just inside their own domains, their own civilizations. Imagine how rapidly we could all advance. If we just focused on our ways of existence. Our civilizations, the words were terrifyingly, beautifully heavy, an ideal of existence at peace, existence of quiet, collective growth toward a single, unified goal of ascension. A paradise. His own expression became immeasurably serious as he processed the grand, noble, and ultimately, impossible vision. And yet, a cold, ancient, and utterly cynical voice echoed in the silent chambers of his mind. Outsider, coarse thoughts were a blade of pure, chilling ice, a whisper of a truth he was already seeing. Does that not sound a bit on the nose for the loom? WAA, yes. A domain isolated from wars and conflicts. Just for entities to focus on their way. On civilization, the garden. The fence. The gardener, an isolated paradise. It was the most beautiful, noble justification for potentially the most terrible, cruel bunker he could have ever imagined if misused. He looked at the magnificent, terrible arbiter Vulcan was now completing, a weapon of war forged in a city that preached a gospel of peace, and he had a chilling, dawning suspicion that the ideology Vulcan may truly be one of the many reasons for the loom. As Noah and Forge Master Vulcan forged justiciars and arbiters and talked side by side, the private forge was interrupted as a wall opened up far behind them. The black, star-absorbent stone of the forge did not slide or retract. It dissolved into a cloud of shimmering, obsidian dust and then reformed as a perfect, arching doorway. Through it, a powerful early creature stepped, his face cloudy with a calm urgency that made the very air of the forge grow heavy. He was a being whose skin was the color of a stormy sky, his hair a cascade of silver that seemed to flow like a river of starlight. He moved with a speed that was a casual violation of spacetime, appearing before Vulcan in an instant. Forge Master, he said, his voice a low, rumbling thunderclap. The forces of the early laboratories have been observed moving in this direction. A significant force at that. Their intent. It seems to be a full-on assault. Forge Master Vulcan, who had been in the midst of weaving a particularly intricate thread of tartarite metal, stopped. He did not look up immediately. He finished the delicate maneuver, his massive hands moving with a grace that was a profound contradiction to their immense size. Only then did he turn, his starlit eyes, which held the heat of a billion dying wheels, fixing on the newcomer. He frowned, a gesture that caused the very temperature of the forge to drop by a few million degrees, and then he shook his head. The gesture was slow, ponderous, the movement of a mountain that had been told a strong wind was coming. He began to speak, his voice a calm, unshakable bedrock against the tide of the urgent news. The first leader built Ethelgard to last, he rumbled, his tone not of arrogance, but of simple, unyielding fact. Even our forces would be more than sufficient to handle anything that the early laboratories throw at us, and if Lord Gilgamesh joins in himself, no early creature or living existence would even have a chance. His gaze was a thing of profound, ancient wisdom. This was not the boast of a king who had forgotten the taste of defeat, the blind hubris that had toppled so many empires. This was the quiet, absolute confidence of a being who had measured the strength of his own civilization and found it sufficient. It was the arrogance that was not only deserved but was, in its own way, a fundamental law of this place. Forge Master Vulcan smiled, a genuine, almost paternalistic expression that was more terrifying than any rage. He rose from his workbench, his colossal, bronze form seeming to fill the very space of the forge. He looked towards Noah. It seems we have to cut our forging short for now, he said, a note of almost genuine regret in his voice. I was looking for peace, and I was mentioning peace with you. But as you can see, there will always be others that seek to threaten one's way of existence and their civilization. At such words, Noah rose from his own seated position. His eyes, which had been calm and analytical, now flashed with a tyrannical brilliance. The more than 15 glyphs of cheating architect and 55 glyphs of perpetual harvest that adorned his form pulsed with a verdant, golden light, and his voice, though quiet, was a low, dangerous growl that seemed to make the very flames of the forge burn hotter. Civilization is also war, he declared, his gaze fixed not on Vulcan, but on some distant, unseen horizon. War against existence. War against those who put your own civilization at risk. The gardener will have to sometimes go out and collapse the countless pests seeking to harm his garden. Chapter 4286 Civilization. He wasn't saying these words for the sake of this grand citadel, for the conflict that was about to unfold between Gilgamesh's sovereignty and the early laboratories. He was saying them for himself. He had not forgotten why he was here. He was still a man running a desperate race against a clock he could not see. These beings, Vulcan, Gilgamesh, all of them. They were the ones who had likely achieved their dream. They had built their perfect, isolated civilization, their own version of the loom, and they had been saved, while he, his family, and the countless, nameless sextillions of beings in his own era were left to face the final, absolute dark of the collapse and the fallout. He had time here, yes, days in an age of impossible growth. But in his own time, the sand was running out. He had to build his own garden. He had to forge his own civilization. He had to do whatever it took, whatever it takes, he said, the words now a quiet, unshakable vow. He rose fully, his form radiating a calm, absolute resolve. He looked towards the forge master. Before we get to whatever conflict is about to bloom, I will take the materials here as promised. Vulcan's smile was a booming, jovial thing. Go ahead, he rumbled. After all, an existence that can keep up with me and continuously utilize their everythings to forge early omnicalcum metal, even though they are so much weaker, is someone who is worthy of being part of our way of existence and our civilization. Of even a meeting with Lord Gilgamesh once things settle, as he loves to meet those unique among us the most. He paused, a new, more appreciative light in his ancient eyes. And you said, whatever it takes, huh? Ha, you are right about that, Osmond. All of us will do whatever it takes for our way. Our civilization. Come, let us see who is threatening our way of existence right now. With those boisterous words, Vulcan began to walk out of the forge, his massive, bronze form a walking mountain of contained power. The moment he began to leave, Noah acted, glorious, azure tendrils of his infinite mana. 1,000 delicate, surgical limbs of pure, liquid energy erupted from his being. They did not surge with chaotic power, but moved with a quiet, terrifying precision. They wrapped around the mountains of raw materials that Vulcan had set aside for him. The pristine, stellar white early omnicalcum and the dark, volatile early tartarite metal, the metals, under the caress of his mana, lost their solid form, becoming two great, swirling rivers of liquid light, one of white gold brilliance, the other of obsidian gold chaos. They flowed towards the opening in his chest, a portal to his early atlas of the folds, and disappeared in two silent, continuous streams. He took and he took. His hunger for resources as boundless as his mana. But as the mountains of primordial metal dwindled to mere hills, the figure of Vulcan, who had been walking away, paused. He turned his head slightly, his starlit eyes flashing with a light that was both a warning and a compliment. It was a silent, almost imperceptible glance that said, in no uncertain terms, "That's enough." Noah stopped. The rivers of light ceased. He had taken what he could, a king's ransom and the most precious materials in existence. He began to walk over as if nothing had happened. Omnicalcum and tartarite metal acquired. Analysis. You have successfully obtained a quantity of primordial metals nearly 5 times greater than the amount from Commander Ilara's personal laboratory. Stored quantity, sufficient to forge approximately 50 to 60 growth-type living existential armors, or a significantly larger number of non-growth models. A glorious acquisition. With it completed, Noah stepped out of the forge into the brilliant, chaotic light of Ethelgard. The atmosphere was not one of panic or fear. It was glorious. The many thousands of early creatures were not scrambling to arm themselves, they were gathering. They moved with a calm, almost leisurely purpose, their forms radiating a power that was as constant and as unyielding as the wheels themselves. They gathered around Vulcan and others like him, their expressions not of soldiers preparing for war, but of a family preparing to defend their home. And as Noah looked closer, he saw it and recognized it now. On the chests, the hands, the sides of the most powerful among them, the ones whose auras blazed with the light of thousands of quadrillions, were shimmering, conceptual grimoires. Living astral codexes, and woven into the very fabric of their beings, pulsing with a quiet, terrible power, were tens of thousands of glyphs, and their hearts. Their hearts burned with a haki so potent it was a physical presence, a weight on the very air. All these systems of existence would be on display in whatever war was unfolding. Living existential armors, living astral codexes, glyphs. Haki, which of all these grand methodologies of existence would come out on top, or would principles simply trump all of them? The early creatures were powerful. They were ancient. They had their home, their civilization, their way. They were, in this moment, the very embodiment of what he was fighting to build. He would watch them. He would learn from them. And he would loot everything he could from this lesson to further his own desperate, glorious cause. Civilization, it is a word that rings with the weight of grand, noble ideals. It is the aspiration of every thinking being, from the first tribe that learned to huddle around a fire to the vast empires that span folds. But what was it, truly? Was it the grand citadels, the soaring towers of gold and light? Was it the intricate laws, the complex social structures, the art, the philosophy, the science? No. Noah's gaze burned brightly as he looked at the vastness of Ethelgard. All those were but the fruits of the tree, not the tree itself. At its core, a civilization was a garden, and a garden required three things. First, it requires a gardener. Second, it requires a fence, a strong, unyielding barrier to keep out the wolves, the weeds, the chaotic, hungry forces of the untamed wilderness that surrounds it. A declaration that says, this space is ours. This space is sacred. Here, we grow. And third, and this is the most crucial, the most often forgotten. It requires a willingness to engage in the most brutal, most necessary act of all, war, for the gardener must not only tend to the plants within, but must also venture out beyond the fence. He had to venture out, he was venturing out, he must hunt the wolves that would tear down his walls. He must burn the weeds that would choke his crops. He must, at times, become a thing of terrible, righteous violence, not for the sake of conquest, but for the sake of preservation. He would collapse and decimate early creatures, living existence, and any others standing in his way if need be. A civilization was not a passive thing. It was an act of constant, vigilant, and often brutal defiance against an existence that is, at its heart, a wild and hungry thing. Noah now knew this unfathomably well. It was all very clear. This was the terrible, beautiful, and undeniable truth of all who seek to build something that lasts. Those who built the loom knew it. And Hida would do the same. You cannot have the harvest without the hunt. You cannot have the peace without the war. So let war come. Chapter 4287, War. War. War never changes, a statement so profound in its simplicity, so absolute in its truth, that it has echoed through the folds since the first thinking being decided that the shiny rock their neighbor had would look much better in their own cave. When war did come, a great and terrible symphony of endings, the question always lingered in the quiet aftermath, whispered by the survivors amidst the rubble of their certainties. Who truly benefited? Was it the soldiers, the countless millions whose existences were reduced to statistics on a casualty report? Their families might receive a neatly folded flag and a ruler's empty words, a poor trade for a lifetime of absence. Was it the nation, its coffers drained, its fields fallow, its next generation a cohort of orphans and widows? Unlikely. No. The naive would say that wars have no winners, that all sides lose in the grand, bloody calculus of conflict. Obviously, such beings were naive. War had winners. War had victors. And often, those victors were not the ones with their boots on the ground, but those sitting in comfortable chairs, far from the mud and the blood, watching the numbers on their ledgers climb. They were the ones who controlled the resources, the ones who sold the swords, forged the armor, and built the great, lumbering war machines. For them, war was not a tragedy, it was a business model. A glorious, self-sustaining cycle of demand and supply, where the demand was for destruction and the supply was an endless stream of young, willing bodies. The true victors were those who understood that the most profitable resource in all of existence was not gold, not land, not even power. It was conflict itself, in the earliest folds, in an unknown, chaotic region where the very fabric of existence was a swirling, formless sea of nascent possibilities. A vast, silent migration was underway, countless inevitabilities, their forms a writhing, terrible beauty of tentacles and maws, drifted through the void, a silent, hungry river in search of everything to devour, and among them, one moved with a quiet, observant grace that was a profound contradiction to its terrifying form. It was the creature, its essence now perfectly, utterly contained within the guise of an inevitability, not a mimicry, but a true transformation, a deep dive into another way of existence. He was in this state, a silent, hungry ghost among ghosts, when a new presence appeared beside him. It was an orb of pure, white brilliance, a miniature son of Genesis that the other inevitabilities, in their single-minded pursuit of consumption, could not even perceive. It was the living origin. The creature was not surprised. The living origin, like the living emotive, could always find it, a beacon of beginning that was inexplicably drawn to the first cause. Why do you bother taking on the forms of so many different life forms? The living origin's thoughts resonated, a wave of pure, untainted curiosity in the silent chaos. The creature's reply was not a sound, but a feeling. A resonance that echoed in the space between their two disparate existences. It is all to experience the different ways of existence out there, to better understand others. A flicker of something ancient and sorrowful passed through its thoughts. In the past, I used to run away from inevitabilities. I even had to give away my everythings in a conflict orchestrated by the living paradox, who utilized an inevitability. Of course, that event forged me to have the power I have now. But if only I had known then what I know now. The living origin was reflective for a brief, profound moment. Then its aura, which had been a calm, steady light, began to pulse with a grave, troubled energy. In a distant region, its thoughts were a sharp, clear bell of alarm. The living concept, emotive, spirit, and dimensional are about to be embroiled in a war. With the pieces being early creatures, living existences, and fold dwellers. It is a needless war with no reason for it to occur. Many origins will be ended. Many weavings will be collapsed. All for the sake of what? Their entertainment? I cannot stand it. The creature remained calm, its inevitability form a point of absolute stillness in the swirling chaos. I cannot move or interfere at this time. At such words, the living origin's brilliance flared with a sharp, suspicious light. You are the strongest among us. Your endless everythings have proved that. So what could possibly make you unable to move? A heavy silence descended, a quiet so profound that the very concept of sound seemed to hold its breath. When the creature finally responded, its thoughts were a weight that seemed to bend the very fabric of the void. The living paradox is involved in me being unable to act currently. The living origin's shock was a physical force, a wave of pure, disbelieving energy. What? But the living paradox has been locked away this entire time. The creature's form, a writhing mass of tentacles and hunger, seemed to shake its head, a gesture of profound, ancient weariness, since the moment you all supposedly acted and locked paradox away. It was never truly so. This whole time, the living paradox has always been free. You all underestimated them too much. At this very moment, what you see of me is merely a husk. All my everythings are currently going against the living paradox as I cannot act upon anything else. Boom, the revelation was a quiet, terrible detonation in the heart of the living origin's being. I will alert the others, I will. No. The command was not a shout, but a whisper so absolute it was more powerful than any roar. The creature's form turned, its myriad eyes, each a vortex of primordial hunger, fixing on the brilliant orb of origin. This fight is not one where more numbers will help. Do not worry. Continue on as always. This will be but a minor matter in the end. The creature did not let the living origin join in on a war they did not even know was occurring. It was a silent, terrible burden, a conflict fought in a dimension beyond their perception, because sometimes wars had to be fought alone. War, it is a grand, terrible, and ultimately, very personal thing. It is fought by nations, by factions, by ideologies, but it is experienced by individuals, and for those at the very top, for the beings whose choices are the levers that move the machinery of existence. The greatest wars are often the ones fought in the silent, lonely chambers of their own hearts, against enemies no one else can see. The stakes are not land or resources, but the very soul of existence itself, and in those wars, there are no armies, no allies, only the quiet, desperate struggle of a single will against an impossible, overwhelming dark. Chapter 4288, War. 2. As Noah followed the procession of Vulcan, his gaze occasionally drifted to the other sections of Ethelgard. In the distance, he could see other beings of Vulcan's caliber. Entities whose power ranged from 2,000 to 5,000 quadrillion in complexity and purity. Each of them was a sun in their own right, and around each, Dozens of other powerful early creatures and even a few living existences orbited like loyal planets. It was as if all those here had already chosen their allegiance, their place in the grand legions of this impossible civilization. They walked towards the grand, gilded walls of Ethelgard, a barrier so vast it seemed to hold back the very chaos of the primordial fold. As they moved, Noah turned his head in one direction. Commander Kale, his fiery hair a stark, vibrant splash of color against the monochromatic stone, was escorting a furious Ilara, his grip on her arm a gentle, yet absolute band of authority. Her voice, sharp and clear and filled with a profound, almost tragic, sense of vindication, cut through the air. "Did I not say this would happen?" she exclaimed, her eyes blazing with a mixture of rage and a bitter, self-righteous satisfaction. She turned towards Noah, her gaze now a desperate thing. You didn't give them anything, right?" Looking at this full dweller, this brilliant, ambitious, and ultimately outmatched being, Noah's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "I gave them nothing, Commander Ilara," he said, his voice a calm, steady anchor in her storm of fury. "Don't worry about this." Ilara nodded, a flicker of relief in her eyes. "Good," she said, her voice now a low, determined murmur. "This will all be over shortly then." At their exchange, Forgemaster Vulcan, who had been walking ahead, turned. He stared at Noah, and a wily, knowing laugh rumbled in his massive chest. He began to climb a set of grand golden stairs that spiraled up the side of the city wall, their very substance a breathtaking fusion of the pristine, stellar white of early Amicalcum and the dark, volatile gold of Tartarite metal. His voice boomed out towards Ilara, a casual, brutal lesson in the realities of their situation. "Girl, nothing will be over shortly," he declared, his tone one of amused, almost paternalistic, condescension. "Do not think of yourself so important that an entire conflict will be started for you. Know what is happening now is a war, and since you are currently on the enemy side, you'd best act carefully to make sure you do not become an unintended casualty. Okay?" His words were heavy, each one a hammer blow of terrible, undeniable truth. Noah looked over and saw Ilara's face become ashen, her body trembling as if she were withstanding a terrifying, invisible hockey. He sighed. He had far too many things to worry about, far too many grand, impossible schemes to orchestrate, to be concerned with the fate of Commander Ilara. He continued up the golden steps, his own gaze sweeping across the vast, breathtaking expanse of Ethelgard. He saw the tens of thousands of early creatures, the even larger numbers of living existences and a few fold dwellers, all moving with a calm, purposeful energy. Some were tending to the city's many strange, beautiful gardens. Others were engaged in quiet pursuits. And some were disappearing into the very ground, into a vast, unseen world that existed beneath the city's golden streets. A set of prompts bloomed in his mind, the cool, analytical voice of Ruin/Eden, a quiet counterpoint to the vibrant life of the city. "From the little I was able to analyze, Master, there is a dense underground portion of Ethelgard we have not seen and cannot perceive. There, the farmlands cultivating everything should be, alongside countless more early creatures, living existences, and fold dwellers tending to these farmlands of everythings." Noah listened to her words calmly as he nodded and continued higher. His thoughts churned, a silent, tyrannical calculus. This war, this conflict between two primordial powers, it was a market, a glorious, chaotic, and unimaginably rich source of loot. The early laboratories had their own unique resources, their own secrets. Gilgamesh's sovereignty had its own. A war between them would be a feast of opportunity. He needed to profit from it. He arrived at the top of the wall, and the view was a thing of pure, breathtaking glory. He stood on the rampart of Ethelgard, a bastion of brilliance that stretched for light years in either direction. The moment his feet touched the gilded, warm stone, a new, profound sensation washed over him. "You have stepped upon the rampart of Ethelgard and have been granted the blessing of Ethelgard. Boon 1, Bastion's might. Your complexity and purity are amplified by 200 quadrillion for as long as you remain within a few light years of the wall. Boon 2, Sovereign's gaze. Your perception is enhanced, allowing you to see through the cloaking and defensive auras of all beings with a lesser authority than the wall itself. Boon 3, Unity's echo. You are now connected to the collective will of Ethelgard. You will receive real-time tactical updates and can, if you choose, contribute to the city's collective defense." The power was a warm, heavy blanket, a feeling of absolute, unshakable stability. He looked around the endless stretch of the grand, gilded walls. And all he saw were other early creatures, their forms radiating a similar, profound confidence. They stood or floated, their gazes fixed on the approaching horizon, their power a quiet, contained ocean. They were like Vulcan, filled with an immense, immeasurable certainty, as if the skies and the ground below them would not dare to shake unless they deemed it should, as if they wholly believed that their power in their way was indefatigable, their way of existence. Isn't it funny, outsider? How seriously they take their way of existence, and yet the way of existence of inevitabilities was overlooked like nothing. Chapter 4289 War 3. Coarse voice carried a sense of sharpness and bitterness as if she were here herself. After all she now knew, she may just act to decimate the early creatures and forces behind the loom herself. Noah silently consoled her. He watched these early creatures, and a question bloomed in his mind. What was his way of existence? The way of existence of Noah Osmont. Was he absolutely certain of it, indefatigably so? As he thought this, his body, which had been a calm, contained vessel of his immense power, began to radiate. It was not a violent eruption, but a slow, inexorable bloom of pure, tyrannical light. He did not have a single way. He had many. He had tyranny. He had quintessence. He had infinity. He had cheats. He was all of it, and he was none of it. He was himself, and in that, in the absolute, unshakable, and glorious certainty of his own, multifaceted being, he found his answer. He had indefatigable certainty in himself. In his everythings. In his own potential civilization, his eyes flashed with a perilous light as he organized his thoughts. It was a word that carried the weight of 1,000 different meanings, a concept that was both a fortress and a cage. For some, it is the quiet, ordered life within the walls, the comfort of shared purpose, the strength of a collective will. For others, it was the stifling embrace of conformity, the slow, gentle death of the individual in the name of the group. But for a civilization to truly endure, for it to not just survive but to thrive, it needed more than just walls and a shared purpose. It needed a belief, a deep, abiding, and utterly unshakable faith in its own way of existence. A certainty so profound that it becomes a law of nature, a force that can bend reality itself. This was the true source of Ethelgard's strength. It was not just a city of powerful beings, it was a city of true believers. They do not just think they are superior, they know it, with a certainty that is as fundamental as their own breathing, and that belief, that collective, indefatigable certainty, is a weapon more potent than any army, a shield more resilient than any wall, for in the end, the wars of existence are not won by those with the most power, but by those with the most absolute, unshakable, and glorious faith in their own chosen truth. At this time, my friends, look upon those who seek to disrupt our way of existence. The voice of Forge Master Vulcan echoed out nearby with calm and glory as he smiled while nodding to the far distance. He was on the rampart, his massive form a silent, bronze mountain of contained power. Around him, other elder early creatures. Beings whose very presence was a law of nature, stood in a loose, yet perfectly coordinated formation. Their gazes were fixed on the horizon, but their demeanor was not one of fear. It was a quiet, almost leisurely, anticipation, as if they were waiting for a storm they knew they could weather. Noah also looked ahead. His eyes, now capable of perceiving the very texture of reality, saw it, light years away. A storm of complexity and purity was surging towards them. It was not a chaotic, natural phenomenon. It was an army, and as the distance closed, as the light of their approach finally resolved into discernible shapes, Noah's gaze, and the very core of his being, buzzed gloriously at what he saw, tens of thousands of them. Justiciars, in such a short period of time. He shook his head in amazement as if things here didn't make sense, but there they were. Their pristine white armor, a stark, brutalist mockery of the elegant, growth-type aegis he wore, gleamed with a cold, sterile light. They moved in perfect, silent unison, a river of absolute, unyielding purity that threatened to wash away all that stood in its path. Hostile force composition analyzed. Primary threat, living existential armor, Justiciar model. Quantity, approximately 30,000 units observed so far. Power range, 800 quadrillion, standard infantry, to 1,500 quadrillion, elite guard, at the very forefront of this terrifying legion, a small, yet infinitely more dangerous, contingent floated. They were the commanders, the architects of this coming war. Noah's gaze settled on the central figure, and his interface provided a name that was a quiet, terrible detonation in his mind. Dr. Flammel, classification, elder early creature, complexity, 3,200 quadrillion, purity, 3,300 quadrillion. He was a being of impossible, terrible power, clad in a simple, pristine white lab coat that seemed to mock the very concept of armor. Surrounding him were other beings of a similar, terrifying caliber. Elder early creatures whose power exceeded 1,001 quadrillion, their forms a diverse, magnificent pageant of primordial might, and a few, like Vulcan, were elder early creatures who had their very presence a weight that seemed to bend the fabric of the fold. This was not merely an army. This was a single, collective beast of innovation, a civilization of science that had weaponized its own genius. Noah could feel it, a collective hockey that wrapped around them all, a unified field of will that made them a single, unstoppable entity. He could feel the cold, callous light in the eyes of the justiciars, the absence of emotion, the pure, clinical intent to purify. It was eerily similar to the one from his current time, and more than that, he could feel the vibrant, almost arrogant, glow of multiple principles, ancient and terrible weavings of existence that wrapped around Dr. Flammel and the others like a second skin. The very air began to tremble with both a simple physical shaking and a deep, conceptual shudder, existential trembling. The very fabric of the first folds groaned under the weight of so much concentrated power moving with a single, unified purpose. Oh, the ground beneath Ethelgard, the sky above it, the very space between its atoms. All of it began to vibrate with a terror that was absolute. Oh, chapter 4290 War. 4. But as the existential trembling unfolded, a golden light erupted from the heart of Ethelgard. It was not a blinding flash, but a soft, warm, and utterly absolute glow that washed over everything, and in that instant, the trembling stopped. The very air, which had been a screaming chorus of impending doom, became still, reinforced, and utterly, profoundly, calm. A grand principle has been exerted. Analysis: I have barely managed to decipher a sliver of its nature, master. It appears to be the principle of the sovereign's domain. Effect: within a defined territory, the will of the sovereign is absolute. The very laws of existence can be rewritten. In this case, the law existence shall tremble before overwhelming power has been temporarily amended to existence shall not tremble, for the sovereign finds it distracting. Noah listened to Ruin/Eden's words, his eyes shining with a sharp, analytical light. Who had unleashed such a terrifying power, a principle that could impose its will on existence itself with such casual, absolute authority? He looked around, but no one had moved. Vulcan and the others simply smiled, their confidence now seeming less like faith and more like knowledge. At that moment, from the ranks of the approaching enemy, a new figure floated forward. She was an early creature of terrifying power, her form clad in a fiery red chitin that did little to hide her magnificent, curvaceous figure, and she was curvaceous. Her eyes shone with a brilliant, almost manic, light as she smiled and breathed in the surrounding air. Her voice boomed out, a glorious, theatrical declaration. Was that the light of the first leader? Sir, I am your biggest fan. Why don't you come out so we can gaze upon you? Valkyrie Anastasia, classification, elder early creature, complexity, 3,800 quadrillion, purity, 3,900 quadrillion, the first leader. Gilgamesh. The golden light that had just stilled a fold-wide tremor. It was his. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he looked around, but nothing and nobody rose to answer the Valkyrie's call. She pouted, a gesture that was both childlike and utterly terrifying. It seems like you won't come out just yet. Okay. I know those like you have to make a grand entrance. I shall do the honors. Ahem, she waved her hand, and an illusory scroll of pure, informational light materialized before her. She began to speak, her voice now a formal, ringing proclamation. I, the Valkyrie Anastasia, blade of the rising sun, stand before everyone today to announce the intent of war between the early laboratories and Ethelgard. This is due to the repeated and egregious invasions from Ethelgard to steal our weavings of existence, the unprovoked deaths of our esteemed researchers, and a fundamental violation of the sovereignty of the sacred laboratories of the living concept. This simply cannot be allowed to go on unchecked. That is why we stand here today. To defend our way of existence that has been threatened by Ethelgard. Her voice was grand and piercing as it spread all around. The moment it did so, Noah's own existence buzzed, a violent, protesting vibration. The principles within him, cheating architect and perpetual harvest, rumbled with a sudden, urgent warning. critical alert, existential threat detected. The principle of the cheating architect has detected the opening and collapse of countless possibilities. This conflict is a nexus event, a focal point in the weavings of existence. The level of observation on this battlefield is absolute analysis. There is a 90% certainty that this war is being directly observed by both the living concept and the living spirit, and potentially multiple other level 1 scale existences. Conclusion: if you, master, an anomaly from a future epoch, are observed by any of these beings enough to garner their attention, there is a 99% certainty that your intrusion in the earliest folds will be discovered, as they will know you do not belong. The consequences would be catastrophic. Noah read the information as his existence buzzed out, but he felt no doubt, he felt no fear, he had none of it to give, but to be seen, to be known by a being of that scale. It was not a risk he could afford to take. Strategic re-evaluation initiated. Primary directive: self-preservation. You cannot be an active participant in this conflict. Even the acquisition of potential loot must be handled with extreme care. The risk of detection is too high. Action: the principle of the cheating architect is invoking a new protocol. Your authority as a protagonist is being temporarily sealed to ensure you do not inadvertently draw the narrative focus of this event. Furthermore, cheating architect has activated the authority of your plot tower of Osmond to rewrite your existential signature, your new role, background character. A nameless, faceless extra. You will blend into the background, your presence a mere whisper in the storm. He felt it. A profound, almost painful, shift in his very being. The vibrant, tyrannical light that had always surrounded him dimmed, faded, and was replaced by a quiet, unassuming grayness. The glyphs on his body became invisible, their power contained. The Aegis, his glorious armor, remained a simple, unadorned necklace that radiated no authority at all. He moved backwards, to the periphery of the rampart, a slow, shuffling movement that was utterly unlike his usual, confident stride. The early creatures around him, who had been a silent, supportive presence, did not even spare him a glance. He was no longer one of them. He was nothing. The principle of perpetual harvest has recognized the immense effort required to be a nobody. This act of self-suppression is a profound one. Your ability to blend into the background is being amplified. Your presence is now conceptually irrelevant. He floated in an unseen corner of the rampart. A single, insignificant figure in a sea of titans. He had his power, yes. He had his plans. But for now, he had to be a ghost. He had to watch, to learn, and to survive. For the greatest battles are not always won by the strongest, but by the one who is still standing when the dust settles, and to do that, sometimes, one must first learn the art of not being seen at all, to be a speck of dust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Chapter 4291. What is the way? Noah melted into the background, his figure becoming a whisper in a symphony of roaring power. Some existences went about their lives without wanting to be seen, content in their quiet corners of reality. Others, however, moved with a grace and a purpose that was a declaration in itself, a demand to be witnessed, to be admired, to be feared. Right now, Noah was in the shadows, and from this vantage point, he watched a terrifying conflict begin in the most unexpected way possible. After the grand, theatrical declaration from Valkyrie Anastasia, the battlefield fell into a profound, anticipatory silence. She floated there, a fiery jewel against the dark canvas of the first folds. Her gaze fixed on the distant, golden walls of Ethelgard, a piercing smile touched her lips, an expression of pure, unadulterated confidence. This was not a war to her. It was a game, but it was not a fucking game. System analysis initiating. The war for Ethelgard. Primary combatant straight face, the Gilgamesh sovereignty, offensive force. Primary strength lies in the widespread implementation of the U principles, living astral codex, system, glyphs, the early laboratories, attacking force. Primary strength lies in the mass-produced, living existential armor, justiciar model, principles, glyphs, and the battle had truly begun, because in the next moment, hidden in the shadows of his own, self-imposed obscurity, Noah's eyes, now windows of pure, analytical data, captured an event of impossible, terrible beauty. On the rampart of Ethelgard, the elder early creatures, beings like Forge Master Vulcan whose very presence was a law of nature, moved as one. It was not a coordinated attack, but a symphony of synchronized, absolute will. Their hands rose in unison, and from the very fabric of their beings, a new, brilliant light bloomed from there. Grimoires, they were activating their living astral codexes. It was a glorious, terrifying sight. Above the heads of 15 of these ancient titans, illusory astral arcana glyphs materialized. Each one a shimmering, conceptual card of pure, ordered light. They were windows into different, impossible realities, each depicting a unique wonder, a different instrument of destruction. Some were identical, a testament to a shared arsenal, a common, terrible tool in their collective toolbox. 15 astral arcana glyphs have been activated simultaneously. Rarity assessment: all glyphs appear to be of rare or uncommon classification. Analysis in progress. I am attempting to capture their existential signatures as they form. The sky above the first folds, a swirling, chaotic canvas of nascent wheels and forgotten concepts, was torn asunder from the blooming glyphs. The summons began. From one, a mountain erupted into existence, a mountain, not a projection, but a real, physical thing of impossible scale, its peak scraping against the very firmament of the fold. It was a titan of granite and primordial rage, and its single, baleful eye, a molten core of pure, elemental fury, fixed on the approaching legion of justiciars. Then, it fell, from another, an ancient, colossal tree, its bark the color of polished obsidian, its leaves a storm of razor-sharp, silver blades, burst into being. It did not attack with fire or light, but with a wave of pure, conceptual silence, a sound-dampening field that sought to erase the very war cries of their enemies. A third summoned a glacier, a moving continent of absolute zero ice that was not just cold, but was the very concept of stillness given form. A fourth birthed a swarm of 1 billion crystalline locusts, each one a tiny, buzzing engine of consumption. They came, a pageant of primordial horrors, a menagerie of weaponized concepts. It was glorious, it was magisterial, a skeletal mammoth wreathed in temporal frost, its every step a wave of aging, a vortex of pure, spatial distortion that sought to fold the justiciars in on themselves. A single, colossal, golden gavel that descended with the weight of an absolute, unappealable verdict. The 15 astral arcana glyphs unleashed their power. A tidal wave of destruction that would have washed away entire folds. Before this impossible onslaught, Valkyrie Anastasia's confident, playful smile instantly vanished, replaced by a mask of pure, incandescent rage. "You fuckers," she bellowed, her voice a shriek of pure, unadulterated fury. In the next instant, the thousands of justiciars behind her moved as one. They did not raise shields, they became the shield. Their pristine white armor flared with a light so bright it was a physical presence. They interlocked, their forms a perfect, seamless wall of absolute, unyielding purity. It was a fortress of will, a bastion of unified, technological might. The 15 attacks crashed against it. Boom, the mountain shattered. The glacial mammoth dissolved into a cloud of temporal dust. The gavel of judgment was met, and for a single, terrible moment, held. The wall of justiciars groaned, the light of their unified defense flickering, but it did not break. They withstood it all, a silent, defiant testament to their own, terrible power, but the cost was immense. As the last of the astral attacks faded, as the summoned creatures and concepts dissolved back into the nothing from which they came, a horrifying, mechanical shudder ran through the ranks of the justiciars. Nearly half of them began to spasm, their white armor flickering with a chaotic, unstable light. They had used an unfathomable amount of their own internal energy. Of their everything so desperate, all-or-nothing defense that had left them on the brink of systemic collapse. Half of those who had stepped up were put out of service. The first clash was over, and the elder early creatures of Ethelgard, with their ancient, terrible magic, had taken the lead. Noah watched, his mind a silent quintessential engine of analysis. The astral arcana glyphs were powerful, yes. But they had a cooldown. A limitation, and yet, if these elder early creatures held dozens, hundreds of such cards in their arsenal, did that limitation truly matter? Their power was genuine. Terrible. And very, very real, Master. I was able to capture and analyze the full existential signatures of 3 of the rare arcana used in the initial assault. Their power is considerable. And their mechanics are unique. This is a system of profound strategic potential. Chapter 4292. What is the way? 2. Because of Ruin/Eden, Noah was able to view the details of at least a few of the astral arcana glyphs. Astral arcana glyph: name, mountain's judgment, school, elemental, rarity, rare, description. The earth itself is a patient, but unforgiving, judge. This arcana summons a primordial earth titan, a creature of living stone and molten fury, from the very bedrock of the fold. The titan hurls a single, mountain-sized projectile at a designated area, cost 15,500 units of elemental everythings, 15,000 units of basic everythings. Requirements to cast 950 quadrillion complexity effect, deals 1,800 quadrillion in area of effect complexity based damage. The impact zone is permanently altered, becoming a region of unstable gravity for 24 hours, cooldown 1 hour, astral arcana glyph, name, the silent forest, school, concept, rarity, rare, description, the loudest scream is the one that is never heard. This arcana does not summon a creature, but a concept. It manifests an obsidian world tree whose presence absorbs and negates all sound, communication, and conceptual noise within its vast radius. Cost 15,000 units of concept everythings, 5,000 units of basic everythings. Requirements to cast 900 quadrillion purity. Effect: all enemies within a dozen-fold light-year radius are afflicted with conceptual muting for 5 minutes. All abilities with a verbal or communicative component fail to cast. All psionic and mental links are severed. A perfect tool for disrupting a coordinated force. Cooldown 45 minutes. Astral arcana glyph, name, Kronos' bargain, school, temporal, rarity, rare, description, I will give you a moment, but the price is a lifetime. This arcana summons a temporal wraith, a specter of woven time and regret. The wraith offers a single target a terrible choice, accept a blessing or a curse. Cost 15,000 units of temporal everythings, 1 unit of choice everything. Requirements to cast 1,000 quadrillion complexity purity effect, blessing target ally gains temporal haste. Their personal timeline is accelerated by 10,000% for 10 seconds. They experience 1,000 seconds of existence in a single real-time second. Effect: cursed target enemy is afflicted with temporal rot. Their existence is aged by 10,000 trillion years in a single instant. Cooldown 1 hour. Noah nodded as he saw them, his mind already dissecting, analyzing, and calculating the possibilities. But before he could even begin to truly grasp the strategic depth of this new system, the skies above Ethelgard lit up once more. The elder early creatures had had their turn. Now, it was time for the youth, the juvenile early creatures, their forms blazing with a fierce, untamed power, moved to the forefront. Their own living astral codex is shown, and from them, a new, even more numerous of a storm was unleashed. Hundreds of common astral arcana glyphs filled the skies, a blizzard of shimmering, conceptual cards. It was an avalanche of pure, unadulterated power, a torrent of early existential authority and early living existential authorities that erupted. Across the entire region, the very air was thick with the light of 1,000 different summons, 1,000 different spells, 1,000 different endings, all converging on the now vulnerable forces of the early laboratories. Oh, Noah's eyes gazed at all of it brightly. War was also a conversation, was it not? A terrible, brutal, and ultimately, very honest dialogue between two opposing wills. The first words are often the loudest, the most dramatic. A grand, sweeping statement of intent designed to shock and awe, a mountain falling from the sky. A forest of silence. A declaration of overwhelming, undeniable power, but the true, grinding work of war was not in the grand pronouncements. It was in the relentless, unending stream of smaller, sharper words that followed, the constant pressure, the endless attrition, the slow, inexorable erosion of the enemy's will to continue the conversation. Through the attacks. The first blow may be a poem. But the victory is won in the endless, grinding prose that follows. So just what ridiculously fucking prose was he about to witness here, and who would take the crown at the end of the day? The attacks raged down towards Valkyrie Anastasia and the remaining justiciar around her as thousands more appeared, their bodies moving as one to produce countless intricate white chains of purity that soon formed into a radiant, glorious sea which rose to meet the immensity of Ethelgard, and soon after. An even grander change bloomed, a brilliant, crimson glow erupted from the forefront of the Justiciar Legion. Noah was watching absolutely everything as even the slightest changes caught his gaze. And the moment this change came to be, his eyes whipped to very quickly locate exactly where the change started. Its origin was Dr. Flammel. A grand principle has been activated. Analysis. The principle of the Crimson Legion is being initiated by the subject, Dr. Flammel. Its authority is being projected and shared across all allied Justiciar units. Primary effect: Legion's unity. All Justiciars under the principle's influence gain a shared pool of purity and a unified will. Their power is no longer individual, but collective. Secondary effect: the Crimson Wings of War, a temporary, but profound, amplification of all combat parameters. Boom, the effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. blazing crimson wings, woven from threads of pure, conceptual fire, bloomed from the back of every single justiciar. Their pristine white armor was now tinged with a bloody, warlike light, and their power levels, already staggering, surged to impossible new heights. The weakest among them now blazed with the light of over 3,000 quadrillion in purity, the strongest reaching a terrifying 3,500 quadrillion. In this brief, glorious second of empowerment, they did not just defend. They attacked. The white chains of purity, now infused with the crimson light of the principle, became whips of absolute judgment. They lashed out, and the summoned mountains, the silent forests, the temporal mammoths. All of it was torn asunder. After all, each justiciar now erupted with the power of a genuine elder early creature. The manifestations of the astral arcana were dissected, their very conceptual makeup unraveled and cast into the chaotic winds of the fold, and then, with a unified flap of their new, crimson wings, the justiciars appeared in close proximity to the wall surrounding Ethelgard in a single instant, at the rampart of Ethelgard as they were knocking at the doors. Chapter 4293, What is the Way? 3. The terrifying burst of power, the meticulous and extremely delicate control they had displayed, it all made Noah's eyes shine, the principle that Dr. Flammel wielded. It was a thing of terrible, beautiful efficiency. In response to this audacious, overwhelming counterattack, Forgemaster Vulcan and the other elder early creatures simply harumphed. A new wave of astral arcana glyphs bloomed above them, but this time, something was different. From the bodies of the elder early creatures, a new, golden light, the authority of a different principle, washed over their own forces. And in the next moment, the sky above the first folds cracked. The manifestations of the astral arcana glyphs, they tripled. Where one mountain's judgment had been summoned, now 3 identical titans of stone and fury fell from the sky. Where one silent forest had sought to impose its quiet law, now a trinity of them sought to suffocate the very sound of the war. Kronos' bargain, now a trio of temporal wraiths, offered their terrible choices to 3 different sections of the Justiciar Legion at once, and this applied to all others. It was a storm of impossible, multiplied power, and it crashed down upon the surging Justiciars with a force that made the very skies crack and boom. Boem, the massive wall of Ethelgard, the very rampart upon which Noah stood, buzzed with the sheer overwhelming impact of the collision. A second grand principle has been exerted. Analysis. I have identified this as the principle of bountiful repetition. A terrifyingly efficient offensive tool. Effect allows the user to cast a single astral arcana and have its effect manifest multiple times. The number of repetitions is dependent on the caster's own complexity and the amount of everything they are willing to expend. Conclusion. This is at the end of the day, a battle of principles, master. A clash of fundamental, reality-altering philosophies. As he watched this glorious, terrible dance of power, Noah's existence buzzed. He entered a sort of trance, his eyes watching everything with a cold, analytical clarity. It all seemed like a dance. One side made a move, and then the other made a move that was even more powerful to counter it. Then, they incorporated their principles. And the effects and capabilities of both the living existential armors and the astral arcana glyphs became unfathomably grander. Noah's eyes kept their tyrannical luminosity. He had a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. He was a nameless extra, and no one was paying any attention to him. And in that anonymity, he found a profound, almost giddy, sense of freedom. He was smiling because the more he watched this calamitous battle, the more he saw. He saw the utilization of the justiciars, the intricate, beautiful power of the astral arcana glyphs, the oppressive, dominating weight of the hockey that was being exerted by every single early creature, and he saw how all of it, every last bit of it, was ultimately being backed by the singular, glorious allure of principles. As he watched, a grand epiphany, a precipice of his own power, bloomed in his mind. He whispered, the words for him and him alone. All of these different systems of existence are ones that either the living existence is formed for early creatures, or simply the innate powers of early creatures. Whether it be the astral arcana glyphs, justiciars, glyphs, or hockey, he paused, a universe of possibilities opening before him. All of it was made and designed by others. A new, more profound, and utterly tyrannical thought took root. He was not just a user of systems. He was a creator. His way of existence was not to follow, but to forge. He did not have to utilize these strict means and systems of existence of others. He could use their skeletons, their backbones, as mere references to make his own, grander system of existence. He watched the war, at how, no matter what system was being used, all of them were being strengthened by principles. The answer was so simple, so elegant, so utterly, beautifully, terrifyingly obvious. He would design his own system, a system that incorporated the burst potential of the astral arcana glyphs, the sustained power of hockey, the symbiotic growth of a living existential armor, and he would bring it all together under the grand, glorious, and absolute light of his own principles. He had already forged his own principle of cheating architect and thr living existential armor. As for the others, the living existences gave the methodology of creating more astral arcana glyphs to Gilgamesh? And one could only get that methodology from him? Fuck that, he would simply forge his own system and make his own arcana glyphs. Whatever they made, he would redesign and incorporate into something even grander. He would put it all and integrate it gloriously under the brilliant allure of principles. After all, were principles not the very weavings of existence? Noah's thoughts buzzed brilliantly, and his entire body, even in its suppressed state, began to circulate with a maddened, joyous fervor. A moment of quintessential epiphany has been achieved. Your drops of blood of an early creature are multiplying at a tremendous rate as your very being realigns to this new, grand design. Your towers of Osmond are surging with a new, exponential growth, their light reaching for a new, higher stage. Your heart pulses with an immensity that it has never felt before. It senses the way, your way. You have just stepped on the long and arduous, but ultimately, glorious road, leading to your way of existence. Oh, he could sense it. He felt his endless waves of mana seething like a tumultuous sea that were telling him, guide us, tell us exactly where to go. He smiled as he felt the fervent glare of his existence that threatened to spill out. Yes, he sensed his pathway, but he did not yet grasp it. Others had the way of hunger, the way of origin, the way of paradox. There were countless ways out there for him, and there were also none. The day that he truly stepped and accepted a particular way of existence, that would be a grand day indeed. Chapter 4294. What is the way? For, the way of existence, the way of life. Some say the good life is one guided by reason and moral principles, achieved through the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. Others say one must conquer challenges by using reason to control reactions and align with purpose. To accept what cannot be changed and find joy in the present moment, accept what cannot be changed. Still others say the way to live was the love of fate, to love everything that happens in your life, including the pain and adversity, as a necessary part of the whole, but to truly find one's way of life, one's way of existence. One had to develop a framework for how you understand the world, then make life choices based on this framework, and then be open to new information and insights. Well, some say that this was how one could find their way in perfect it. Who knows whether they were right or wrong? In the earliest folds, that same brilliant fold dweller who talked about whether mathematics were discovered or invented found himself staring at the distant skies of his world. The night was a perfect, profound black, a canvas of absolute nothingness that made the stars burn with a fierce, almost desperate, light. They were scattered across the void like spilled diamonds on black velvet, distant and cold and beautiful, each one a promise of a world he could only reach out to, but never, ever grasp. A sigh escaped him, a small cloud of mist in the cool night air. His thoughts were a quiet, insistent hum against the great silence of the cosmos. Are we alone? He whispered to the uncaring stars. In all this vastness, this glorious, terrifying, and beautiful expanse of existence, am I truly just a solitary voice shouting into an empty hall? It cannot be. The numbers, the probabilities, they all scream that there must be others. There should be countless things out there. Other minds to wonder, other eyes to see, other hands to reach out and try to touch the face of this grand, silent mystery. He spoke with conviction, a scientist's faith in the elegant, undeniable logic of a universe teeming with possibility. But as always, like the hundreds of nights before, the night sky retained its calmness. Nothing changed. The stars did not answer. He turned, the familiar weight of his own, small existence settling back upon his shoulders, and began to walk back towards the warm, familiar light of his planetarium. But the moment he turned around, he jumped back, his heart a frantic, terrified drum in his chest. Behind him were three hooded women. He could not see their faces. They were shrouded in a darkness so profound, so absolute, that even when he blinked and squinted, he could not pierce the veil. They held an air that made him feel stifled, uncomfortable, as if the very laws of physics had taken a step back in their presence. But he was a brilliant mind, and fear was just another variable to be analyzed. He asked them calmly, his voice a steady, scientific inquiry in the face of the impossible, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Their reply was a thing of impossible, terrible beauty. They spoke in perfect unison. Three distinct voices. One high and melodic, one low and resonant, one a dry, academic whisper. all saying the exact same words at the exact same time. The sound was like honey to the ears, a sweet, seductive melody that promised answers to questions he hadn't even thought to ask. We are the weavers, the weavers. The brilliant full dweller heard this and blinked. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone. He backed away from the women, his thumb already dialing. Okay, he said, his voice calm, but with a new, sharp edge of practicality. Just hold on for a second. I am calling for security. Yet as he held the phone to his ear, he realized it was dead. Not just powered down, but utterly, conceptually inert, and even more dreadful, when he looked around, he could not find the familiar trees that had been just near him. This entire area, his comfortable, predictable patch of the world, was now isolated and dark, with only the vast, silent night sky visible. A creeping, irrational fear, a feeling he despised, began to rise within him. What is this? He asked, his voice now a little less steady. Who are you? Only now did the three women speak again, their synchronized voices a gentle, almost chiding, question. Every night you reach out to the stars. Why do you not simply take a step and see them with your own two eyes? The brilliant full dweller, now on the back foot but still a scientist at his core, felt a surge of annoyance. Number one, he began, his voice a sharp, lecturing tone, it is impossible to simply take a step and reach the stars. The distances are astronomical. The nearest one is light years away. And even if I could, number two, do you have any idea what happens to a human body in the vacuum of space? The lack of atmospheric pressure would cause the nitrogen in my blood to form bubbles, a condition known as ebulism. My lungs would rupture. The moisture on my tongue and in my eyes would boil away. I would be flash frozen and irradiated simultaneously. It would be a very unpleasant and very final death. The weavers calmly listened to his detailed, scientific, and utterly correct analysis. They shook their heads, a slow, synchronized gesture that was more unsettling than any threat. Have you ever tried to simply take a step to appear in outer space? They asked, their voices a gentle, persistent prod. Have you ever tested whether you could survive in outer space? How do you know you cannot, if you don't try? At such questions, the full dweller felt a new wave of annoyance. What do you mean, how do I know if I don't try? I know exactly what will happen. Science tells me what will happen. The way the world works, the way that nature works, tells me what would happen. The moment he said this, the weavers spoke, their unison voice now holding a new, profound weight. All of that is simply what others decided what nature is. You are different. Your way of existence is special, unique compared to others. What is known as a fact of reality may not be a fact for you. You could bend it and change it. You could take a step and truly appear all the way in outer space with that single step. You could decide that nature is wrong. That when you are out there in outer space, you could simply survive and breathe what you decide to breathe. That your heart will keep on beating, that your lungs will keep on working. You could simply decide that that was your way. Your nature. Why don't you give it a try? Why doesn't he give it a try? The brilliant full dweller was utterly tired of these women, these charlatans who seemed to be trying to act like witches or magicians from a forgotten, unenlightened age. Science was the only truth. Logic was the only path, so, just to make them go away, to prove the absurdity of their claims, he sighed, a sound of profound, weary condescension. Okay, he said. Here I go. Taking a step. And I will appear in outer space before. Oh, the Virgo star cluster, how about that? With a final, exasperated look at the three hooded figures, the brilliant full dweller took a single step forward, and, whap! He disappeared in front of the three hooded women. They looked at each other, and in the deep, impenetrable veils below their faces, they smiled subtly. In eerie synchronicity, they spoke, their voices a quiet, terrible, and absolute verdict. Now point one of the core weapons against the creature has been put in play. Chapter 4295. What is the way? The weavers had uttered dreadful words. As for the full dweller, his eyes opened wide in absolute, soul-shattering shock. In the next moment, he found that the distant stars he had always been staring at, he was now observing them right in front of his eyes, as if he could simply reach out and touch them. He was utterly, completely frightened. When he opened his mouth to scream, no sound came out. He flailed around, a puppet in a stringless void, feeling the strange, terrifying absence of gravity. In his terror, his mind, still a brilliant, analytical engine even in the face of its own annihilation, remembered the words of the three hooded women: simply ignore nature, do things your way. If your way was to be able to survive in space, then you could survive in space. He thought this, his mind a desperate, pleading mantra against the crushing, absolute truth of the void, because he knew, with a certainty that was its own form of terror, that if he did not think so, he may just crumble and perish in the next moment. And, he breathed, he opened his eyes. In front of him, the distant sun, Procyon, shone with a brilliant, beautiful light, and he was not burned to oblivion, he was in space. He was alive, he was breathing. Simply because he had chosen to defy nature, to defy the way of existence that had always been established, he had chosen his way. He was an entity that had not even an ounce of mana or authority coursing across his body, and yet, here he was, floating in the silent, terrible beauty of the cosmos, having found his way. But he was an anomaly. It could almost be said with certainty that nobody else could replicate what he did, but that was his way, and his way would lead to unfathomable grandeur. In the same earliest folds, at a different point in time, Ethelgard, boom, Noah watched an unfolding war with a sense of peace, his gaze now that of a scavenger, a predator circling a feast of giants. He looked for the scraps, for the casualties, for the glorious, terrible loot that the chaos of battle would inevitably produce, and the dead had begun to appear. Well, not the dead in the way his current era understood them, not the self-resurrecting horrors that defied the very concept of an ending. No, these were simply corpses. Grand, magnificent, and unbelievably valuable corpses of early creatures caught in the crossfire of this terrible, beautiful war. Occasionally, a justiciar, a pristine white scion of death, would break through the lines of Ethelgard's defense and decimate a young early creature or a juvenile early creature, their bodies shattering into a million pieces of crystallized potential, and then, in the next instant, an elder early creature, a titan of bronze and fury, would descend and unmake the justiciar in a single, retaliatory blow. Forge Master Vulcan and the others, their forms wreathed in the light of their own terrible principles, began to shred apart the Justiciar Legion. Their pristine white armor, once a symbol of unyielding purity, now became canvases for the brutal, beautiful art of their destruction. Some fell to the brilliant, verdant earth. Others crashed onto the rampart itself, their broken forms a testament to the fact that even the most perfect weapon can be broken. Noah watched it all, his eyes shining with an ever grander brilliance, because this was the phase of the war he had been waiting for. The messy part. And he wafted it all with glory as the utilization of the many different systems of existence was a grand form of loot. In any war, there came a time when the elegant, strategic dance of the opening moves gave way to a brutal, chaotic brawl, a time when bodies began to litter the battlefield, when the neat lines of engagement dissolved into a swirling, bloody vortex of mutual annihilation. Such a thing began to happen now. This was a chance for Noah to reap a harvest of unprecedented proportions. But at the same time, due to the eyes that were potentially gazing at this battle, he had to ask himself, did the risks truly outweigh the benefits? The more time he spent here, the more moves he made from a nameless background character to something more? All of it opened up a pathway for a mere gaze of an existence from a higher scale of existence to land upon him, and after that was collapse. He breathed out, a slow, deliberate exhalation in the heart of the storm, and he made a choice. Boom, in the next moment, an astral arcana glyph, a stray shot from the ongoing celestial artillery duel, smashed down onto the rampart itself. It was a mountain's judgment, and its impact was a thing of terrible, beautiful finality. It was not aimed at him, but its purpose was the same, to decimate a group of justiciars that had landed on the wall. The deep impact was enough to cause an explosion that threw back multiple entities, their forms, both living and forged, sent hurtling through the air like discarded toys. In this explosion, a nameless character saw his chance. He saw the pieces of justiciars and the shattered remains of early creatures being flung in different directions, and with a single, decisive leap, he joined the dispersal. He was a leaf in a hurricane, a single, insignificant mote of dust in a storm of collapsing stars. His innate omnicalcum aura field buzzed as it collected the vibrant kinetic energy. He moved past the rampart and towards the vibrant, primordial earth outside of Ethelgard. Boom, he crashed to the ground, the impact cushioned by the borrowed power that still coursed through his veins. He was not the only one. Nearby, a juvenile early creature, a being of 900 quadrillion in complexity and purity, was locked in a desperate, final struggle with a justiciar. The armor's chest was caved in, its pristine white surface now a spiderweb of cracks, its internal systems spasming and collapsing. It was on the brink of its own final end. Neither of these two titans, locked in their death dance, saw the nameless background character who had landed near them, a silent, unseen observer in this grand, terrible play. Chapter 4296. What is the way? 6. The Justiciar, even as its existence unraveled, was still the more powerful of the two. It radiated a final, desperate burst of its authority. A brilliant white light of pure, unadulterated purity erupted upwards, smashing into the body of the juvenile early creature, and shockingly, the being was split in half, boom, and yet, even as its existence collapsed, the juvenile early creature was undeterred. A faint, golden grimoire, a living astral codex, shone at its side. With a final, maddened roar of defiance, it unleashed its last spell. An astral arcana glyph, a card depicting a single, weeping eye, bloomed in the air. From it, a beam of pure, conceptual sorrow shot forth. It was not an attack of fire or force, but of pure, weaponized grief. The living existential authority of emotive buzzed. It struck the already decimated Justiciar, and the armor, which had withstood mountains and glaciers, simply gave up. Its light flickered and died. Its systems ceased. And then, as if in a final, spiteful act of mimicry, it too split in half. Boom. Both halves of both beings hit the ground at the same time. A cloud of primordial dust and dissipated authority rose into the air. It was one of the more common scenes in a war. Mutual destruction, born from a hatred that had bloomed in the heart of the conflict. Nearby, Noah, who had remained a nameless character this entire time, moved forward. A small risk was taken. A small, almost imperceptible burst of his mana, a whisper of his true, boundless power, spread over the two decimated corpses. And in the next instant, they were gone. When the dust settled, a juvenile early creature, its form wreathed in the light of its own terrible power, appeared above the crater. It looked around, a flicker of confusion in its ancient, starlit eyes. It had heard a roar of defiance, had sensed a final, desperate clash of power, but now, there was only the caved-in, brilliant earth and nothing else. It tilted its head, a silent question in the quiet aftermath. But it did not have long to ponder. In the next moment, a Justiciar, its crimson wings blazing, shot down from above, and the war continued. "You robotic fucker," the juvenile early creature roared, its own power flaring to meet the attack. But silently, already a few light years away, a nameless background character was walking away. Each step was a masterpiece of controlled, quantum movement, his feet painted with the living existential authority of quantum. With a single step, he was infinitely far away, a ghost. Disappearing over the horizon, he was quietly making his exit from the chaotic and utterly dangerous war of Ethelgard. He did not wait for Gilgamesh to come out. He did not wait for any of the living existences to reveal themselves. He did not take the risk of remaining on a battlefield where he knew, with an absolute certainty, that the living concept and the living spirit were watching. He took what he had the chance of obtaining, and he left, because sometimes, the single best survival skill in existence was knowing when to take a risk, and when not to, when to gauge just what could potentially happen based on the risk one took, and whether the rewards were so unimaginably grand to take that risk. The rewards of the corpses of young or even juvenile early creatures or justiciars did not outweigh the risk of Noah losing his early veiled shore and all those within it by getting the attention of the living existences. In the past, Gilgamesh had only heard of him and sent his curiosity over, and it had nearly killed him. He wondered what terrifying potential danger there could be right now, when Gilgamesh inevitably heard of him from Forge Master Vulcan. A genius elderborn who could rapidly make living existential armors. Would he be deemed to have died in battle? Or would Gilgamesh send over another weaving of his curiosity? For now, he put all of this in the back of his mind. He felt himself breathing easier as he was now tens of thousands of fold light years away from Ethelgard, and even then, he continued to move even further. Around him, there were no signs of battles and terrifying eruptions of power. There was only the vast, stretching, dangerous forests of the first folds, where he now found himself alone and free to break down the single most profitable loot from that war. The sensing of his way, he now had a few days in the earliest folds to begin designing his own grand system of existence that incorporated everything he had just seen. He slowed. Noah arrived in a part of the first folds that was a breathtaking, frigid wonderland. Vibrant glacial trees, their bark a shimmering, crystalline blue, rose all around him, their branches heavy with snow that sparkled with the light of a billion captured stars. Storming, snowy cold winds permeated the air, a constant, gentle blizzard that was a soothing balm on his senses. He came to a stop in front of a glistening glacial tree that rose up for thousands of miles. its presence a quiet, profound monument to the serene, cold beauty of this place. The cold here alone could freeze anything below 10 quadrillion, but for Noah, it was refreshing. He sat down at the base of the tree, surrounded by the billowing snow and the deep, resonant silence. He smiled, a genuine, almost peaceful expression, and raised his hand to feel the brilliant, sparkling snow that radiated all around. It was a unique sensation as he remained in that peaceful state ever since he sensed his way. In his mind, coarse voice, a warm, ancient echo, resonated. I have seen greed kill countless early creatures and living existences, she said, her tone holding a quiet, profound pride. I am proud of you, outsider, for seeing past your greed in an area filled with unprecedented danger. Noah only smiled at such words. He nodded lightly, looking at the landscape of stellar, sparkling snow and whiteness all around him. He gave a small, silent command to Ruin/Eden. Let us begin on the project of the way of existence. Part of it. Will be a system of existence that integrates and incorporates everything that we have seen so far under the banner of principles. The command was a quiet, yet absolute, declaration. A new, grand project had begun. And in response, for the first time in the earliest folds, the space beside Noah flickered, the illusory, holographic form of Ruin/Eden materialized, her crimson blue figure a stark, beautiful contrast to the pristine white of the snow. She smiled, a brilliant, confident expression that was a perfect fusion of Ruination's dark elegance and a system's cool, logical precision. She bowed towards Noah, her voice a symphony of glorious, terrible possibility. I will get started right away, Master. As existence began to buzz around him, Noah closed his snow falling on his body as he thought of what he knew of the way. Is it a path to be followed, a map to be read? Or is it something to be forged, a road carved from the raw, untamed wilderness of existence itself? The philosopher says it is the pursuit of virtue. The mystic says it is the dissolution of the self. The warrior says it is the perfection of the blade. The king says it is the burden of rule. Each has their answer, each has their way, but perhaps the true way is not a destination, but a direction, not a single, perfect path, but the act of choosing a path at all. It is the conscious, deliberate, and often terrifying decision to say who you were and what you stood for, and in the end, it does not matter if the path is one of peace or of war, of creation or of destruction. Any path, followed with enough conviction, with enough will, with enough of one's very everything, will eventually lead to a place of unfathomable glory. Well, that maybe. Noah smiled, opening his eyes. Maybe. Chapter 4297 Anomaly. In the region of immense coldness in the earliest folds, Noah's figure could be seen walking around as if he were on a stroll. The sheer capability of anyone to be walking around a dangerous place like the earliest folds without a sense of worry or terror was a wonder in itself. The last time he was here, he was far below even a single quadrillion in complexity and purity, as small animals could have hunted him down and caused him to end his journey early. All the previous times that he had been in the earliest folds, he did not last too long, as he walked around and felt the warmth of the blistering storm of snow all around. He smiled as he thought that if he had remained in that terrifying battlefield of Ethelgard, he may have just had this journey end abruptly as well. And yes, it was correct when he said he felt the warmth of the snow all around. Everything here was filled with concentrated early existential authority that he continued to absorb passively into his existence, even if the complexity and purity that he absorbed per second was not so immensely significant to cause any grand changes unless he was here for thousands of years. It was a constant, gentle infusion of power, a reminder of the sheer, untamed potential of this ancient, terrible place. But yes, he, Noah Osmont, was walking around the earliest folds without worry. Well, part of the reason that he could do this was because, Master, I have completed a preliminary cartographical survey of the immediate gigaparsec radius analysis. The local biome is stable, for a given value of stable that includes ambient temperatures capable of freezing concepts. Life is sparse, but potent. I have identified 37 distinct lifeforms ranging from a few trillion in complexity to the low quadrillions. Most appear to be non-hostile unless provoked. Emphasis on appear. Threat assessment: the strongest creature within a significant radius is a territorial herbivore. A glacial woolly rhino, to be precise. Its power is a fluctuating wave of approximately 5 quadrillion in both complexity and purity. As the prompt bloomed, the crimson-blue holographic figure of Ruin/Eden, who was walking silently beside him, waved her hand. A perfect, three-dimensional projection of the creature appeared. It was a magnificent, terrible beast, its fur a pristine, shimmering white that seemed to absorb and refract the ambient light. Its horn was a single, colossal spire of pure, crystalline ice, and its eyes held a deep, ancient, and profoundly grumpy intelligence. Noah looked over at it as he nodded. "That should be sufficient for lunch," he said, his voice a calm, even tone that held no trace of concern. "How is the progress for our little project so far?" He continued to enjoy this rare moment of peace and luxury as he asked her about the progress in designing and creating a profound new system of existence that integrated multiple components. There were systems made by early creatures for the living existences, and then there were systems that he had already forged himself, like existential artifice, the weavings of power. They all had to be seamlessly integrated together. "Everything is proceeding smoothly, Master. I am currently running diagnostics and theoretical models on over 1,000,000 potential pathways for your new, unified system of existence. The objective is to create a methodology that is not just powerful, but is a perfect, quintessential reflection of your own nature. I am eliminating all pathways that do not meet this standard." Addendum: the living astral codex we acquired from the corpse of that juvenile early creature has been an invaluable source of data. Its mechanics are crude, but the underlying principles are fascinating. A useful, if somewhat primitive, piece of technology, yes. He had gone through the corpses of the two entities that had undergone mutual destruction. The entity inside the living existential armor had actually been a full dweller, piloting that glorious monstrosity that held more than 1,000 quadrillion in purity. As for the early creature, from its remains, he had gotten his hands on a living astral codex that held 4 astral arcana, 3 common ones and 1 uncommon. They had all been utilized to further understand the system, and Ruin/Eden had even requested to break down one of the astral arcana glyphs. For the sake of research, of course, Noah smiled as he continued to walk across the vibrant, snowy lands. Here, he had time. Here, he had peace. He couldn't freely walk around like this if he were back in his current era, where he knew things were barreling towards destruction. He was thinking of the many ways he could go about things as he came to a stop. He felt a movement, a faint, almost imperceptible stirring in the air before him, and he saw it. A vibrant blue butterfly. It was a thing of breathtaking, impossible beauty. Its wings were not of flesh, but of pure, crystalline ice, their surfaces etched with intricate, fractal patterns of frost. It fluttered through the swirling snowy winds, not fighting against them, but dancing with them. It landed on a glacial flower, its petals frozen in a state of perpetual, perfect bloom, and with a delicate, almost reverent, touch, it began to drink, not nectar, but the very essence of the cold, the pure, untainted authority of this frozen world. Noah observed it with a sense of profundity. This creature, in its simple, beautiful, and utterly focused existence, was a perfect expression of its own way. Azure frostwing, classification, primordial glacial butterfly, complexity 1-200-000-000-000, purity 1-300-000-000-000, analysis: this creature is aware of your presence, Master. However, it exhibits no fear. Its way of existence is one of peaceful, focused consumption and propagation. It has correctly assessed that your own way, at this moment, does not include the pointless annihilation of a being that is not a threat. It is a very logical butterfly. Noah smiled at this observation as he rose up from looking at the butterfly and wondered. Should he maybe go around observing different life forms and what their way of existence was? Or even possibly, Noah's eyes shone with a brilliant, almost manic, light. He looked at the butterfly again, and from his body, a glorious, writhing mass of humanoid tentacles, the form of Ozymandias, appeared. Part of him was an inevitability. And he inherently felt the way of hunger that Kor had mentioned. But what if he simply tried to experience other ways of existence? Chapter 4298 Anomaly 2. Whether they were as simple as this butterfly or as grand as a full dweller or a living existence or an early creature. At such a thought, Noah smiled. In the next moment, his body vibrated with authority. His form began to change, to shimmer, to dissolve and reform, and gradually, he transformed into the same shape as the blue, snowy butterfly. Ruin/Eden blinked, her holographic form flickering for a fraction of a second. She looked at her master, at the perfect, crystalline replica of the azure frostwing he had become. And she smiled, a genuine, almost fond, expression. She then turned back to the complex, swirling data streams of her work. Noah, in his new, delicate form, flew towards the other butterfly. He landed on the same glacial flower and began to do as it did, to drink the essence of the cold, to experience the world not as a tyrant, not as the early creature, Osmont, but as a simple, beautiful, and utterly focused creature of the frost. The original butterfly turned its vibrant, multifaceted eyes towards him, and in its gaze, there was a profound, almost comical, sense of bewilderment. A look that clearly said, "Bro, you are a being of quadrillions of power. Why the hell are you playing around over here right now?" Off to the side, Ozymandias breathed in the snowy environment, devouring everything that came near him. This part of him took a single step and disappeared, off to further experience the way of hunger. But in such a manner, Noah began. He had transformed into another creature for the purpose of understanding and living their way of existence. It may be called imitation, as he didn't completely and truly become a butterfly, but it was a start. This was how he was spending his time in the earliest folds, a moment of profound and utter peace for him. How exactly were other people faring as the hours passed? An unknown number of hours later, Ethelgard, in the aftermath. There was a profound, terrible silence. The war for Ethelgard had ended with the quiet, dignified retreat of a force that had tested the walls of a fortress and found them glorious. The tens of thousands of justiciars, their pristine white armor now scarred and broken, had withdrawn, their disciplined silent departure a stark, chilling contrast to the chaotic and vibrant life of the first folds. They left behind a scene of breathtaking, terrible carnage. The rampart of Ethelgard, once a seamless, golden bastion of impossible beauty, was now a fractured, broken thing in one section. A massive section of the wall had been torn asunder, a gaping, league-wide wound in the city's defenses. It was here that the fiercest fighting had taken place, a focal point where the full, overwhelming might of the Justiciar Legion had been brought to bear, and it was here, floating silently before the broken walls, that a new figure had appeared. He was a king cast in the mold of countless grand early creatures, Gilgamesh, the first leader. His form was a perfect, terrible masterpiece of primordial wonder, his golden hair a cascade of starlight, his eyes the color of a dying sun. He wore a simple, elegant white chiton, yet his very presence was a crown, a declaration of absolute, unyielding dominion. He gazed out at the battlefield, at the scattered, broken bodies of his own people and his enemies. And his expression was a mask of cold, unreadable contemplation. The brilliant, verdant earth of the first folds in the region next to the rampart was now a graveyard. The corpses of early creatures, their once glorious forms now shattered and broken, lay scattered amidst the twisted, metallic husks of the justiciars. Fold dwellers and living existences who had been caught in the crossfire were strewn across the landscape like fallen leaves, their small, insignificant endings a footnote in a War of Titans. Forge Master Vulcan stood amidst the devastation, his massive, bronze form a silent monument to the battle that had just been waged. His starlit eyes, which had witnessed the birth of folds, now held a deep, ancient weariness. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the carnage, and then his expression hardened. He turned to a nearby juvenile early creature, a being of a few hundred quadrillion whose face was a mask of exhausted relief. "Where is the elderborn, Osmont?" Vulcan rumbled, his voice the sound of a mountain demanding an answer. The juvenile early creature blinked, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He scratched the back of his head, a gesture of profound, almost comical, uncertainty. "I seem to have forgotten about him amidst the war," he stammered. Vulcan's eyes blazed with a sudden, terrible fury. "The fuck did he mean he forgot?" The air around him crackled, the very ground trembling under the weight of his rage. "You better hope he isn't one of the casualties down below," he roared, his voice a thunderclap that shook the very foundations of the broken wall nearby. "Go. Look through every single one of them." He looked out at the lines of corpses ahead. Oh, this was war, a grand, terrible, and ultimately, very messy affair. It is not the clean, elegant chess match that strategists imagine, but a chaotic, bloody brawl where the best laid plans are often the first casualty. The aftermath is a landscape of broken things. Broken bodies, broken walls, broken certainties, but in that brokenness, in the quiet, somber aftermath, a new kind of clarity can be found. For it is only when the noise of battle has faded, when the dust has settled, that one can truly see the cost of victory, the price of survival. It is in the silence of the graveyard that the true, terrible lessons of war are learned. And it is a lesson that is written not in ink, but in blood, in a place that was not a place, in a workshop where ideas were not just thought, but forged from the very fabric of conceptual reality. The living concept stood in quiet contemplation. Before it, on screens of pure, informational light, the recent, cataclysmic battle for Ethelgard played out on a silent, analytical loop. It watched the glorious, terrible dance of principles, the brutal efficiency of the justiciars. The chaotic, beautiful storm of the astral arcana, hockey, and glyphs that flashed incessantly. It was in this state of profound, logical immersion that a new presence made itself known, a wave of contemplative melancholy, tinged with a flicker of something almost like amusement, washed over the space. The living emotive had arrived. Halfway through the battle, it had gone above Ethelgard itself to observe. Well, its voice was a melody of 1,000 different, subtle feelings all singing in perfect, terrible harmony. That was quite the show, wasn't it? A beautiful, tragic, and ultimately, very messy, display of all the new toys our little existences have been playing with. Chapter 4299 Anomaly 3. The living concept did not turn. Its form, a shimmering, ever-shifting cloud of pure, geometric thought, remained focused on the silent, looping carnage. The living emotive floated closer, its own form a kaleidoscope of every color that had ever been and ever would be. But you know, it continued, its tone now holding a note of almost dismissive finality. All the systems of existence that are being used by them, unless altered a great deal, won't allow any of these existences to jump onto the next scale of existence. They are beautiful, intricate cages. They allow for immense growth within their bars, but they are still cages. At this, the living concept finally reacted. A pulse of pure, logical indignation, a conceptual harumph, rippled through its form. Was it so easy to attain the state of the? Its thoughts were a sharp, clear transmission, a blade of pure reason. Even for us, it took our everythings and more. It was not a simple climb, it was a self-immolation, a burning away of all that we were to become something new. These cages, as you call them, are the very pathways that make such a climb even remotely possible for lesser beings. The living emotive nodded, a gesture that was a wave of contemplative agreement. Yes, but isn't the creature the most profound one among us? Out of all of us, he is the only one who does not worry about advancing. When the rest of us are still seeking to go higher in the scale of existence, yet he continues to be the most powerful among us. The name, the creature, hung in the air, a weight that seemed to bend the very light of the conceptual workshop. The living emotive's form swirled with a new, more profound emotion, a deep, ancient, and almost wistful curiosity. He plays. He observes. He experiences. While we build our ladders to the heavens, he seems content to simply walk the earth, yet he is already in the sky. A new, quieter, more dangerous thought entered the conversation, a whisper from the depths of emotive's being. Perhaps the only way to advance is not to climb higher, but to build a different kind of house entirely. A sanctuary of growth. Of civilization, HUUM, the living concept's form flickered, its geometric patterns shifting with a sudden, sharp alarm. A sanctuary, its thoughts were a cold, analytical counterpoint. The living emotive smiled, a brilliant, beautiful, and utterly terrifying expression that sent waves of pure, ecstatic joy rippling through the void. What is mastery but the ability to choose not to play the game? It sang, its voice a chorus of pure, unadulterated excitement. What is true power but the freedom to build a garden of glorious civilization geared towards advancement? Ho, with that final, cryptic, and utterly terrifying pronouncement, the living emotive's presence faded, leaving the living concept alone in its workshop of silent, looping carnage, with a new, troubling, and very, very dangerous idea to contemplate. Noah spent what felt like an hour as the butterfly, a silent, shared dance in a world of ice and light. Then, with a final, respectful flicker of his crystalline wings, he transformed back. He continued his stroll, and soon, he came across another creature in this realm. Of blistering coldness, it was a diplodocus, its colossal form a moving mountain of glacial brilliance. Its hide was not of flesh, but of a shimmering, iridescent ice that seemed to contain the light of 1,000 auroras. It moved with a slow, ponderous grace, its long neck reaching up to nibble on the frozen leaves of the titanic trees. Noah watched it, and then, he transformed again. The diplodocus blinked its massive, ancient eyes as a second, identical creature of ice and light appeared beside it. It seemed to wonder, with a slow, placid curiosity, why a being of such immense, transformative power had so much time to play. Noah, in his new form, began to eat as the diplodocus ate, to move as it moved. He felt its way of existence. It was a philosophy of quiet, unshakable strength. It did not need to be fast, for it was inevitable. It did not need to be aggressive, for it was insurmountable. Its power was not in the striking of a blow, but in the simple, absolute fact of its own, massive, and enduring presence. He transformed back, a new, deeper understanding settling into his being. The butterfly's way was to dance with the storm, the Diplodocus's way was to be the mountain that the storm broke against. Both were valid. Both were true. As he was about to continue his journey of existential exploration, a voice, a clear, resonant, and shockingly human voice, echoed from behind him. It was filled with a bright, almost academic, amazement. Wow, I never thought of doing something like this to better understand the nature of things, Noah turned, and his own existence, which had just been a calm, contemplative river, buzzed, standing there, in the blistering, concept-freezing cold of the earliest folds, was a human, a fold dweller. He wore simple, archaic robes, his face was one of keen, sharp intelligence, and his eyes held a light that was both brilliant and utterly, terrifyingly, normal. Noah could not sense an ounce of mana or authority from him, and yet, he was here, surviving, thriving, in a place where a being of even a few quadrillion in power, if not born of this environment, would perish, and he had not sensed him. He had not seen him arrive. Noah's expression became heavy. Who was this being in front of him? How did he not even sense him? And how did he appear? With such questions in his mind, he asked calmly, his voice a low, dangerous murmur. Who are you? At such a question, the brilliant fold dweller blinked, and then a smile, a warm, nostalgic expression, spread across his face. He chuckled, a sound of genuine, almost wistful, amusement. It feels not too long ago when I asked some beings that same question. Ah, never mind. Hello there, I am Anaximander, Chapter 4300 Anomaly. For, the name was unique, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 forgotten philosophies. Anaximander bowed, a gesture of polite, scholarly respect. I apologize for intruding on your experiment, he said. I just appeared here after testing something of my own. He then continued, his eyes, which held a light of pure, unadulterated curiosity, fixed on Noah. But, are you truly trying to learn about the ways of existence too? I have also embarked on this journey and made some progress, Noah replied to Anaximander, his voice a calm, even current in the frigid air of the first folds. Yes, I am learning about the way of existence, but, he did not finish his words. His gaze swept over Anaximander, from the simple, archaic cut of his robes to the brilliant, almost naive, curiosity in his eyes. This being had introduced himself, had given a name, but he remained an anomaly, a variable in an equation that did not compute. In a realm where power was the very air one breathed, where complexity and purity were the fundamental metrics of being, this man claimed to have none, yet he stood here, in a place that should have unmade him in a nanosecond, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through a park. The temperatures seemed to sway around him as if they weren't supposed to touch him. Beside him, the crimson-blue holographic figure of Ruin/Eden materialized, her form a stark, beautiful contrast to the pristine white of the snow. Her voice was a cold, clinical whisper in the quiet of his mind. I did not sense him appear in my previous scans, Master. He had to have just arrived here moments ago, but even then, even I could not detect his arrival. He is a ghost existence. A blind spot in reality itself. At her silent, communicated words in Noah's own heavy silence, Anaximander blinked. A brilliant light of pure, unadulterated intellect flashed in his eyes. Ah, he said, a warm, almost apologetic smile spreading across his face. Let me introduce myself properly. You must have some reservations on seeing me here. He gestured to himself, a simple, disarming motion. I have come across many unique beings since I began this journey, and many of them have seemed just as confused and distrustful as you currently are. From their perspective, they were seeing someone who did not have an ounce of power, appearing before them in places where they shouldn't be. He began to pace, his steps leaving no prints in the sparkling snow. I have met colossal, sentient mountains that have tried to crush me for the audacity of my presence. I have conversed with beings of pure, chaotic energy who have tried to devour me for the novelty of it. Most, however, either attacked me on sight or fled in terror. It seems a being with no discernible authority is a profound anomaly, and anomalies tend to make the powerful uncomfortable. I have found that a clear and honest introduction can sometimes mitigate the misunderstandings. He stopped, his gaze open and sincere. So, please, treat me like a harmless explorer, because that is who I am. Just someone seeking to understand existence. As for your other questions, yes, my existence does not contain any authority. Which seems to be the biggest issue for many of those I have met. But I simply do not need authority. That is my way, my nature, or what I have discovered of it so far. I am still doing my best to learn and understand. Because not too long ago, I was introduced to all of this by entities I have been searching for since they appeared before me. The weavers, Noah's eyes became exceedingly grave. The name was a detonation in the silent chambers of his mind. A distinction of the highest, most terrifying order, this fold dweller, this seemingly powerless anomaly, had been in contact with a level 1 scale existence? Or multiple? And they had guided him? The weavers. Who the fuck were they? WAA, this entire situation had just transitioned from a curious anomaly to a potentially catastrophic variable. His early atlas of the folds buzzed, a silent, ready hum, the pathway for an emergency temporal traversal already primed. His careful, assessing gaze was observed by an asunder. Oh, he said, his own eyes lighting up with a new, excited curiosity. Based on your reaction, do you know something of them? I haven't gotten a chance to talk to many knowledgeable beings about them. In fact, part of the reason why I appeared here. I closed my eyes and told my very being to send me somewhere where I could potentially gain answers or satisfy my scientific curiosity even more. And I appeared here. His words were heavy, each one adding another layer of mystery to his already impossible presence. Noah looked at him closely, his gaze a scalpel dissecting every word. You say the weavers introduced all of this to you? Your way of existence? What did they say? At such words, the eyes of Anaximander brightened up. Yes. This may be able to help you as well. When it comes to the way, I will try to do it similarly to how they did it with me. I haven't been able to get this far with anyone to replicate it, so let's see. He took a step back, his posture shifting, becoming less a fellow explorer and more a guide, a teacher. His voice took on a new, profound weight, a resonant, multitonal quality that was an eerie echo of voices. They asked me, Anaximander began, his eyes looking past Noah, as if seeing a memory playing out in the swirling snow. Every night you reach out to the stars. Why do you not simply take a step and see them with your own two eyes? He paused, a faint, almost nostalgic smile on his lips. Of course, I explained the scientific impossibilities. The vacuum. The radiation. The cold. All the reasons why such an act would be suicide. And they listened, with a patience that was both a comfort and a profound, unnerving thing. And then they asked, have you ever tried? How do you know you cannot, if you don't try?